Oh, well, hello there. Were you laughing at my bird-eaten copy of Fire and Blood? Well, the real Fire and Blood, also known as The Death of Dragons, is a, quote, blood-soaked tome, which, if you can find, is probably in worse shape than this. However, in that original Fire and Blood, The Death of Dragons, one thing you might be able to read about are the different types of breeds, the different breeds of Valyrian dragons that existed. We're told that the Targaryen dragons were bred for war, which means that some other dragons were bred for other things, and how not, Of course, just as with dogs and horses, you can have racing dragons, messenger dragons, all kinds of things. So this is a topic I talk about here and there. A lot of people have been asking me to expand on it. It is speculative, but it's very logical. So here we go. And just to let you know what we've got on this video, this is from a live stream that I did this past weekend, a 4-hour dragon lore iceberg. So as I do sometimes with the longer streams, if I have a good idea that's 2.5 hours in, I clip it out for you guys so it exists on its own. That's what we've got today. So I got a few minutes first on the different ways that the Valyrians used their dragons to conquer and manage their empire. That will lead us into the main section about what I speculate to be the different breeds of dragons. And then after that, I'll have a few minutes about the different dragon fights that we have from the dance and from the conquest, although there won't be any spoilers for season 2. And basically, I'll talk about the fact that dragon fights are insane and to the death, and I'll describe a little bit about their nature. And hopefully all of that will be some nice entertainment for this week, the calm before the storm, before season 2 of House of the Dragon. And of course, you can catch me and Grey Waist Tim and Girl Nettles at the after party. That's right, the after party, after every episode airs each week of House of the Dragon, of course. So thanks for clicking on the video and enjoy this little discussion about the Valyrian dragons, how they used them, and what kind of breeds there might have been. Oh yes, and I'd also like to give a thank you and a shout out to 2 of our artists who I used a lot in this video, Acrosorotaurus, whose dragons you can see on the cover of the video, and of course Hivemind 3D Designs, both of whom do great work, and thanks of course to all of our other artists as well, all of whom are human. Okay, so they've created this giant empire, obviously with the unbeatable power of dragons. I just want to point out that they have a lot of skills for maintaining this empire, which they did for 5,000 years. It wasn't just that they could use dragons to defeat anyone. It had several other advantages, okay? So Dragonstone roads and castles are important because they are able to be built fast with presumably with local materials. Like I said, the roads were a big part of the Roman Empire. Roads are how you move troops, and roads are how you promote commerce. So rapid troop movement allows you to suppress rebellions and makes everyone know that you can do it, okay? And then, of course, by facilitating commerce, you then start knitting together the conquered lands into a more cohesive empire. And after a while, people don't want to go back to more local regional rule because they can just get on a road and go where they want to and enjoy something that appears more like a modern form of life. And you get used to that. It's very comfortable. It's a little safer sometimes. So they use their roads and their ability to make the roads and castles to knit the empire together. That's very Roman of them. Obviously, the dragons facilitate air travel. So like when we put at the map here, you can see there's 2 sets of roads, right? There's these roads in the south that connect Valyria to Volantis and Voluntheres, Mentares, and then all the way over to Marine. And then there's this whole northern set to connect Sarnath and Sath and Asaria over to Cohor, Norvos, Pentos, and Goyandro. So the dragons are how you get in between there, essentially. And I'm going to talk about using dragons for troop movements. In any case, the air travel is important. Glass candles are the biggest thing. They enable all kinds of cool magic. They are like walkie-talkies, but they can be used for dream implantation as well. Quaithe with her candle can speak to Dany and hear what Dany says. So one person with a candle can enable a limited amount of two-way communication. And so once Dany has a candle, her and Quaithe will be able to do much better communication. But Marwyn the Mage talks to Sam about this. He's like, yeah, the Valyrians could talk to each other with their candles. They could sit at a candle thousands of miles away and speak to each other. Do you think that would be convenient? So think about running an empire, waging war. You don't need to send birds. So the Valyrians have a limited modern way of communication. So I don't know how many glass candle sorcerers they have, but I'm sure every army would have a couple. So as the armies are moving around, they'd be able to communicate and they'd be able to see the enemy with their dragons flying around and then tell everyone else where. It's just like, good luck fighting these people. And that's why they maintained an empire for 5,000 years. So I just want to point out, it's dragons, but it's all these other things as well. And let's light the candles, shall we? Poof. Oh, now we can see. So types of dragons, this is speculative, but people love this. And I think it makes a lot of sense. So let's talk about this. This all comes from one sentence that Jorah says to Dany. He says the Targaryen dragons were trained for war. They were bred for war. That's what he says, bred for war, and in war they died. Which made me think, if some dragons are bred for war, that implies other dragons are bred for other things. And the first thing I thought of was the road crew dragons. You wouldn't want a violent and aggressive dragon to make a straight road that's hundreds of miles long. All of the dragons that make fused stone have to work with sorcerers, right? The sorcerers are using fire, or they're commanding the dragons to train their fire on the specific part of the rock they want melted. Then once it's heated, the sorcerers have to harden it into shape, and then they move to the next bit. So that's how you'd have to do a road. You'd have to do piece at a time. Melt, shape, move on, melt, shape, move on and on and on. So like, road crew dragons, here's what you'd want. Road crew dragons, you'd want their fires to be very hot. So you'd want big dragons because dragon fire gets hotter with age. But you'd want docile dragons. And we even hear that, and this is another clue about this, Melis and Syrax and other dragons, Silverwing and Vermithor, that are kept up in the Red Keep and they have their food brought to them, they grow a little fat and lazy. They're still fearsome when roused, but they grow tamer. And dragons that are used to being around people are more tame around people, just like any other animal. And you can see the dragon keepers, they can put the dragons away with poles and Valyrian commands because they're just used to it. They're trained with food and things like that. So road crew dragons would be different than war dragons. They'd be big with hot fires, but you would breed them to be not aggressive. So then you'd have the battle dragons. They'd be bred for strength and aggression, okay? Racing dragons make a lot of sense. We're told that Melis is fast, really fast, faster than other dragons. And every animal that humans have ever bred, we breed some of them to be as fast as they can be. We breed some of them to be as big and nasty as they can be. And we're going to breed other ones to be as fast as they can be. So let me put Melis up on the screen. I think I have Melis. So this is by Samuel Quadrado. Sorry if I'm not saying that right. But yeah, there's Melis. Let me place it. So Melis is said to be very fast. And this, again, leads you to think, well, of course they would breed dragons for speed. And you would use those to send messages, to be scouts, or just for racing, just for kicks. The Valyrians are haughty and they are, they are hubristic. They're going to definitely have dragon-based recreation. So they're going to race their dragons. Messenger dragons potentially could be different. You might want some messenger dragons that are fast and small for short-run messages and errands, but you might want some that are bred for endurance, which might be bigger. Maybe lean, so that they don't have to carry a heavy body. They'd have a leaner body shape and, a bigger wing spread so that they could fly long distances. So those would be endurance dragons. You'd have different kinds of long distance and travel dragons. Here's one I thought of last night. Troop transport dragons. This could make a lot of sense. If you had a big dragon, one that was a little more tame or just in tight control of a dragon lord, couldn't you load about, 20 good men? If you came up with a bigger, look at Vhagar. Vhagar is so huge. Let me pull up Vhagar from the show. So you see with the cargo net, Lena is a little speck on the back of this dragon, right? You could definitely fit 20 men. If you had a bigger harness or saddle, think about Dune and all the Fremen riding on the sandworms. And they got their little litter, for the Reverend Mother. You could do stuff like that with dragons. So you'd want a huge dragon like Vagar, and then you would just train it to be a little more on the docile side. Maybe you wouldn't use it to fight. You'd use it to move things. Just speculating, of course. But yeah, you could have troop transport dragons. You could also have show dragons, ones that are beautiful, like Sunfire. So Sunfire, the most beautiful dragon, quote unquote, to ever live, a beautiful golden dragon. Again, the Valyrians are vain. They're very into their own beauty and godlike nature. They'd probably have show dragons. They'd have competitions. They would try to breed the most beautiful dragon to show the other dragon lords, okay? And so I started thinking about what kind of a show dragon would you want? Well, you might want them to be small so that you could keep them at your court, like in your throne room, entertain the guests at dinner parties. So you want it to be docile and small, but with the most beautiful scales and maybe the most unusual horn shape and things like that, right? Color combinations. We've just seen, they're all amazing looking, but I think that knowing the Valyrians, they'd breed some to be beautiful and some, again, to breed small and docile so that you could keep them at dinner parties and at events, as opposed to your battle dragons. You could also have, just vamping further, you could have ones that are made for forging Valyrian steel. So the emphasis, those would probably be the same as the road crew dragons, docile, trained, super hot fire. Yeah, it's really fun to think about because, again, the idea that the Targaryens have dragons bred for war implies that others are bred for other things. And they seem to function a lot like other animals in so many different ways. So, yeah. And then the other idea is that, like, the Targaryens only survived with 5 dragons from Valyria. And if all the Targaryen dragons were bred for war, then they only survived with one type of dragon. And there were other lines of dragons that may have gone extinct. And that what Melis is showing us is like the variety in dragons with which you could breed. Like if you had Melis and you mated Melis to the next fastest dragon that you found and kept breeding for speed, eventually you could get back to the racing dragons of old Valyria. So Melis isn't a racing dragon, but she's kind of showing you that some can veer more that way. And we also see the dragons of the same age sometimes are bigger than others. The black dragons are all huge, which makes me think that potentially the black dragons tend to be bigger. Here's Vagar over Storm's End by Anato Finn Stark, capturing the terror and the size disparity. You don't even see RX at first. So it just shows you. We saw that on the show. I don't need to belabor the point. This is some really cool stuff. This is by Hivemind 3D. This is Corexes, obviously. Spicy noodle monster, Corexes. Very worm-like. This is Grey Ghost by Hivemind 3D. I like this one because it just shows you the idea of, dragons burning ships. Valyrians would have done a lot of that. This is Vermithor, also by Hivemind 3D. And Tessarion, Cobalt Blue Dragon, another one of the most beautiful dragons. In fact, they could say that Sunfire is the most beautiful, but I'd like to see Tessarion up close. Electric, metallic, cobalt. Anyway, nice artwork here by Hivemind. And this is Balerion in the Dragon Pit. It's very old Balerion. They made the dragon look so old. This is like Nana Vagar old. And of course, yeah, near the end of his life, Balerion, more docile. They brought him, cows to eat, and he was kept in the dragon pit. So maybe older, larger dragons maybe they retire the big battle dragons and turn them into road crew dragons when they're old and tired. Not a very nice retirement. Better than fighting, I guess, but anyway, this art is by Renee Agner. Pretty cool. And here's a little House of the Dragon. Like this one because it shows off the dragon saddle as well as the armor. All the Targaryens wore armor on the backs of their dragons. And the Valyrians probably wore Valyrian armor, such as what Euron had. The richest ones anyway. Dragon fights, guys, are insane. And this is something we learn from the Dance of the Dragons Targaryen days. So without going into any specific detail about any of the fights, I have some general observations. Like we said, dragons grow forever, but they slow down. So the younger ones grow fast, and then they slow down. We know the dragon scales get harder, and their fires hotter. So it'd be harder for one dragon to rake open the belly of another dragon if the dragon is older and bigger. But it's really only the very oldest that would be impervious to that. The fires get hotter also. And it's only the bigger ones that can melt stone. That's why I was saying the road crew dragon's got to be big. So the eyes, wings, and neck are the vulnerable spots, right? The neck just because it's skinny, the eyes because they're not armored, and the wings because they're more delicate. And if they're flying and you damage the wing, then they will fall out of the sky and potentially die that way. Although I don't think we hear of any dragons dying from falls, to be honest. There's a few that do, but they continue to fight on the ground. So that might be hard. Well, falling on the ground is hard, but hard to break a dragon's bones, which have, the high iron content and stuff. So we talked about controlling dragons. Now, Dany, if you remember, she's using a whip on Drogon, and she observes that the dragon goes towards the whip, whereas a horse goes away. So if you want to turn right on the horse, you whip left, and then it turns away from the whip. But dragons, they turn towards a threat. And like I said, they never disengage once they start fighting. So they're kind of like those aggressive little dogs that fight much bigger dogs, or like Goose, my bird, who wants to take on bigger birds. Like, the dragons know no fear, and they just attack. And once they attack, they never quit. It doesn't matter the size. So, for example, Arrax attacking Vhagar was predictable. If you put two dragons close by like that and the riders have tension, the dragons will fight, and you will not be able to keep them apart. For the most part, the dragons do follow the commands of their riders. When Silverwing refuses to fly across the wall with Alysanne, she says that's the first and only time that Silverwing ever refused her commands. When we look at House of the Dragon with Aemond, it's like, oh, well, Vhagar didn't obey him. Well, Vhagar did obey him, though, didn't she? Like, Aemond hates Luke and was using Vhagar to taunt him dangerously, and then tried to pull up at the last second. That's the only command that Vhagar didn't understand, because dragons don't understand pulling up at the last second. Once they're engaged in a fight, they never disengage. Never. So that was Aemond being foolish. So they don't disengage. The smaller ones do try to use agility, and this is the dance, where the dancing comes in. Agile movements. That's the advantage the smaller ones have. They will try to come around and get the other dragon from behind and get him in the vulnerable spots. Now, there's a couple of interesting dragon strategies that we see during the conquest that I wanted to mention. So, and this is similar to what we see with the dance, just like how dragons are used in war. With Harrenhal, we see the dragons can be used to break sieges, right? Like, oh, you've locked yourself inside the castle. Well, that's great. Dragons fly. We just flew over, and then we breathed fire in all the windows and just burned everyone. You can even melt the castle, but that wasn't even necessary. That was just style points. So they can break sieges. At the Field of Fire, we saw that they trump cavalry and infantry, and that you shouldn't fight in a field. Field of Fire, Renee Agner on the left, and on the right is Paul Ewell. So, yes, cavalry, infantry, not good matches for dragons. They just got burned up. And the way that Aegon did it is interesting. They got downwind, and they spread out, and they set fires around and sort of trapped them in the fire, so that as the fire spread, they had nowhere to go. So they burned a lot of people at the Field of Fire. And then at the Eyrie, Visenya just flew up to the top of the Eyrie, landed in the courtyard, and put the king in check. She took Ronald Arryn and put him on her knee, and by the time his mom came out to see that the dragon had landed, she's sitting there with the Prince of the Vale, going, "Hi, would you like to surrender? I think you would." And so she took the Vale without a fight. So this is another way that dragons can be used. They can surmount physical obstacles, and they can be used to gain an easy submission without even a fight, if you can, again, put the king or the queen in check, so to speak. So you could see that with like Fagon, for example. And then the Dornish, we already mentioned, they picked up their insurgency tactics, no doubt, from the Rhoynish, being that the Dornish are Rhoynish. And that was only 700 years ago. They still retain a lot of Rhoynish culture. They would have had stories about how they fought the dragons, so they would have known. Yeah, you don't meet them on a field with infantry. And what did the Dornish do? They abandoned their castles. They hid in caves, and they just wasted their time. They just wore them out and waited them out, and that they could never conquer them with dragons. It wasn't until the dragons died out and they did some marriage alliances that they brought Dorne into the Seven Kingdoms. Garin the Great defeated an army of 100,000 Valyrians and 3 dragons at Volantharies, and he shot down 2 out of 3 dragons. It says his archers, but I'm guessing those were actually scorpion bolts and not just conventional archers. Because, of course, the Dornish were the only ones in Westeros to shoot down a dragon, which they did with a scorpion bolt. And so one presumes they had better tactics for fighting the dragons because they had the experience of the Rhoynar to draw from. And they knew where to shoot and how to shoot and maybe even how to aim and all that stuff. So, yeah, they shot down 2 out of 3 dragons. Unfortunately, the Valyrians came back with 300 dragons. And, yeah, that was that. Saramel and Croriane were sacked and destroyed. And they melted the river. They boiled the river. The Rhoynish took refuge in the river. There was so much dragon fire that they heated the river itself to boiling, and people burned alive in the river, which is pretty horrific for the Rhoynish who worshipped the river. And that led to Nymeria's exodus. Exodus. I'm here with a new theory or series of theories about potentially the coolest dragon in all of Ice and Fire. And no, I don't mean Nana. Don't tell her that I said this, but we're talking about the cannibal. And the cannibal, as he or she is known, is actually the 3rd black dragon that we hear of in the recorded history of Westeros, along with Aegon's Balerion the Black Dread, and of course, Daenerys' beloved Drogon the Winged Shadow, whom some say is Balerion come again. You know, it is known. It is known. In contrast to his better-known and far more well-documented black-winged brethren, the cannibal is probably the most mysterious dragon in all of A Song of Ice and Fire dragon lore history. That's what we're here to talk about today, and what is this mystery, you ask? Well, the small folk of Dragonstone say that the cannibal was lurking about Dragonstone and the Dragonmont even before the Targaryens arrived on Dragonstone in 114 BC, 12 years before the doom of Valyria, which was totally not caused by Aenar at all. Had nothing to do with that. Hashtag, the doom was an inside job. Now, as we'll see, there are actually several reasons to believe the small folk that the cannibal may be from before the days of the Targaryens. And if that's true, well, it actually just raises more questions about the pre-Targaryen Valyrian presence on Dragonstone, about what dragon lineage the cannibal may be from, about how dragon lineages even work, and it also raises questions about House Velaryon and the dragon Seasmoke. So let's dive into all that and see if we can figure out what's going on with the cannibal, why he's so intent on eating baby dragons, and why he was included in the story of the Dance of the Dragons to begin with. Oh yes, and why the cannibal did a flyover at Corlys Velaryon's funeral, of all things. Alright, so first off, here's what we know about the cannibal for sure. He's an untamed wild dragon living on the far side of the Dragonmont, relative to the Valyrian fused stone fortress, which became the home of House Targaryen. The cannibal's cave, or lair, I guess you'd say, is littered with the bones, strewn with the bones of those who have attempted to ride him, or her, we don't know. And apparently no one was able to successfully tame or ride the cannibal. And the Dragon Keepers are said to have made over a dozen attempts. So it's just not happening. The Dragon Keepers also do not seem to have definitive knowledge of the cannibal's origins, or else there'd be no debate about whether or not the cannibal predates the Targaryen arrival on Dragonstone. The cannibal is the largest of the 3 wild, untamed dragons that we hear about during the Dance of the Dragons, and therefore must have been a pretty huge dragon. Another of the wild dragons is Sheepstealer, who was known to have hatched in the days when Jaehaerys was young, and thus would have been about 80 years old, and thus fairly large, at the time of the dance. But the cannibal is bigger than Sheepstealer, so again, this is pretty much a Titan-class dragon, probably somewhere in between the size of Vermithor and Vhagar. But I do want to point out that these dragon sizes that we get in Fire and Blood and the World of Ice and Fire are based on fallible eyewitness accounts, and people rarely ever see these dragons next to each other, and nobody really ever sees the cannibal up close. So it could potentially be even as big as Vhagar. It's hard to say. It depends on how old the cannibal is, which is something we're about to get into. Now, at the Sowing of the Seeds, also known as the Red Sowing, where a bunch of Targaryen bastards tried to claim the dragon. You remember from the show, they did a pretty cool version of it on the show. But the cannibal wasn't on the show, so setting that aside, in the book version of that event, no one dared to try to claim the cannibal. It's just obviously a bad idea. However, after Silver Denys attempted to claim Sheepstealer, and instead had his arm torn off, the cannibal was able to swoop down, drive off Sheepstealer, and consume Silver Denys and all of his sons. All of which, again, seems to suggest that the cannibal is a truly huge and fierce and hungry dragon. If you can't eat dragons, eat dragon seeds. I guess that's the next best thing. Interestingly, the cannibal alone among the black dragons has baleful green eyes and a green flame, whereas Valyrian and Drogon have red eyes and, horns and crest, little fine touches and appointments, and they both breathe black flame shot through with red, or red and gold. But not the cannibal. The cannibal essentially looks like Shaggy Dog, the direwolf, only he's a dragon. So perhaps this difference between the black dragons of House Targaryen and cannibal indicates that they, could be different lineages. The main thing that we know about cannibal, of course, is that he is named for his habit of raiding the hatcheries on Dragonstone and eating the young dragons and the dragon's eggs, and occasionally a dragon corpse. This is not a habit recorded anywhere else in Ice and Fire, which is why he's named for it. It's seemingly unique. And it's a very strange behavior if you think about it. I mean, young dragons really don't have much meat on the bones. They're scrawny. It's kind of like eating a fried chicken sandwich where there's not much chicken. It's all crisp and no meat. It's not very satisfying, so why not a nice fat sheep like Sheepstealer likes to eat, or perhaps a fresh caught fish like the dragon Grey Ghost prefers? Why baby dragons? They're also a high risk meal. You could run into a mama dragon, or even one of those deadbeat father dragons that show up sometimes, I'm kidding. There's no evidence for that. I made that up. It's pure slander. So the answer may be, as I've been suggesting, that the cannibal is not of the same dragon lineage as all the Targaryen dragons, and so is eating the baby dragons of House Targaryen and the dragon's eggs in an attempt to kill off a rival lineage. This could just be basic survival instinct, like, competition for resources, or it could be that the dragons are, a little smarter and more sentient than most people give them credit for, and this is a conscious attempt to stamp out a rival line. We could also speculate, I suppose, about there being some sort of magical nourishment that might come from eating a dragon. The cannibal is also said to sometimes eat dragon carcasses when they're available. So maybe it's the food itself that has power. That is kind of the principle behind cannibalism, of course, as one learns in grade school. No, I'm kidding. It's Faramir Sixskins when he talks about eating Hagen's heart, the skin changer who taught him how to skin change. Nice guy, that Varamir. He did that to gain, magical power. So perhaps if a dragon eats another dragon, that's some sort of super duper, magical power up. But if that were so, then I'd think that we'd hear about it happening other times, and we never do. There's no other recorded acts of dragon cannibalism. It's just the cannibal, and the cannibal is the only dragon, coincidentally, which is said to be a non-Targaryen dragon. These seem like a pair of mysteries that go together. So I've been saying dragon lineage a bunch, and here's what I mean when I say that. There is fair amount of evidence that the Valyrian dragons were bonded to specific family lines, as opposed to just being compatible with anyone that has Valyrian blood. My specific theory about that, which you could find out more about in Targaryen Tapestry Explained and also Dreams Come from Dragons, is that the dragon bond is created by forming a magical link between one dragon and one Valyrian ancestor, with that ancestor being sacrificed in some sort of blood magic ritual and somehow spirit stuffed into the dragon. Something like a dragon version of Skin Changer's Second Life, where a skin changer, like Valyrian, goes on to live a second life in his wolf, which would be One Eye in that case. So now we have the spirit of this dead Valyrian living inside a dragon. And now this person's blood kin, meaning their living family members and their future descendants, assuming they had children before they were sacrificed to the dragon, it's important to get the order right on that one, would then be able to bond with that dragon and any dragons that are descended from that dragon. Because, that's grandpa in there. And so there you have it. Now you have a dragon whose lineage is basically exclusive to a specific Valyrian family's lineage. And this would be the reason why the Valyrians practiced familial incest even in Valyria. That's not just a Targaryen thing in Westeros to try to keep the last remnants of Valyrian blood alive. No, the Valyrian families too practiced familial incest. So that's obviously not about just marrying someone with Valyrian looks and Valyrian blood. They're keeping it in the family, and the reason would be to monopolize these lines of dragons and keep those dragons in the family. This makes a lot of sense to me because the inspiration, if you will, for all of this Targaryen and Valyrian incest is, of course, medieval incest, which was done primarily to monopolize wealth and power, and the dragons are power, so it all tracks. Man, how did we get talking about incest? This is supposed to be about cannibalism and dragons. Speaking of which, Aenar Targaryen and his 5 dragons that he took with him when he fled from Valyria to move to Dragonstone. That's what we get to talk about now. Because by the time of the conquest, which again is about 112 years later, only Balerion, the Black Dread, among those 5 that came from Valyria, was still alive, with Vhagar and Meraxes having been born on Dragonstone several decades before the conquest. Now, there is frustratingly little information given to us about which dragons laid eggs and which dragons came from which dragons, but presumably all these subsequent Targaryen dragons descend from some combination of Balerion, Meraxes, and Vhagar, or perhaps from one of those 4 dragons that died off before the conquest. Any way you slice it, we're definitely led to believe that all the Targaryen dragons descend from the ones that Aenar brought from Valyria. Aenar Targaryen wasn't the first Valyrian on Dragonstone, not by a long shot. Dragonstone was actually founded 100 years before Aenar came there, by a different set of Valyrians. We have no idea who. The Maesters describe the Freehold as turning its eye of conquest towards Westeros in the centuries preceding the Doom, with the founding outposts on Dragonstone, Driftmark, and Claw Isle being thought to be preparations of some kind for further invasion. By the time the Targaryens moved to Dragonstone, we know that the Celtigars and the Velaryons had already established themselves on Claw Isle and Driftmark, respectively, and that there was already trade going on between Valyria and Westeros through these island colonies. This is the era when people from Westeros start buying up Valyrian steel swords, and this lucrative trade would likely have been centered around Dragonstone, whose rather overbuilt fused stone fortifications, unique among the 3 Valyrian island colonies, may well have been created to safeguard their supply of Valyrian steel, as well as the piles of gold that they made selling the Valyrian steel to the Westerosi High Lords. Some 227 Valyrian weapons. That's a lot of gold. I mean, the Lannisters, paid somebody on Dragonstone enough gold to raise an army, which coincidentally is the same price as buying a faceless man. So I don't know if that had anything to do with #the Doom was an inside job. So, when we first consider the possibility of the cannibal being a dragon that was on Dragonstone before the Targaryens arrived, we have to say that there's actually nothing far-fetched about it. A pre-Targaryen origin for the cannibal would imply a very long lifespan, that is true, since the cannibal lived all the way through the Dance of the Dragons in 130 AC. But that's not really far-fetched either, with the recent information that Daenys the Dreamer claimed Valyrian the Black Dread the night before she had her dream of the Doom, when Valyrian was approximately the size of a horse. We now know that Valyrian was about 3 or 4 years old at the time that Aenar moved to Dragonstone, and thus either, about 210 or 211 when he died in 94 AC. Now, by the time of the dance in 130 AC, the cannibal would be even older than Valyrian was when he died, at least 4 decades older. But there's no real reason to think that a wild dragon who was never confined couldn't live to, 250 or so. We don't know what the absolute upper lifespan for a dragon is, and Valyrian the Black Dread saw a lot of frontline action in his life, including that nasty body wound that he got from some mysterious creature, perhaps a fireworm, when he visited Valyria with Araya Targaryen in 56 AC. And by the way, Valyrian was not claimed again after that incident with Araya, all the way until Viserys claimed him in 93 AC, 1 year before Valyrian died of old age, quote unquote. So it's very possible that 9-foot jagged rent down Valyrian's side, and whatever other damage he may have suffered, whatever diseases, dragons can get diseases from things in Valyria. You get the point. It was possibly never the same after that, with the point being that Valyrian's age at his death not necessarily the upper limit for a dragon's lifespan. At the risk of burying the lead, I've waited till now to tell you that we can be actually sure that whatever Valyrians came to Dragonstone before the Targaryens would have brought their own dragons. We are straight up told that Dragonstone, a fused stone fortress that can only be created with dragons and Valyrian sorcery, was raised by the Valyrians before the Targaryens moved there. That means that Valyrian dragons not owned by Aenar Targaryen were definitely on Dragonstone before Aenar got there. And potentially a lot of them, depending on how many dragons it takes to build a Valyrian fused stone fortress. And that's actually a famous Valyrian dad joke format. How many dragons does it take to do such and such? How many dragons does it take to screw in a gargoyle? I don't know. Leave your answers in the comments. I just made that up. Don't let me down, folks. Perhaps the answer is in one of those tapestries. Boom. All jokes aside, it would be these pre-Targaryen Valyrian dragons who built Dragonstone itself that the cannibal would descend from. That's why he's pissed, His ancestors were there first. My grandpappy built that castle. Get out of there, you damn Targaryen dragons. Now, we do know, of course, that dragons find the smoking vents and caves of the volcanic island of Dragonstone to be a naturally hospitable place to roost and breed, because both the wild dragons and the Targaryen dragons like to roost there and breed there. We also hear that the dragons that lived in the dragon pit in King's Landing did not grow as big as the ones on Dragonstone, which kind of makes sense, right? Volcanic vents and such are apparently the natural habitat for dragons, so they do better there. Thus, the dragons that would have been brought to Dragonstone by these first Valyrians probably would have been thriving there and breeding and laying eggs, just as the Targaryen dragons did. These first dragons mostly would have been bonded to these first Valyrian dragon lords that came there, and thus would have left Dragonstone with their dragon lords when they left, at the time that the Targaryens took over Dragonstone. But what if there was one or more dragons who hadn't been bonded by that time? Just as Sheepstealer and Grey Ghost and the Cannibal are running around Dragonstone unbonded, for going on several decades. What would have happened to them? I mean, you can't really tell an unbonded dragon what to do unless they're very young. So when these first Valyrians left Dragonstone, they might not have been able to make an unbonded dragon leave with them. And if these pre-Targaryen dragons were breeding and laying eggs, well, there definitely could have been some eggs left behind somewhere in a smoking vent. I mean, it's impossible to find every little nook and cranny, right? And they're buried in that dragon goo, so perhaps there was a little black one shot through with whorls of green that later hatched into the cannibal. Perhaps baby cannibal hatched just in time to see his family members flying away into the distance. Or maybe he hatched the next day and found himself home alone, like Kevin from Home Alone. Like, hey, where did everybody go? Damn, I'm guess I better start setting some booby traps for those other dragons. So in all seriousness, when you follow the logic, I think the idea of pre-Targaryen Valyrian dragons surviving on Dragonstone down into the days of the Targaryen possession of the island is perhaps more likely to have happened than to have not happened. Even the fact that the cannibal broke up the attempted claiming of Sheepstealer and ate the person who was trying to ride him and all of his sons could perhaps be seen as an extension of this theoretical war on the dragons of House Targaryen, right? Not only is Cannibal going after the dragons and baby dragons and dragon's eggs, but also the people who would ride these dragons and their sons. Cannibal is nothing if not thorough and hungry. All right, so now we come to the fire and blood, he said, mushroom said, part of the story. And in one corner, we have the small folk of Dragonstone, many of whom, of course, are known to have the blood of old Valyria in their veins. These dragon seeds, as they are called, are born from Targaryen dalliances, and that word is covering up some icky stuff, as we know, of the Targaryen royalty with the small folk of Dragonstone. On top of that, we also know that some of the small folk of Dragonstone are most likely made up of these servants and household slaves that Aenar Targaryen brought with him. And of course, since slavery is outlawed in Westeros and we never hear of Targaryen slavery on Dragonstone, we can assume that these servants and household slaves of Aenar Targaryen that came with him would have become, just the common folk here on Dragonstone. So their descendants are hanging around, and the same is probably true of those first Valyrians who came to Dragonstone. They probably had servants and slaves and assistants and craftsmen of various kinds, and some of those people would have stayed when the Targaryens got there. So some of the small folk on Dragonstone would go all the way back to that time, and that means that there would be a living memory from the time before the Targaryens came to Dragonstone among Dragonstone's commoners. And these are the people who say the cannibal has been lurking about since before the Targaryens came. And in the other corner, we have Septon Eustace and Grand Maester Munkin, who are two of the three sources, along with Mushroom, of course, that the story of the Dance of the Dragons is compiled from. They're a couple of old guys from Old Town, and they, cast doubt upon the word of the small folk. Harumph! Small folk. Now, the Maesters do know a fair bit about dragons, simply because dragons are important to the history of Westeros, and because the Maesters are curious folk, they're kind of like scientists and historians, and they're studying everything. So I don't mean to scoff at them too badly, or paint them as out-of-touch elitists whose bias against the small folk is perhaps worse than their bias against all things magic and children of the forest. No, I don't mean to imply that. And so their opinion is worthy of consideration, especially because it is shared by the great Septon Barth, who also doubts this idea of cannibal dating back to the time before the Targaryens. I, however, think that in this instance, it's actually the small folk who are right and not the learned Septon Barth. I know, heresy, but think about it. If you live on Dragonstone, you keep track of a thing like an aggressive wild dragon who eats anything it wants. And remember that cannibal definitely does eat people. Rest in peace, Silver Denys and all of his sons, and all the many dragon keepers whose bones litter the cave of the cannibal. In fact, I think the small folk, who are mostly going to be fishermen, who are venturing out into the waters around Dragonstone in tiny fishing boats that would make them easy prey for a hungry dragon, well, they would probably keep a working knowledge of all the dragons living on the island and of their habits. That's just common sense and basic survival skills. So maybe it's just a colorful folk tale that has no bearing in reality. But if the cannibal did predate the Targaryens on Dragonstone, this is just the kind of situation we would have. All right, so there's another reason to believe that cannibal predates the Targaryen arrival on Dragonstone and is now attempting to kill off the Targaryen dragons as a kind of rivalry. And that's the fact I mentioned earlier about the Targaryen dragon population on Dragonstone. So if Aenar Targaryen brought 5 dragons from Valyria, and I swear this is not a math problem. How many does he have left? No, if he brought 5 with them to Dragonstone, and Dragonstone is a place where dragons thrive, then why is there only one of those 5 dragons left by the time of the conquest 112 years later? And why have only 2 new dragons, Vhagar and Meraxes, been hatched during that entire century plus that the Targaryens have been there? After all, we know that dragons can live to 200 years or more, if not killed by another dragon, or the occasional well-aimed Dornish scorpion bolt. And we are never told of the Targaryens going to war during that 100 years, save for Aegon the Conqueror's involvement with a war in the Free Cities, where Valyrian basically burned a few ships and then went home. So where did Aenar's other 4 dragons go? Did they all die of old age in that 100 years? That seems odd. And again, the idea of only 2 Targaryen dragons having been born in more than a century makes little sense. There really should have been more dragons, not fewer, after 100 years of hanging out on Dragonstone and growing the Targaryen family tree. Now, by way of contrast, we see the Targaryens go from 3 to, I think it's 23 dragons in the 130 years after the conquest. But they only had 2 new ones born in 112 before? That makes about as much sense as an 8-foot-tall Wookiee hanging out on Endor with a 2-foot-tall Ewoks. You know, look at the silly monkey. It's a South Park reference, kids. Sorry. Uncle Lightbringer's a little older than most of y'all. So you can probably see where I'm going with this by now, which is to pose the question, were there some dragon-on-dragon killings that went unreported by the maesters, who are the historians of Westeros? Was the cannibal, or perhaps even other dragons left over from the pre-Targaryen days, getting into fights with the Targaryen dragons and reducing their number? Now, you might say I'm overthinking all of this. Some people do say that every time in the comments, and sometimes some of those people are right. But consider the order of when Martin wrote these various details. He wrote the basics of the Targaryen conquerors having 3 dragons a long time ago, when he wrote the first books back in the 90s, when I was a teenager. Again, older than some of y'all weren't born. Moving right along. And then it was later that George came back in to garner in the history of the Valyrians and Aenar's relocation to Dragonstone with his 5 dragons in The World of Ice and Fire, which was published in 2014, which is now 10 years ago. All right. In other words, George didn't have to create this weird mystery of Aenar taking 5 dragons with him, but only one having survived a century later, but he apparently chose to. He was already committed to the idea of the conquerors having 3 dragons, but he could have backfilled the history as Aenar having fled from Dragonstone with just 1 pregnant mama dragon, or maybe just some dragon's eggs. But instead, we read that 5 dragons came. And then, again, 4 of them died from old age in 100 years? Of course, The World of Ice and Fire, that same book, is also the place where we first hear of the cannibal. And the first thing he wrote about the cannibal is that the dragon is said by the small folk to have lurked on Dragonstone even before the Targaryens came. So, the weird math of Aenar going from 5 dragons to 1 dragon, plus the 2 new ones, and the information about cannibal being a cannibalistic dragon that eats other dragons that may not be a Targaryen dragon, all come in the same book, and are all part of the same expansion of Valyrian dragon lore that comes in The World of Ice and Fire, and thus may be part of the same mystery. So whatever the explanation is for those 4 dragons that Aenar brought with him having died in that 100 years is, it can't be something big that the historians would have known about and written about, like some sort of war that the Targaryens got into where a bunch of their dragons died. The maesters would have told us about that, so it's got to be something a little more on the down low, and I think the cannibal, or perhaps other pre-Targaryen dragons, getting into some tussles with Targaryen dragons might fit the bill. That might be something that the maesters wouldn't have heard about. And by the way, the first Targaryen that we hear about keeping a maester is Daemon Targaryen, who is Aenar Targaryen's great-grandson. You could certainly imagine the Targaryens wanting to cover up, or at least not share, the idea that they didn't control all the dragons on Dragonstone, or that they had a problem with a dragon they didn't control, eating and trying to kill off their dragons. Most of all, it's important to observe that the mere existence of the cannibal is probably the explanation for only 2 new dragons having been born who lived to adulthood. The cannibal is known for preying on the other dragons of Dragonstone in the time of the dance, so perhaps he's always been doing that before the conquest. And, he's been eating the other Targaryen baby dragons, and that's why it was only Vhagar and Meraxes who survived to adulthood. I mean, either it was the case that only 2 Targaryen dragons hatched in over 100 years, or something bad was happening to the hatchlings on Dragonstone. And then we're told, there's this big old nasty dragon on the far side of the mountain who loves to eat baby dragons, dragon's eggs, and smaller dragons, and who does so regularly. The small folk say he was there before the Targaryens, and that's why he hunts the other dragons. Environmental competition. It all fits together pretty well. All right, so the final piece of the puzzle, and this is a very mild House of the Dragon season something or other spoiler, but not really, is that Cannibal is said to have done a flyby at Corlys Velaryon's funeral, which, come on, folks, was bound to happen sooner or later. The funeral, that is. I mean, he's pretty old, even when the show started, so. This also ties into the mystery of how Adam Velaryon was able to claim the dragon's sea smoke, despite the fact that his mother was not Rhaenys Targaryen, and thus he apparently does not have Targaryen blood, just the Velaryon blood of his father Corlys, and whatever bloodline his mother Marilda of Hull is from, but we have no information about her. Now, famously, and this is true in both show canon and book canon, House Velaryon is descended from the blood of old Valyria, but they were, never dragon riders. So it is unclear if someone with Velaryon blood can claim one of the Targaryen dragons without having Targaryen blood. Now, despite my theory about the family lineages and all that, I could be wrong, and it could be that anyone of Valyrian descent, including someone of House Velaryon, can bond with any Valyrian dragon, and the mystery of how Adam claimed sea smoke ends there. Now, the next most simple answer is that Adam could claim sea smoke because House Velaryon and Targaryen did intermarry, probably, several times before the conquest. And thus, the Velaryons of Corlys and Adam's day may have Targaryen blood already. The mother of the 3 conquerors was Valyna Velaryon, which would make Aegon and his sisters part Velaryon, but Valyna herself was already half Targaryen, and importantly, on her mother's side. That means that Valyna's mother was a Targaryen woman who married a Velaryon man, who married into House Velaryon, and thus it may be that the main line of House Velaryon has Targaryen blood. Unfortunately, we don't know if the main line of House Velaryon descends from one of Valyna's siblings, who would share that Targaryen mother, or from one of her cousins or other relatives. However, it's also implied that the Targaryens and Velaryons intermarry just sort of in general, and this seems to be true going back to the times before the conquest, pretty much as long as they both lived on those islands. So overall, it does seem likely that House Velaryon has some amount of Targaryen blood. Thus, Adam claiming sea smoke really isn't too hard to explain. But then there's this juicy little detail in Fire and Blood about the cannibal having flown by the scene of Corlys Velaryon's funeral, almost like a salute. Once again, the maesters cast doubt, suggesting that this is just a poetic invention of singers and storytellers. But as they say on Ancient Aliens, is it possible that the Valyrians living on Dragonstone before the Targaryens came there, the ones whose dragons Cannibal would be related to, had themselves already intermarried with House Velaryon, who again seems to have been established on Driftmark before Aenar came to Dragonstone? After all, if the Velaryons were marrying the Targaryens after they came to Dragonstone, then it's very possible that they were marrying the Valyrians who lived there before. And that would give House Velaryon a blood connection to the dragon lineage that Cannibal belongs to. And if so, it would seem that the cannibal flew by Corlys Velaryon's funeral because he felt the blood calling to blood. So perhaps in an alternate timeline, young Corlys does sneak up to Cannibal's lair on the Dragonmont, and he is the chosen one to claim the cannibal. That's pretty much the most exciting idea that's being suggested by the evidence here, so Definitely think it's worthy of consideration. I mean, why else would that detail be included? I mean, I guess it could just be to be cool because it's cool, but yeah, it's curious, and this is a potential explanation. But of course, let me know in the comments if you have other ideas. All right, so one final bit of speculation about sea smoke, and please do click the thumbs up if you're enjoying the video. Make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you get the notification bell set to all so you never miss a video or a live stream every Sunday, by the way. And yeah, I noticed while I was researching this that it's not clearly said where the dragon sea smoke comes from, just that he was a young dragon bonded to Laenor, Corlys' son, even before Laenor rode him. That means Sea Smoke's egg was probably placed in Laenor's cradle. And what's interesting is the fact that it was another of Corlys' sons, Adam, who claimed Sea Smoke after Laenor died. So it just kind of makes me wonder, was Sea Smoke another non-Targaryen dragon who only bonded with people of House Valyrian? Now, it could be possible that the dragons prefer somebody who looks like or smells like their last rider, although it doesn't really explain Aemond claiming Vhagar after Laena had written him, but who knows? Maybe it's just a slight preference, but maybe there's some way in which a pre-Targaryen dragon's egg got assigned to Laenor and then hatched. Maybe Corlys and his Valyrian predecessors know about this secret and have kept a few eggs from the old days, and again, there was a miracle and Laenor's egg hatched. That does seem a little far-fetched, I'll admit, as does the idea that there's an egg old enough to have been pre-Targaryen that hatched in the days of Laenor. That's like 200 years, But there is a more plausible solution, which is that the cannibal is female, is an egg-laying dragon. Because, of course, the maesters have no idea what sex a dragon is unless they lay eggs, and no one is up there observing the cannibal or checking on the naughty bits. So this probably is the most plausible theory. If you like the idea of Sea Smoke being a non-Targaryen dragon, he would be the offspring of the cannibal, who would be a she-dragon. If the cannibal is eating the Targaryen dragons and dragons' eggs out of competition, then it stands to reason that she wouldn't eat her own young because they're hers. So perhaps she laid an egg somewhere in a place that wasn't her normal cave, and the dragon keepers found it, and it just got, mixed in with all the others. Now, I do want to say that this last bit about Sea Smoke is pretty speculative, and that I think, most of the stuff I proposed in the first 75% of this video is more likely. But let me know in the comments. Today we're here to talk about this tapestry, break it down. It's got 11 scenes, which document the history of House Targaryen, going all the way back to the founding of the freehold of Valyria, and I'm going to try to add insight to, at least 7 or 8 of them, so we'll see. No, I'm kidding, but at the very least, House of the Dragon is, once again, dropping strong clues about the dragon bond, just as they did with Daemon's song that he sang to Vermithor. So I'm pretty excited about that, and of course, check out my Daemon song video for a longer discussion about the dragon bond. We're going to get into it today, so don't you worry. And as many of you will know, this tapestry, this Targaryen tapestry, is, of course, inspired by the famous Bayeux Tapestry. The Bayeux Tapestry is a 230-foot-long embroidered linen cloth, 230 feet. It's got 58 scenes, and it tells the story of the Norman conquest of England. That occurred in the year 1066, and it was led by William the Conqueror, Duke of Normandy, who is a large part of the inspiration for Aegon the Conqueror and his conquest of Westeros. William, Duke of Normandy, challenged Harold II, who was then the King of England, and he, I believe, is loosely paralleled by Black Heron Hor, Harold Heron. And Black Heron, of course, is the Ironborn king who in that day conquered much of the Riverlands, built Harrenhal, committing many atrocities along the way, check out our Harrenhal videos, and then declared himself the king of the islands and the river. So he's the closest thing to a king of Westeros, when Aegon and his sisters come from across the water to conquer. Fun fact, the Bayeux Tapestry is technically not a tapestry because it's embroidered, so sometimes it's called the Bayeux Embroidery, although you can still call it the Bayeux Tapestry. It's fine, the scholars won't scoff at you too hard. And it is called the Bayeux Embroidery or Tapestry because it is thought to have been commissioned by Bishop Odo of Bayeux, that's a town in France. And Bishop Odo, hope I'm saying that right, was William's maternal half-brother. So this tapestry is definitely telling the story from the Norman side, or you might say that it is political propaganda, but it's very pretty looking. And if it was commissioned by William's brother, and this all happened in 1066 or so, then that means this thing is almost 1,000 years old. And again, it is still in great condition. The colors are vivid and vibrant. It is on display in a museum in France, and it was, quote, rediscovered by scholars in 1729, where it was being annually displayed in the Bayeux Cathedral in the town of Bayeux. So it's a 230-foot long tapestry, 58 scenes, almost 1,000 years old. It's quite the thing. And again, it makes just a ton of sense to draw on this tapestry as inspiration for the show, since George already used this history when making the story of Aegon's conquest. So that's one of the things I like the best about George's writing, his use of history, and it's one of the things I like the best about House of the Dragon, how they continue to build on that and deepen those connections. All right, so 11 scenes, and the first one is about the founding of the Valyrian freehold and the creation of the dragon bond. We start with a single spot of blood staining the fine white linen tapestry. It's the first thing we see, and then gold threads are growing from that spot of blood to create Valyria. The blood pools and grows and starts pouring down the Inaugrion, or whatever, the Valyrian city, just like the Season 1 intro. So once again, we're talking about bloodlines here. Fire and blood, the words of House Targaryen, can also refer to their, quote, golden blood, the golden blood of old Valyria, which has the fire in it, because they are literally the blood of the dragon. They are lizard people. They have dragon DNA in their blood. So yes, the fire is in the blood, and you'll notice all the golden threads are basically bleeding as they weave themselves through the tapestry. So these are the founding bloodlines of Valyria, and as you can see, it flows down from the city, from the Inaugrion, and pools into what looks like kind of a phoenix shape. Shout out to the crow. This really reminds me of the crow a lot. And even more phoenix-like is the dragon itself. Below the blood, it's got wings of flame. And the idea of the phoenix is important because we are talking about the dragon bond. As we can see, it pans down, and there is a woman sacrificing herself to this dragon, which has a human head. Now, Valyrian sphinxes all look like this. They are dragons with the head of a human. And I have always thought that that is about the dragon bond and how about the human Targaryens and Valyrians control the dragons. So yes, we can see the woman. She is being stabbed by a man behind her. It looks very Azor Ahai and Nissa Nissa-like. And she does seem to be offering her spirit and blood to the dragon, and you can see the head of the dragon, the human head, the blood is flowing towards her hands. So clearly this is a blood sacrifice ritual. She is being sacrificed to the dragon. And the human head of the dragon is the big clue here. The reason the Valyrian sphinxes have human heads is because the Targaryens control their dragons by stuffing human spirits into the dragons. That's it. That's how it's done, and that's what's happening here. The woman is being sacrificed seemingly willingly, and her spirit is being offered up to the human-headed dragon. And what's going to happen is after this, people of her lineage, her children and descendants, will now be able to bond with this dragon and the dragons of this dragon's lineage. This lines up with what we know about Valyria, how the dragons were controlled by different families and monopolized by different families. And this is the explanation behind Valyrian and Targaryen incest. They marry in the family not only to keep the concentration of the dragon blood high, but because anybody that they marry and have kids with then can potentially bond with dragons of their lineage. This is all my theory, of course. This is not fact here. I'm theorizing, but I think this is pretty solid. I've been locking onto this from a few different angles. There's a lemur theory angle of it, and like I said, you really want to check out that Daemon Song video. That's where I went into this in the most depth. So yes, the sphinxes and this dragon on the tapestry, they have a human head because there are human spirits in the dragons, and that is how the dragon bond, which is a psychic link, is formed. That's the backbone of it. So there's lizard DNA in the people, and there's people spirits in the dragons, and that's how it works. Again, according to theory, but that's what you came here for. So now, interestingly, there are some black candles on the table next to this ritual here, so we have to wonder, are those just random black candles, or are those supposed to be glass candles? And glass candles, of course, are sorceress items, are made of obsidian or dragon glass, about 3 feet tall, and they enable the Valyrian sorcerers essentially to do astral projection, dream implantation, and they could use them like walkie-talkies to talk to each other. That's how Quaithe is contacting Dany in dreams and visions throughout the books. And yeah, these glass candles could be part of this ritual, especially because we just learned recently that in the earliest drafts of A Feast for Crows, Martin was exploring the idea of the glass candles serving as soul jars, which means that sorcerers could essentially tie their spirits to the glass candles and they could never be permanently killed unless, as long as their candle flame kept burning. We'll have to see if Martin follows up on that and does something similar in future books, but yeah, seeing them here on the tapestry, knowing that glass candles can sort of transmit consciousness, it does kind of make sense that they could be used in a ritual to transport somebody's spirit into a dragon. Now, in book lore, I believe that this spirit stuffing might be accomplished by the aid of the dragonbinder horns. There's a line about the Valyrians controlling their dragons with binding spells and sorceress horns, but I think that's talking about controlling as in establishing control, establishing the dragon bond, not riding on the back of a dragon and blowing a horn every few minutes to tell it to turn left and right or whatever. Binding spells and sorceress horns, I think that's about the creation of the dragon bond. So I'll have a video about that probably after the season. But there are glass candles on the table, so I'll have to think about that. That's very cool. And one of the things I'm going to talk about in that video about Dragonbinder and creating the dragon bond is that this is why Euron has a Dragonbinder horn. He's not a Valyrian, but badly wants to be one. He's got the Valyrian armor and he's trying to be Azor Ahai Reborn, and he clearly wants to steal a dragon. He promised the Ironborn that he will, but he says he's going to use the horn. So how's that going to work? Well, we see Victarion is feeling the lure of the horn. He wants to blow it, kind of like the One Ring, tempting you, even though you shouldn't put it on. So if Victarion blows that horn, I think he could end up being stuffed into Viserion. And then Euron, who is Victarion's kin, would be able to establish a normal blood bond with Viserion. And in theory, if everyone survived all this, then Euron's children and his line could bond with other dragons born from Viserion if Viserion can lay eggs. Anyway, that's all a little far afield, but yes, dragon bond stuff, always fun to talk about. And like I said, I did think this was Azor Ahai and Nissa Nissa at first glance, and some other people have noticed that too. And that's the thing about Azor Ahai and Nissa Nissa. It's always been like a template for a lot of the Valyrian magic. It seems to be like a template for Valyrian steel, which seems to be also created with the use of human sacrifice, just like Lightbringer. And then the idea of sacrificing Nissa Nissa to create Lightbringer is very much a parallel of sacrificing people to create the dragon bond, because dragons and Lightbringer are the two weapons that Azor Ahai Reborn is supposed to use to fight the others, and it's pretty obvious that that's what we're going to see, people with flaming swords, and obviously Dany's dragons, Dany and Jon, fighting the others in, something like that. So whether or not this is meant as a reference to Nissa Nissa and Azor Ahai, it does have obvious parallels to any sort of dragon bond sorcery, so there you go. It does remind me of Amok's classic Azor and Nissa Nissa artwork, though, I have to say. And then finally, just to circle back on the idea of the Phoenix, of course, is all about being reborn as a fiery, flying, winged thing, so any sort of Phoenix imagery attached to the dragons or to Dragonbinder, which it does have Phoenix imagery with the hornblower, that's another clue that this is about people being reborn as fiery winged beasts. So we see another couple at the end of the scene, and this time it looks like, I think it's the man who's probably dead or sleeping. There's a lot of blood there, and the woman is holding him. So I don't know who these people are, but it's just probably telling us that the other people sacrificed themselves to dragons or something like that. Let me know if you got a more specific guess, but we can see that these golden bloodlines, the gold thread leaking blood, are now flowing from this final couple into the next scene. So scene 2, this is the Doom, of course. We see the dragons falling from the sky. We see the mountains exploding, the topless towers of Valyria losing their tops. Shout out to the Tower Tarot card, of course. And clearly, they're talking about the Doom a lot on this show, and it has obvious parallels to the idea of the Dance of the Dragons. These are dragon lords destroying themselves, if you will. And Viserys' model city, which looks exactly like this Valyrian city, sort of makes that parallel obvious. Viserys is building a pretend reminiscence of the past kingdom, while his own kingdom is, rotting beneath him, something like that. Now, interestingly, there's no reference to Daenys the Dreamer or Aenar Targaryen that I can find, although, of course, they are the whole reason why the Targaryens survived. Daenys the Dreamer supposedly saw the Doom in a prophecy 12 years before the Doom, and they moved to Dragonstone. Everybody laughed at them, but they survived with 5 dragons, one of whom was Balerion. Vhagar and Meraxes did not come from Valyria. They were born on Dragonstone in the 100 years in between Aenar coming to Dragonstone and Aegon's conquest. And that is the next scene, the third scene. We see the conquerors on their dragons, except for it looks like they put Visenya, the one with the braid, on the silver dragon, which would be Meraxes. So that's an oopsie. I wonder if they'll fix that. I think this is CGI thread, not real thread, so they can reweave it. But yes, guys, put the braid on the other one. The green dragon is Vhagar. That's Visenya's dragon. But we'll overlook that. It is still a pretty impressive intro. So there's the one mistake I found. So silver Meraxes kind of looks white here, and that creates an echo with Dany's dragon colors, which is intended by George. Dany's dragons are, Viserion is cream and gold, but that's close enough to white. Silver, white, is it all the same? Silver wing, sea smoke, they all have similar symbolism. And then, of course, Rhaegal is green, Vhagar is green, and then, Drogon is Valyrian, the Black Dread come again. Now, the fourth scene is getting into the conquest itself. It's basically a combination of Harrenhal and the Field of Fire. So first we see a close-up shot of Black Harren with the helmet, and then as it zooms out, we can see he's standing under Harrenhal. And there's the axe, which is a popular weapon of the Ironborn. And then to the sides, we see the armies of House Lannister and Gardner. Those are the two biggest and most powerful houses of the Westerlands and the Reach, who basically got almost wiped out. The Gardeners were wiped out and the Lannisters submitted at the Field of Fire. So you'll notice the two shields there. It's a Lannister sigil and a hand sigil. That's the Gardener sigil. So this is basically, an amalgamation of the major battles of the conquest. Then we see the smarter houses, the ones that submitted to the Targaryens without a fight and didn't have their swords melted down to become the Iron Throne. That is House Arryn, House Stark, and House Tully. These are, kind of the more famous houses that everyone knows who submitted, and the most important one is House Stark, and that would be Torrhen Stark, the king who knelt to Aegon the Conqueror. I made a whole video about that. I think Aegon told him about his prophecy, yada, yada, yada. They didn't talk about the prophecy on this episode. Yes, I'm disappointed, still hoping maybe they'll circle back, but I did enjoy Cregan, and he did reference both Torrhen kneeling to Aegon and Jaehaerys and Alysanne visiting the Wall, and the fact that Alysanne's dragon, or apparently in the show canon, both of their dragons refused to fly across the Wall, so that's cool. And in general, I just enjoyed seeing a Stark who believes in the others and takes this whole Wall thing a little more seriously than the Starks of the present day, so that's cool. But enough about Cregan. The shot pans down to show the establishment of King's Landing and the creation of the Targaryen sigil, which of course is something the Targaryens created to be more like the houses of Westeros. And it is often thought that they created the three-headed dragon, to represent the three conquerors and their dragons. However, I believe that it is in fact about the dragon bond. The song that Daemon sings talks about two heads to a third sing. The two people singing in the scene are Daemon and Vermithor, and the third head they're singing to is the human spirit in the dragon, like I was saying. So three heads of the dragon is probably a very old Valyrian saying about the dragon bond, and that, I believe, is the origin of the Targaryen sigil. So there you go, trying to bring a little extra insight to the tapestry, but still move fast. Hope you appreciate it. Sixth scene, Maegor dying on the throne, which is pretty cool because it looks a lot like the art of Maegor dying on the throne. Of course, that's a famous piece by Michael Comarch, which you can see here. Very similar to the scene. So before I was saying, the woman being sacrificed to the dragon kind of looks like Amok's famous Nissa Nissa artwork. This to me is definitely inspired by Michael Comarch's Maegor dying on the throne. Now you can see that the swords of the throne are growing around him, but there's one sword in particular cutting him across the neck. And so this highlights the idea that the Iron Throne is a dangerous seat. It is a powerful symbol, obviously. And Aegon intended for that to be, he said that a conqueror should not rest easy. Somebody let Aegon II know, right? You're not supposed to rest easy on that thing. Are those Valyrian Kevlar prince clothes there, or are we soon going to see Aegon cutting himself? You're not supposed to be able to sit like that on the thing. And of course, Aegon II's dad, King Viserys, all his trouble started with a cut on the pinky finger, which he got on the throne when he was banishing Daemon from court. So right there you can see the rift inside of House Targaryen tied to the wound that the throne is giving. So yeah, Maegor, he threatened House Targaryen. He did not save House Targaryen, contrary to what you might hear on YouTube sometimes. Anyway, let's not get too lost in that, but yes, this is Maegor dying on the throne, being cut by the swords, and I thought at first that these dragons might be Balerion, Maegor's dragon at the time, and poor Quicksilver, the dragon of Aegon the Uncrowned, who Balerion killed over the God's Eye. However, as it pans down, we can see these are in fact Silverwing and Vermithor, the dragons of King Jaehaerys and Queen Alysanne, who are below Maegor's throne here in the tapestry, the scenes linked together. And then this is not hard to decode the symbolism here. There's a symbol of the seven-pointed star, the symbol of the faith, and a pot of gold. So shout out to Lucky Charms, I guess. But yeah, the point is they unified with the faith after Maegor's war with the faith, and they brought prosperity and peace to the realm. And these kind of look like open fields in the middle. And of course, Jaehaerys and Alysanne began and constructed most of the King's Road too. So perhaps that's implied here as well. And of course, Jaehaerys and Alysanne were remembered in history as good King Jaehaerys and good Queen Alysanne. So very literal, on-the-nose nicknames, but I think you do have to be pretty good to be remembered that way. And again, Jaehaerys and Alysanne were probably the best monarchs that Westeros ever had. So the 8th scene, of course, easy to recognize, the Great Council of 101 AC, which we saw in the opening of Season 1 of House of the Dragon. There's the fancy chair and old King Jaehaerys, and behind him we can see, I think it was Harold Westerling of the Kingsguard, and there's Corlys Valyrian and the Maester, and most importantly, there is Rhaenys, the queen who never was, who was not chosen. Probably could have avoided some trouble just by picking her here, but instead, we picked Viserys, and you can see Emma rest in peace there next to Viserys as well. Viserys rests in pieces instead. But yeah, this is the Great Council, which was held at Harrenhal. So already you can see Harrenhal has come up twice in the tapestry. That is because Targaryen history flows through Harrenhal many, many times, and that's going to happen a lot on Season 2. We're going to see a lot of scenes. We've already seen Daemon at Harrenhal at some point in this season. And you'll notice in this episode, Daemon and Aemond, they were both talking about taking Harrenhal, establishing a toehold in the Riverlands. They're both seeing the same empty spot on the board, the same high ground, and saying, look, we need to take that first. So we'll see what the show does as far as who does get there first, but we know that it's always rainy and dark at Harrenhal. And if you want to hear some horror stories about the twisted history, I did the Harrenhal live stream with Grey Waste Tim, which you can find on the channel just a couple weeks ago. Also, shout out to Corlys's dreads, which seem to look better this year, I would say. My friend Maynard James Plum pointed out he looks a little more like an old Rasta, which is a very cool vibe for Corlys. So, yeah. So the 9th scene, this is kind of Rhaenyra's wedding, but again, this is a stylized encapsulation of a lot of history. So Rhaenyra is in the black dress to represent her faction being Team Black, and Alicent is in the green dress. In the books, they wore these dresses at the same event. On the show, it's the green dress when Rhaenyra's at the wedding in white, but whatever. It's the green and the black dress. It's the greens and the blacks. And there's a lot of subtle symbolism here. So first of all, Alicent is kind of interrupting the bloodline of House Targaryen. It is flowing from the Great Council to Alicent. She is in between that bloodline and Rhaenyra. So that is sort of just highlighting the strife that Viserys caused by, it's not really Alicent's fault, but by Viserys remarrying and creating a second family of heirs after he named Rhaenyra the heir. We can see that as soon as that child was born, as soon as baby Aegon was born, the Hightowers were like, yeah, that's the future king right there. So this rebellion has been in the works for a long time, and that is highlighted by the sort of, positioning in this scene here. Another reason why this isn't literally the wedding is you'll notice the people at the table, not all of them were at the wedding. So, for example, Team Black is on top, and we see Daemon, Rhaenys, and Corlys, who were at the wedding, but then also Rhaenyra's children, Jacaerys, Lucerys, and Joffrey, who were not born yet. So then on the bottom, that's Team Green table. Moving from left to right, we have Helena dressed in gold, different from the rest of her family. And then King Aegon, Aemond One Eye with the patch, Criston Cole in white, and Otto with his black sable mantle. Now, my biggest question about this scene is, what is this black thing that is sort of growing between the blood link, the bloodline going from Alicent to Rhaenyra? I guess this is like the shadow of war. I'm not sure if it's supposed to be something more literal, but yeah, it's dark. It's covering up the bloodline. So I think it's some sort of shadow that's growing between these two women that is threatening the succession, something like that. So then we have this very interesting 10th scene. It begins with this new golden sigil. You can't really see, it's just a golden circle. But you can tell from the next scene, when we see it on King Aegon's chest, that this is his golden dragon symbol. And this looks even more like his book canon sigil, which is gold on black. It's gold on green in the show. I actually prefer the gold on green. But yes, this is the beginning of this other bloodline. So the blood is growing, the sigil is happening, and there is the usurping King Aegon, at least usurping from the perspective of Team Black, on the Iron Throne. And then here is Rhaenyra with, Dragonmont behind her. So she's on her own throne on Dragonstone, depicting the two choices, and then it zooms out to show the two hands, the green hand and the black hand. You can see the lava sort of dividing them, which again definitely is meant to call back to the doom of Valyria and the idea that this fire in the blood, this fiery connection to dragons, can go one of two ways. And if the House of the Dragon is divided, then this will explode into fire and blood, bloody civil war feud. That's what the show's about. So green hand and black hand, you can see we've got dragons flying from the black hand because Rhaenyra sent out her children as envoys on dragons. And you can see these are meant to look like Arrax and Vermax. And the red dragon could either be Melis or Caraxes. I say Melis because Melis has been sent out to patrol. So those are the three, that's Rhaenyra's first move, is sending those three dragons out. Now, Team Green, Otto is sending out ravens, right? He's talking about that in the episode, sending out ravens everywhere, calling everyone to come and submit to Aegon. So this is actually showing us the opening moves in the war, as is the next scene. But we'll get to that. Real quick, you can see the sigils filling in around Aegon and Rhaenyra. And on the right are the houses allied with Rhaenyra. We can see the Velaryons. We can see the Tullys. I think that's Rosby and Stokeworth, I believe. It's hard to tell with the thread. And then on the left side, you can see Baratheon, the Hightower, Lannister. And I believe that might be Tyrell. Hard to say. You guys let me know what those last couple ones are. But you get it. These are the involved houses. They are being forced to choose. And then, yes, here is the 11th scene. It is, of course, the Chomp. We see huge Vhagar, her tail fills in, becomes a circle around the scene, almost like the Targaryen sigil or like an Ouroboros. And inside is the poor, chomped body of Arrax, whose wing they found in the episode. Very emotional scene. Emma's acting was incredible. Obviously, we voted that scene of the week on the after party. And yeah, the dragon making the sad sounds. That was tough. And they did a good job of connecting this season to last season with that scene and driving home the tragedy of this. They did a good job with that. So there is poor Luke tumbling. Of course, he did not tumble in the story. He was chomped, but they've got to show his presence in the scene. This tapestry is symbolic. So there you go. There is Luke tumbling. There is Vhagar and Arrax. And there is Aemond One Eye, or at least his white hair we can see riding on the back of Vhagar. Now, the coolest thing about this is this means that they will probably be updating the tapestry as the story goes, right? If they're showing us these two moves, the opening communications from the two sides and then, Storm's End, that means that we'll probably see maybe blood and cheese represented on the tapestry next, or maybe it's only major battles, but we'll have to see, because clearly there is a lot of tapestry left and it is rolling up to the empty throne room with the throne in silhouette. So this is pretty easy to decode symbolism. The story of House of the Dragon is history to us, of course, since our story is, 170 years in the future. So this is history being written, and that's just really good storytelling here. And that does make me think they're going to continue to fill in the history as it goes, leading up to this throne. And there it is. That's the tapestry. This is the story of House of the Dragon. It is being written as we go. And hey there, friends. David Lightbringer here with a Song of Ice and Fire hardcore theory video in the middle of hot dragon season. What's going on? Well, we've received a major dragon lore update here in the middle of hot dragon season, and so I had to make a video about it, because this sort of thing is, right up my alley. So, yes, Daenys the Dreamer claimed Balerion the Black Dread the day before Daenys had her dream of the Doom. What? Do dragon dreams, come from dragons or something? Is that a theory that people have? Yeah, that's me. I'm people. And lots of others are catching on too, because it's a good idea. House of the Dragon really has dropped a lot of references to A Song of Ice and Fire deep lore already here in Season 2, a lot in Episode 1. But today we're here to talk about 2 pages of a House of the Dragon prop book, which refer to Daenys, Balerion, and the Doom. And yes, it tells us that Daenys the Dreamer claimed Balerion the Black Dread when Balerion was very young, the day before she had the dream. She had the dream at night, so she claims Balerion has the dream of the Doom. Now, technically, whatever the show does, House of the Dragon, is show canon and separate from book canon. However, I think we have many reasons to be confident that this is a detail that does come from George, and will turn out to be book canon as well, and I'll explain that in a moment.
The Valyrian Peninsula exploded, and it was called the Doom of Valyria, and it was over in a day. It was over in a few hours.
Now, I'm sure I don't have to tell you that the idea of Dany's claiming Valyrian the day she dreamed of the Doom is very exciting. And it's extra exciting for me because it lines up very well with the theory that I've been developing lately about dragon dreams, which is that they come from dragons, and even dragons' eggs. I've talked about this in the Jon Snow Theory Iceberg livestream, as well as the shorter Jon's Dragon Dream video. And in this video, what I want to try to do is move fast as I can, and tie together several different ideas about dragons, dreaming, prophecy, the dragon bond, and the doom to give you a coherent picture of what's going on with all that, and more importantly, why it's all going on. Now, this won't all depend on the new information about Dany's claiming Valyrian the day she dreamed of the Doom. However, thinking about that possibility has kind of clarified a few things for me and forced me to think harder about this, and now I'm very excited to tell you about what I found. And this amounts to basically a very big new A Song of Ice and Fire lore theory. So here you go. That theory in a nutshell, or in a dragon's egg, I guess, if you will, is that I believe the evidence shows that the dragons have been sending the Valyrians and Targaryens their prophetic dreams. And examining those dreams, as we're about to do, turns out to reveal a coherent picture, one which the dragons have apparently been trying to articulate and impart to the dragon lords for thousands of years through these dragon dreams. That's right, the dragons have a plan, a conspiracy, if you will, a very long-running conspiracy. In fact, today we're going to answer one of the big Quave cryptic advice mysteries, if you will, which is what the dragons know and remember, which happens to be the same thing that Daenerys apparently needs to realize. Said another way, it seems that from the first Valyrian to dream of the prince that was promised, to Daenerys the Dreamer and her dreams of the Doom, to Aegon and his dream of ice and fire, and down through the subsequent generations of Targaryen dragon dreamers leading up to Daenerys, the dragons have been using the dreams to show the dragon lords what to do. They showed Daenerys when to flee to Dragonstone so House Targaryen would survive. They showed Aegon the long night he had to prepare for and what he had to do to prepare. And they showed Daenerys how to hatch her dragon's eggs and, as you'll see, what she needs to do with her dragons. This does have some further show tie-ins too, because on the show, of course, King Viserys, who also rode Balerion, like Daenerys, is also a dragon dreamer. And his daughter Helena is a dreamer, and she rides the dragon Dreamfire, whose original rider was Rhaena Targaryen, and as I'm going to discuss in a moment, I believe Rhaena was a dragon dreamer too. I've got a good feeling right now because honestly, Valyrian and Targaryen prophecy have never made more sense to me than they do right now. And hopefully by the end of this video, I will have imparted that wonderful feeling to you. So let's talk about how dreams come from dragons. Alright, so as you can see, this really looks to be an edited part of the World of Ice and Fire. I mean, it seems to be exactly that, since the white text matches the World of Ice and Fire text exactly. And then it's just got this extra line here in white about Daenerys and Balerion, and this other section at the end about Aenar's wife. We know that George actually wrote a lot more than what was used in the World of Ice and Fire, and then some of that later went into Fire and Blood, and that looks to be what this section is, a longer, unedited section of the World of Ice and Fire with an extra sentence or two in it. I'm not sure why this line about Daenerys and Balerion was edited out or perhaps saved for later, but there it is. That's what it looks to be. And that means that it will probably eventually appear in some sort of book lore and then be officially considered book canon. But as you're about to see, I feel pretty strong about it having come from George, like I said, not only because it appears to be an edited section of the World of Ice and Fire, but because it just makes sense taken with everything we know about dragon dreams. And also, it's just really, really cool. So, yeah, I mean, if it's Ryan's idea, George might as well run with it. But yeah, I do think it's George's idea. And it certainly does make sense that Balerion would be very young when leaving Valyria, because it's already pretty incredible that he was born in Valyria and then lived all the way to 94 AC. So now we can figure out exactly how old Balerion was when he died. He was horse-sized in 114 BC, which is about the same size that Drogon is when Daenerys first rides him in Daznak's pit, when Drogon was between 2 and 3 years old. So that means Balerion would have been born in 116 or 117 BC, and so would have been either 210 or 211 years old when he died in 94 AC. That's why he looks so old. Vhagar, Nana Vhagar, by the way, was born on Dragonstone in 52 BC, so 65 years after Balerion. And that's why Balerion was so much larger than Vhagar and Meraxes at the time of the conquest. Nana was but a spry 52 at the time, while Balerion was already 117 or so. So there, you guys, patrolling for problematic age gap relationships, Balerion and Vhagar. 65-year age gap, even for dragons. That's a lot. I'm kidding. Don't at me. So all of this creates a very strong parallel between Daenerys and Daenys the Dreamer, as I'm sure you can see. They both rode dragons whose scales were as black as night, with Drogon even being called Valyrian come again one time by the Dothraki. They both claimed their dragons when they were teenagers and when their dragons were about 3, and they both had plenty of dragon dreams. Daenys and Daenerys essentially bookend House Targaryen, with Daenys beginning the move to Dragonstone, which created House Targaryen, and with Daenerys being the last scion of House Targaryen, who, along with Jon, will fulfill the destiny of House Targaryen, which is, all that prince that was promised stuff. All right, it's time to call out another YouTuber. You guys ready for some drama? I'm kidding. I'm calling him out for being smart, and I'm talking about Glidus of the YouTube channel of the same name. I'll throw his tweets up here on the screen, and as you can see, he pointed out that this new info kind of makes Valyrian the main character of the story from a certain perspective, which is a great observation. He foresaw the doom and psychically warned his rider, Daenys. He forged the 7 kingdoms in his flames and ruled over it for decades. He took a kid on a deadly joyride so he could see home one last time, and of course, Glidus is referring to Arya Targaryen and her fateful trip to Valyria. And then finally, Valyrian died due to Viserys' cringe, which obviously is a joke. However, there is a serious point there. Valyrian, as Viserys says, is like the last flame from old Valyria. He was the last remnant of Valyria alive. And Viserys rode him once, then Valyrian died, and then Viserys went on to sow the seeds of the Dance of the Dragons, a Targaryen civil war wherein, spoiler alert, most of the dragons died, and sort of this Dance of the Dragons leads eventually to the downfall of House Targaryen. So was there something important about Valyrian being this last ember from Valyria? And after he died, was that the beginning of the loss of the ability to hatch dragons? I really like this last point that Glidus is making about blood magic requiring sacrifice. And so at a certain point, Valyrian stopped receiving sacrifices and stopped being used as an instrument of war, and perhaps his magic waned because of that. So I really like this idea that more blood sacrifice to the dragons would strengthen their magic. That does seem to fit with what we know about how magic works generally in A Song of Ice and Fire. So good job, Glidus. Sorry, I don't mean to be patronizing. I'm happy when people have the same ideas, So hopefully Glidus, hopefully you're watching. Hopefully somebody told you to check this out. Dave Lightbringer started some shit, talked about you on his channel. No, I'm kidding. Big fans of you and Swifty, of course, as we all are. So the point is that you were right. I think you're right. You put this disclaimer here, but I think Valyrian did psychically warn Daenys, and I think, in fact, all of the dragon dreams come from the dragons. All right, so dragon dreams come from dragons. This is the most obvious, I think, with Dany's dragon dreams, specifically 2 of the 3 that she has before hatching the dragon. She has 3 before hatching, 1 after hatching, and it's those first 2 that I believe depict Drogon communicating with Daenerys from inside his egg. I'll put them up on the screen here, and in this first one you can see it starts as a dream where Dany is terrified of the abusive Viserys, who turns into a dragon at the end and strikes fear into Dany's heart. Right away there are multiple clues about Dany being pregnant. Thick and ungainly limbs, blood on her thighs, and that same ripping sound as what Dany heard when she sprouts dragon wings in her 3rd dragon dream, right before hatching the eggs. In this 2nd dragon dream, which seems like a continuation of the first, the dragon is slick with Dany's blood, which was on her thighs earlier, so this is pretty clear childbirth symbolism, and of course Dany is the mother of dragons, and the dragons are her children, etc., etc. We all know this. The dragon bathes Dany in dragon fire, which she embraces, and all her fears dissolve. And as you probably remember, she wakes with her strength and spirit renewed, and then begins to adjust to Dothraki culture, and begins taking power in her relationship with Khal Drogo and in the Khalasar. So again, the thing I want to stress is that this black dragon seems like Drogon, since it has black scales and is symbolized as Dany's child. I mean, it kind of has to be Drogon, right? And that would mean that Drogon is psychically communicating to Dany. He's projecting an image of himself into her dreams from inside his egg. It's probably not a one-time thing. That probably means that dragons' eggs work this way, that the dragons inside the eggs can reach out and communicate and begin to bond with the Dragon Lord even before it hatches. Drogon and the other dragon's eggs seem to be trying to communicate with Dany all through a Game of Thrones, in fact. She's also sensing that the eggs are alive in other ways, most notably in the scene where one of the eggs reaches out to connect to her child in the womb. She also has waking visions when the light light or the reflected firelight catches on the eggs, and in one of them it looks like there are 1,000 flames reflecting off the dragon's egg. So just, they seem to be trying to suggest to Dany that they want to be put in fire. And if you remember, they even feel warm to Dany when they don't to Ser Jorah, which means that there's some sort of psychic sensing going on. It's not a real warmth that she's feeling, but a psychic warmth. And again, this is just more psychic or magical communication between the dragon's egg and Daenerys. So now the tradition of Rhaena placing the dragon's eggs in the cradles with the young Targaryens makes a ton of sense, right? And this is the thing I love about this theory the most. Rhaena was the older sister of King Jaehaerys and Queen Alysanne, and it was she who had the brilliant idea to start putting dragon's eggs in the cradles of the Targaryen children. Just as with Dany and Drogon, the dragon spirit inside the egg would reach out and start to bond with the child, and we know that's what's happening because it says that this method invariably worked, that the dragons who hatched from such eggs pretty much always bonded with the children whose cradles they were placed in. So yeah, now we know why that works. Makes perfect sense, right? So pretty much anytime there's a dragon dream, there's a dragon or a dragon's egg nearby, or at least could be. For example, in the third Duncan Egg book, The Mystery Knight, one of my favorite characters, John the Fiddler, aka Daemon Blackfyre II, dreams of a dragon's egg hatching into a dragon at White Walls Castle, where the tourney is held. And as you recall, there is in fact a dragon's egg at White Walls. Fiddlin' John Blackfyre thought he was going to hatch that egg and start the Second Blackfyre Rebellion right there at the castle. But Bloodraven explains afterwards that the hatching dragon in Fiddlin' John's dream was actually a symbolic reference to Egg throwing off his fake disguise and becoming a true Targaryen prince, which he sort of did by helping to expose this nascent Second Blackfyre Rebellion. Bloodraven explicitly names Fiddlin' John's dream as a dragon dream and then starts talking about how dragon-blooded people have had prophetic dreams going all the way back to Valyria. And again, there was a dragon's egg at White Walls, which was the central figure in Jon's dream. He dreamed of that egg hatching. So yeah, it would make a lot of sense if that dream was coming from that egg. Egg's brother Daeron the Drunkard, who drinks heavily because he has so many dragon dreams, well, he dreams specifically about the return of dragons since they've died out in that time. And it also seems possible that Egg was having dragon dreams of some kind before he did Summerhall, if you will. The bonfire gone wrong at Summerhall, where he tried to hatch 7 dragon's eggs with a lot of wildfire and possibly some blood sacrifice. And both Egg and Daeron and their brother Aerion Brightflame were all given dragon's eggs as children, just like Targaryens of days gone by. And of course, he had 7 of them to try to hatch at Summerhall. So yeah, any of those dragon dreams could have come from dragon's eggs as well. Poor Daeron didn't have to drink heavily. He just needed to, move to Essos and leave his dragon's egg in Westeros. That probably would have done it. Or maybe the Summer Isles. Maybe that's the best place to cleanse the vibes. Essos is closer to Valyria, so I don't know. In my opinion, it's likely that the Targaryens had dragon's eggs pretty much until the very end, I think, although we don't know for sure. And there may even be some hidden on Dragonstone somewhere for Dany to find. Because, dragons have been roosting all over the Dragonmont for 200 years before the Doom, 100 years before Aenar came there, and then ever since. So it's like 500 years total. No, 600 years total. Point is, yeah, there could be dragon's eggs anywhere. There's a lot of nooks and crannies, and the caves are said to go way down into the deep places of the earth. So yeah, look out for that. Look out for Dany finding one there. But yes, point is, all the dragon dreams of post-dragon Targaryens, essentially all the way up to Rhaegar, could still be coming from dragon's eggs. We just don't have any information, but I suspect that they are around somewhere. Now, circling back to Rhaena Targaryen, it's notable that she is the first rider of Dreamfire. Bonding with her when she and Dreamfire were both very young, and thus it was probably Rhaena who would have named Dreamfire. I've always taken that to be a clue about Rhaena herself being a dragon dreamer, and it seems like no coincidence that it was she who had the, again, brilliant idea to start putting dragon's eggs in the cradles of the young Targaryens. How did she get that idea? Did she have a dragon dream about it by chance? I'm just saying, most of the dragon dreams are sort of telling the Targaryens what to do and giving them ideas. Specifically with Dany's dreams, they're telling her how to hatch the eggs. So if the dragons in the eggs are telling Rhaena how to better create a bonding process, well, that would make perfect sense. We also can't help but notice that the show version of Helena, Dreamfire's second rider, is also a dreamer, of course. And though we have no way of knowing if the book character was also a dreamer, because the Maesters don't really know about or record those types of things, we should remember that Ryan Condal is writing House of the Dragon in very close consultation with George, and probably didn't pull such a major idea just, out of his pocket, let's say. We also noticed that King Viserys had at least one prophetic dream on the show, and he, of course, rode Valyrian, the same dragon that Aegon the Dreamer and Daenerys the Dreamer both rode. So it could be that some dragons have stronger dreaming or psychic ability, and maybe that's why they appear to be showing us a pattern of multiple dragon dreamers riding the same dragon. As for Daenerys' famous trident dream that she has in A Storm of Swords right before burning the slave masters and freeing the Unsullied, well, you can see it on the screen here, and it's basically a mix of Rhaegar's Battle of the Trident and the idea of Dany burning the others with dragonfire. What I noticed is that after she wakes, Quaithe is astral projecting into the ship's cabin, and she says, "Even dragons must sleep." You do have to sleep to dream, of course, and the dragons are in fact asleep with Daenerys when she has her dream. And yes, Quaithe is definitely messing with that dream, but it could be that dragon dreams are easier for her to implant herself in using a glass candle. It could be that there's some sort of harmonization there. But yeah, the dragons are sleeping at the time, and Quaithe's line is kind of interesting. Even dragons must sleep. That's why you can't run your grow lights 24 hours a day. Even plants gotta sleep. So finally, Jon's dragon dream. I made a video about this, and we don't have time to get into it, so let's just get into it really quick. And the long and short of it is that Jon has this recurring crypts dream, right? He's going further and further down in the Winterfell crypts, and he's afraid of something which isn't the Kings of Winter, but he feels compelled to keep going down and try to finish the stream, but he never can, so we don't know what's down there. Well, my theory is that what's down there is a dragon's egg, and that this recurring dream will be revealed to be a dragon dream. So whenever Jon is able to finish the dream, probably while he's dead and chilling inside of Ghost, he will meet a dragon at the end, a spirit dragon, much like Dany's early dream of Drogon. Maybe it'll bathe Jon in fire, and the long and short of it is that this will be part of how Jon realizes that he is a Targaryen and that he has a destiny, an Azor high prince that was promised like destiny. It might sound far-fetched at first that Jon's recurring dream is a dragon dream, but a lot of people ask the question, why doesn't Jon have dragon dreams if he's a Targaryen? The obvious answer being because George doesn't want to reveal it yet. But yeah, that would be a clever way to do it, to say that this dream that he has is a dragon dream. He just hasn't finished it yet. And then there's a really cool parallel with Jon the Fiddler, because Jon the Fiddler's dragon dream, Jon Snow, Jon the Fiddler, both Targaryens in disguise with the name Jon. Jon the Fiddler's dream is about Egg throwing off his disguise and announcing that he's a Targaryen. And Jon's dream might be about telling him that he's a Targaryen so that he can reveal to the world who he really is. So yeah, check out the video. It's a good one. All right, so why do dreams come from dragons? Well, dragons, and if you haven't thought of this by now, you're going to chuckle when I say this, dragons are fire made flesh, and fire gives visions of the future, right? Melisandre sees her visions in the flames, so of course the dragons have a connection to psychic foreknowledge. I'm kind of kidding about this, but not really. It does make sense. If you can see the future in the fires and dragons are fire made flesh, then yeah, there you go. And going back to the name Dreamfire, maybe this is the deeper meaning of the name, that the dragon dreams come from the dragons because they are creatures of fire. So their internal fires would be dream fires because they channel the future, which the dragons relate to the dragon dreamers through dreams. All right, so here's a huge piece of the theory, which I've never put together before until now. So I discussed in the Tapestry Explained video that the dragons might have the souls or spirits of Valyrian ancestors inside of them. I feel very confident that this is the case, and I talked about this in the Daemon Song video as well. And I think this is the meaning of the expression, 3 heads has the dragon, and the meaning of the Valyrian Sphinx, which is the riddle, not the Riddler. The Valyrian Sphinxes are all human-headed dragons, and that is part of the 3 heads has the dragon riddle. In fact, it's the answer to the riddle. So Damon's song talks about the blood magic that created the dragon bond and about how the three heads of the dragon fly together as one. And most importantly, he sings about two heads singing to a third head. So we know we're talking about the three heads has the dragon thing, and you can see, like I said, it seems to be about the dragon bond. And of course, Damon and Vermithor are the two heads singing in the scene. So where's that third head that they are singing to, which is also somehow a part of the dragon bond? The Valyrian Sphinx, again, gives the answer to the riddle. The third head is the human spirit inside the dragon. It makes sense that Damon would be trying to sing to that head, to rouse it, to wake it, because his objective is to prepare Vermithor, presumably, for bonding with a new rider. That's something he was talking about at the end of last season. So my theory about this is that in order to create the dragon bond, a Valyrian ancestor is first sacrificed in a blood magic ritual to the dragon. And I think that's what we're seeing here in the second scene of the tapestry. You can see the guy with the sword or knife standing behind the sacrificed woman is holding a bowl. So he's collecting the blood. That tells you this is a ritual. And then there's a sort of blood and gold thread connection forming between her and the head of the dragon, which it's kind of hard to see, but it is a human head with horns. So now that the sacrificed ancestor is spirit stuffed into the dragon, their blood kin, this is the theory, would be able to bond with that dragon and subsequent dragons of its lineage, because their blood kin is in the dragon, and that's what I think allows them to establish that psychic bond. That's why the Valyrian dragons are said to be tied to specific lineages, and that's why those lineages practice incest. Because the Valyrians, there's no need for them to practice incest. There's plenty of Valyrians around that look the part, but they still did familial incest, and that's because that was the key to monopolizing their family line of dragons. So if any version of that theory is true, then it's an obvious thing to wonder if it might be those ancestor spirits inside the dragons who are sending the dragon dreams, right? And perhaps it is they who have a long-running agenda that they are trying to impart to the living dragon lords. Much like green seers like Bloodraven are sitting inside the Weirwood net trying to communicate to the living, like Bran, or maybe Euron, and eventually Jon. And of course, it's possible that we shouldn't say, oh, the spirits inside the dragons are sending the dreams, because it's very likely that the spirits inside the dragons are merging and mingling with the dragon spirits. Just as the green seers eventually start to merge with the tree hive mind, we can see it's already like pulling Bloodraven into it, right? And also just as skin changers begin to merge with the spirits of their animals once they die and begin second life. In fact, this whole idea of the dragons supporting some sort of psychic network which can act as the repository for souls or spirits obviously makes a very nice parallel to the Weirwood net and to the direwolf net. And by direwolf net, probably never heard that term, I'm referring to the easy-to-miss fact that the direwolves can indeed psychically communicate with one another over long distances. And it seems like the skin changers attached to those wolves can use that psychic communication as well, and it doesn't appear to be connected to the Weirwood net, so I call that direwolf net. These are magical animals that support some sort of psychic network. So the Draco net, if you will, let me know if you've got a better term, would be kind of like a blending of the two, the green seer net and the direwolf net. Since it would store old ancestor spirits who like to communicate with the living, just like the Weirwood net, but is built on a framework of magical animals with psychic abilities, just like direwolf net. As many of you will know, in classic mythology, of course, dragons are not always associated with death and destruction, or even just like fire and consumption. In Eastern mythologies, dragons are generally depicted as sources of higher wisdom and divine knowledge. So if the A Song of Ice and Fire dragons are the sources of these prophetic dragon dreams, then this could be like George's version of that idea. Dragons as a source of higher knowledge and magical wisdom, and that's pretty cool. Now, despite the fact that George definitely is working with the dragons as a symbol of consuming fire and, destructive power, it has always seemed like he's also working with the idea of dragons equaling knowledge and, magical higher learning, especially since he based most of the lore, symbolism, and mythology of House Targaryen, Daenerys, and Drogon on Vedic Indian mythology and Iranian Zoroastrian mythology, which you can find out all about in maybe my favorite YouTube video that I've ever made, which is the Vedic Indian origins of Dany and Drogon. I really love, and a lot of people really love, that George is drawing on more than just, the obvious mythologies, Greek mythology, Norse mythology, that most fantasy authors draw on. He's going a lot farther afield, and he seems to have done his homework. I mean, the Khaleesi stuff, Miri Mazdur, Ma Durga, there's a lot. It'll blow your minds. It's just doing George doing the work respect. He's done a lot of work to create this, and if you're fans of House Targaryen and you haven't seen this, like I said, it'll blow your mind. So check that one out. And finally, in terms of why do dreams come from dragons, we have the fact that the Targaryens named many of their dragons after gods from old Valyria, including Balerion, Vagar, and Meraxes. We know that the Valyrians had some kind of polytheism, that they had many gods, but I've always wondered if their gods weren't dragons, either sort of abstract god forms that looked like dragons, or maybe the dragons themselves. If I'm right that the dragons have the souls or spirits of Valyrian ancestors inside of them, then it would make sense that they would worship the dragons directly, because that would just be a form of ancestor worship, which of course is a very common cultural practice found all around the world. And then going further, if they're receiving psychic prophetic visions and dreams from the dragons, well, it really would make sense if they worshipped the dragons directly. And one other thing that occurs to me is that we only hear of one kind of statue from old Valyria, which is the Valyrian Sphinx. There are no statues of their gods that we hear about unless the Valyrian Sphinxes are statues of their gods, the human-headed dragons, as a depiction of the unified three-headed dragon of the Dragon Bond. So, for example, there are two Valyrian Sphinxes at the entrance to the throne room of King's Landing. The Targaryens put those there, obviously, and why are those the only two Valyrian statues that they brought? Why wouldn't they have statues of the Valyrian gods? Maybe because that would offend the Seven, I don't know, but maybe those Valyrian Sphinxes, again, are their gods. All right, so let's talk about what the dragons are telling Daenerys. I'll put that second dragon dream back up on the screen, and on the most basic level, what Drogon is telling Dany is not to be afraid, and he's also giving her the strength to carry on and overcome. This is the beginning of Daenerys learning how to draw strength from her draconic identity, and it's Drogon who is showing her how to do it. More importantly, Drogon is showing Daenerys how to hatch his egg so he can be born, right? Walk into the fire, embrace the fire, bathe yourself in fire, and us too, to be reborn. We see Dany sort of sniffing at this idea throughout a Game of Thrones. She puts the eggs in the brazier, and then later when she puts the eggs in the bigger bonfire in Drogo's pyre, she thinks, the fire wasn't hot enough earlier. And I'd also add that there wasn't enough blood magic, but she figures that out too. In other words, it's a growing realization that she has that comes from her dragon dreams. And like I said, some of those waking visions. Now, in the Trident dream, it's very similar in that on one hand, she's receiving strength and encouragement for what she has to do the next day, because again, she has this dream the night before launching her gambit at Astapor to set off an unsullied slave rebellion, #hero. And on the other hand, she's receiving instruction about the greater purpose of her and her dragons. Specifically, the dream is showing Dany that the dragons are meant to burn the others. And as I explained in the Born to Burn the Others video, which is all about that very topic, Dany's burning of the slave masters to free slaves actually foreshadows, in my opinion, her burning others to free the whites. Since the souls of the whites are very much enslaved to the others and are very much in need of release. It seems like fire does release the ice whites from soul bondage. And on the show, burning the others is another way to free the whites from spiritual enslavement. So apparently the dragons know this and are trying to tell Daenerys. So that brings us to the Quaithe mystery that I talked about at the beginning. The mystery of just what she means when she says, "Remember who you are, Daenerys. The dragons know. Do you?" And this is in Dany's last chapter, of course, of A Dance with Dragons, the most misunderstood chapter in A Song of Ice and Fire, as I like to call it. Because contrary to what the Mad Queen Dany truthers will tell you about this chapter, sorry, but the Queen's got to get that QW in there. This "Remember Who You Are, Daenerys" message is very clearly not an admonishment to be more like Maegor the Cruel. That doesn't really make sense as being the deep truth that the dragons know and which Dany must remember, as opposed to the idea that the dragons know that their true purpose is to protect all of humanity during the long night to come. And that, I'm pretty sure, is what Quaithe is always talking about to Dany with her cryptic riddles. She says to go north, you must go south, and to touch the light, you must pass beneath the shadow. So Quaithe wants Dany to go north and to touch the light. What do you think that's about? A dream of spring, perhaps? Ending the long night in the north? north? Perhaps. I'll just dial down the sarcasm knob here a little bit. But yeah, it does make more sense that Quaithe, a glass candle sorceress from Ashai, is going to be more concerned with existential questions and threats like the others, as opposed to the dynastic succession of Westeros. Note what I think Quaithe is trying to say to Dany all through this chapter, and if you want 3 hours of analysis of this chapter, I did one just a couple of months ago, is that the dragons know who Daenerys is, the prince that was promised. And they know that the destiny of the prince that was promised and the dragons themselves is, drumroll please, wait for it, to fight the others during the long night. After all, Valyrian the Black Dread told Aegon the Conqueror that very same thing. Alright, so Aegon's dream, which might have come from Valyrian. What's it all about? The Long Night, unifying Westeros to prepare for the Long Night. The prince that was promised being born of House Targaryen, and the Targaryens riding their dragons into the fight against the others. So again, I say that this is what the dragons know, and remember, and what Dany needs to realize before the end of the story, right? Makes sense, right? I'm not that crazy here, am I? She needs to understand her role in the upcoming Long Night, and so does Jon, which is why I think he's having a dragon dream too. Now, Aegon's dream, it's very important to realize, was not the first thing or dream to reference the prince that was promised, which is a far, far older prophecy dating back thousands of years to either Valyria or even to Ashai. Both Maester Aemon and Melisandre speak of the prince that was promised and Azor Ahai reborn interchangeably, and both believe that the entire point is that this hero is supposed to use dragons to fight the Long Night. I think the evidence is very strong that the original Azor Ahai was a dragon lord from a pre-Long Night, pre-Valyrian dragon lord civilization based in Ashai. Hashtag Great Empire of the Dawn, Dragon Lords of Ancient Ashai. So these original dreams of the prince that was promised all those thousands of years ago could have and likely did come from dragons as well. The dragons may have been talking about this stuff for thousands of years, in other words, and that makes sense if this is their ultimate purpose. Now, after House Targaryen's dragons die out, the dragon dreams, such as those of Egg's day, begin to be about the return of dragons. That's what his brother Daeron dreams of, and probably what Egg dreamed of before Summerhall, and quite possibly Aemon as well, Maester Aemon, because he can still see dragons in his dreams as he is dying. Now, interestingly, Egg mentions that his uncle, King Aerys I, found some sort of prophecy about the return of dragons. So we have to ask, is this a prophecy from old Valyria about the return of dragons that came even before they died out? Or was this perhaps a prophecy from a post-dragon Targaryen who lived before Egg, which could be Helaena? After all, Helaena dreams about Daenerys in the pyre, hatching dragons, returning dragons to the world, and that is before the dragons go extinct. And in fact, this could be one of Helena's prophecies that got written down and then later discovered by King Aerys I. In any case, it does make sense that this is what the dragons would be trying to tell the Targaryens about, right? How to bring them back. It's kind of important. So these sorts of dreams may have led to some of the botched attempts to wake dragons after they died out, such as Egg's bonfire gone wrong at Summerhall. Aerion Brightflame, Egg's brother, of course, drank wildfire to try to turn himself into a dragon and, as it says, turned himself into a corpse instead. While Mad King Aerys II, according to Jaime, tried to set King's Landing on fire at the very end, partially because he believed he would transform into a dragon. So yeah, he may have been having some sort of misunderstood dreams about dragons hatching. That's definitely possible. Now, dragon dreams also sometimes are about the various steps that House Targaryen needed to take in order to get to the place where Dany and Jon are riding dragons and defending the world against the others, which presumably will come in a dream of spring at some point in the future. I myself do not have prophetic dreams, so I cannot tell you when that's coming, but I do believe. Don't stop believing it. Don't make me sing. In fact, from now on, every time I see a negative comment about George finishing books, I'm going to sing Journey one more time, so don't mess around. So yeah, the steps that House Targaryen needed to take to get to where they are today, if you will, such as flee Valyria to Dragonstone, conquer Westeros, unify Westeros, get the dragons back, create the prince that was promised. Whatever Bloodraven did. That's right, Bloodraven. Many people think that Bloodraven is responsible for pruning different parts of the family tree of House Targaryen and House Blackfyre in order to get his preferred bloodline on the throne. So if he was getting that idea from dragon dreams, it could be the dragons or the dragon spirits who were actually directing that conspiracy. So there you go. There's a new spin on an old favorite for you. And then if I'm right about Jon's recurring dream being a dragon dream, Once again, the dragons are trying to prepare the Targaryens for the long night by revealing to Jon his true identity. So as you can see, there does seem to be a coherent plan and strategy behind all the various messages that the Dragon Dreams are sending to the Dragon Lords. Alright, for those of you still watching the video, I do appreciate it. I got some extra tasty for you here. If you thought this theory was fun so far, let's go ahead and bring the Great Empire of the Dawn all the way into it. So, Dany's third pre-hatching dragon dream, that is actually the one that is a series of dream vignettes separated by the chanted refrain of Wake the Dragon. Like her first two pre-hatching dragon dreams, it seems intended to bring Dany to the point of understanding how to hatch the dragon's eggs, which she does in the chapter after waking from this dream. The key vision is the last one, of course, the one with the Dragon Lord-looking ghosts who have swords of pale fire, and who tell Dany to wake the dragon. We don't know exactly who they are at this point in the story, but they look like dragon lords. They want Dany to hatch her dragon's eggs, and the flaming swords they wield are, some sort of indication that all this has to do with Azor, High Reborn, and Lightbringer. Once again, all of this checks out pretty well as stuff that the dragons would be trying to communicate to Daenerys. Now, information in subsequent books, The World of Ice and Fire mainly, allowed me to assemble the Great Empire of the Dawn theory, which basically builds on what Septon Barth said about there might have been some ancient dragon lords from Ashai who predated the Valyrians and taught them the art of bonding with dragons. It's this very tantalizing line from Septon's Worms and Wyverns. I almost said Septon's Dragons, Worms, and Wyverns, I think. I can't even remember anymore after that. Leaving that in. So, look, the Great Empire of the Dawn, the theory is this: the Great Empire of the Dawn turns out to be the name of the ancient people from Ashai, the ancient dragon lords from Ashai. For example, the rulers of the Great Empire of the Dawn, there's 8 dynasties listed, 8 rulers or dynasties. They're all associated with various gemstones, and 4 of those 8 gemstones turn up in the eye sockets of these kingly Valyrian-looking ghosts in Dany's dream. The Great Empire of the Dawn is also associated with large fused stone constructions known as the Five Forts, which means they were dragon lords. So yeah, they are the ancient Ashai dragon lords. Check out the videos if you want the whole theory. It's a whole thing. But the point is, these Valyrian-looking ghosts, whoever they are, seem to be reaching out across time and space to urge Dany to wake the dragon. And I've always wondered where they're broadcasting from. If they are broadcasting from anywhere, if they exist anywhere, where are they, right? So now the possibility emerges that if they are anywhere, they might be tied to this psychic network of the dragons, the Draconet. My theory about the ancestor spirits being stuffed inside the dragons says that these spirits are, in some sense, passed down to the subsequent dragons of that lineage. That's how it works. And again, I'll bring up that passage where the Dothraki call Drogon Balerion come again as maybe being a hint about some sort of spirit reincarnation or spirit joining, spirit network. I'm not sure how to say it. And in fact, there could be a spirit link between all the Targaryen dragons. And maybe that's why they seem to be able to sense each other coming before they can see or hear them, as they do seem to be able to do in Fire and Blood. So it could even be that Draconet, if you will, is more like the Weirwood Net, an ethereal plane which is just sort of tapped into by the psychic dragons, and one which can host a shared consciousness hive mind thing made up of the commingled spirits of the dragons and the dragon lords. However it works, if the dragon dreams are coming from the dragons, then even this insane multi-part Wake the Dragon dream is coming from Drogon, including the vision of the Gemstone Emperor ghosts. So are they just something that Drogon's dragon spirit remembers through his psychic link to older dragons? Or do these Great Empire of the Dawn ghosts actually exist somewhere inside of this theoretical draconic psychic network that is supported by all of the Targaryen dragons? Said another way, are they able to communicate to Daenerys through Drogon because there is an unbroken line of dragon lineage all the way back to the dragons of Azor High and Ashai in the Great Empire of the Dawn? It's kind of crazy, but would make sense because there does seem to be an unbroken blood lineage from the original Azor High and his people down to House Targaryen through Valyria and all the way down to Dany and Jon. So maybe these gemstone-eyed Great Empire of the Dawn ghosts are the culprits. Maybe they're the ones sending all these dragon dreams for thousands and thousands of years about the prince that was promised and all the rest. Maybe they're the ones who sent Daenerys the Dreamer and Aegon the Conqueror their dreams through the vehicle of Valyrian's psychic magic. Yeah, maybe they're the ones behind all of it. By the way, the other theory that I have for where those gemstone emperor ghosts might be, if they are anywhere, would be inside the flame of a glass candle. Recently unearthed early drafts of A Feast for Crows, the prologue in particular, show that Martin was experimenting with the idea of glass candles being things that could extend the lifespans of sorcerers, so that they can never be permanently killed as long as the flames of their glass candles are lit. So perhaps he'll still use that idea, and perhaps that'll turn out to be the source of the Gemstone Emperor projections. They're tied to glass candles in a shy or something like that. Now, it's interesting to note the difference in the different kinds of flame vision. So dragon dreams and flame visions, such as Melisandre has, give you glimpses of the future, but in the shapes of shadows and symbols, and they're hard to interpret. While glass candles, on the other hand, are not known to see the future, but they do enable a very stable kind of real-time communication, almost like walkie-talkies. So it kind of seems like maybe their unwavering, unflickering flame represents like a stabilized kind of fire vision. I don't know. But what it boils down to is that the dragon dreams and the flame visions present mysteries, while the candles present means of finding answers. And the Valyrians had both. And soon, as I outlined in the video Glass Candle Sorceress, I believe that Dany will also have both, because I think it seems obvious that Marwyn the Mage, who has access to multiple glass candles and who knows that the new long night is approaching, is bringing one of those glass candles with him to Slaver's Bay so that he can, communicate over long distances to Sam and other people, and also stay abreast of the threat of the others and all kinds of other useful stuff. He's definitely bringing a glass candle to Slaver's Bay, and that means that Dany will have one soon, and that means that she will have a means of finding more information out about Azor High, Ashai, the truth of Ashai that Quaithe is always hinting at. All of that stuff is coming, and my big prediction is that Dany will see the Gemstone Emperor ghosts again by using this glass candle that Marwyn the Mage is bringing her. Or alternately, if the Gemstone Emperors are really like inside the dragons somehow, inside of Drogon, some remnant of them inside of Drogon, then perhaps all we need to do is feed Drogon a bunch of sacrifices so we can strengthen his blood magic, like Glidus was saying, and then Dany will be able to have more dreams of the Gemstone Emperors straight from Drogon. I don't know. You tell me how you think it works, but these are my theories. Speaking of my theories, there's one more big one that I have that this Daenerys the Dreamer and Valyrian stuff touches on, and that is my theory about the Doom itself, that the Doom was an inside job and an abolition as well. This is a really fun theory if you've never heard of it before, and you can check out the longer theory in the video of the same name. The Doom was an inside job and the Doom was an abolition. 2 videos. Sorry, but I think I can give you a pretty good short version of it right now, and it goes a little something like this. First of all, we can be reasonably confident that the Faceless Men were involved. They claimed that straight out to Arya in private, where no one else can hear, and there's really no reason to lie. And of course, the Faceless Men began as a kind of death cult among the slaves cruelly set to mine the 14 flames of Valyria. Which is why Arya, when hearing about the founding of the Faceless Men, says something to the effect of, "Y'all killed them Valyrians, right?" And then he's like, "Yeah, you bet your ass we did, but that's a story for another day." Then the Maesters, when discussing the possible causes of the Doom, bring up the idea of too many Valyrian assassinations killing too many of the blood mages which banked the fires of the 14 flames. Which, by the way, that's how you sustain a 5,000-year-long empire on top of a bunch of volcanoes. You use blood mages and magicians to bank the fires and keep them at a steady simmer so they don't blow up. So if you take that idea, the idea that blood mages are responsible for keeping the volcanoes on a simmer at all times, and the idea that the Faceless Men are specialized assassins, then you have the Doom in a nutshell. All the Faceless Men would have had to do is what they do. Assassinations, targeted assassinations, kill the mages, the volcanoes destabilize, and boom. And that's really the only conceivable way that I can think of, inconceivable, that the Faceless Men could have caused the Doom. So let me know if you've got another theory, but yeah. Alright, so next piece of the puzzle. The World of Ice and Fire tells us that Septon Barth once referred to, quote, a Valyrian text that has since been lost, suggesting that the Freehold sorcerers foretold that the gold of Casterly Rock would destroy them. It's actually not too hard to figure out how that might have come true, because Dragonstone was again founded 200 years before the Doom, after which time we are told that Valyrian steel began to trickle into the Seven Kingdoms more quickly than before. So when Aenar moved to Dragonstone 12 years before the Doom, he would have taken over this trade. And it was in the century before the Doom that the Lannisters bought their family Valyrian sword, since lost, called Bright Roar. It says that the weight of the gold they paid for it would have been enough to raise an army. So, an army of faceless men, perhaps? And Martin also has Peter Baelish refer to the price of hiring a faceless man as being twice the price of hiring an army of common sellswords. We don't know exactly when Bright Roar was sold, just in the century before the Doom, but I'm guessing it was in those 12 years when Aenar was there, slanging Valyrian steel to the Seven Kingdoms. And if Aenar used that gold of Casterly Rock to pay the faceless men to help him pull off the Doom, then presto, there you go. The prophecy came true, and the gold of Casterly Rock did indeed destroy the Valyrians. Once again, I'll say that I can't conceive of another way for that to come true, but let me know if you think of something else. And that's one reason why I think the Doom was an inside job is such a compelling theory. It ties together all the clues we have about the Doom, from the faceless men to Aenar to the gold of Casterly Rock. And the bit about maybe the assassins of the mages were hired by other Valyrians, well, I think that's a clue that it was in fact Aenar Targaryen, who himself hired the faceless men. And by the way, the basic idea of Aenar having been involved with the faceless men to pull off the Doom is actually older than me. That's not my idea, and that's how you know it's a good one. It's occurred to a lot of people a long time ago. But I did my version of it and, collected evidence in my own fashion. And I also talked about why Aenar might have done such a thing, which, as I mentioned, is because he might have been the inevitable Valyrian abolitionist who saw that there really was no other way to prevent another 5,000 years of Valyrian genocide and horrible blood magic experiments. I definitely think that George Martin is taking inspiration from one of his favorite authors and series, Michael Moorcock's Elric of Melniboné, because the Melnibonéans were a dragon lord civilization that is very obviously the inspiration for the Valyrians, and like the Valyrians, they were very corrupt. So Elric, who is a Melnibonéan, ends up passing judgment on his own civilization and helping to engineer their downfall. So if Aenar did that, it's very Elric-like. So a big part of this theory is the fact that Aenar seems to have left behind pretty much all the icky stuff from Valyria. He didn't make any more Valyrian steel, which requires human sacrifice. He didn't take or use any of the Dragonbinder horns, which similarly require human sacrifice. And he certainly wasn't performing Gogossos-like human-animal hybrid blood experiments on Dragonstone. Now, it does say that Aenar took his slaves with him to Dragonstone when he left Valyria. But since slavery has always been illegal in Westeros, and since we never hear of slavery on Dragonstone, it seems obvious to me that these types of household slaves, tutors, and servants and such probably just became the small folk of Dragonstone. Aenar certainly doesn't go into the Riverlands and capture innocent people and then force them to work his mines on Dragonstone, which is what the Valyrians would have done. Now, all that said, Daenys the Dreamer's Dream does seem to be a real prophecy and not just a cover story for the plotting of Aenar and the Faceless Men. So what I've started wondering lately to sort of harmonize those two ideas, for which there are both good lines of evidence, the idea that the dream was real and also that Aenar did pull off the Doom and not just, run from it. What I've started wondering is if perhaps the dream of the Doom that Daenys had ended up being more of an instruction manual. Because again, most of the dragon dreams are instructing the dragon lords on what to do. So maybe that instruction was just flee before the disaster comes, but maybe it was, this is what you need to make happen. Maybe Aenar had been working in the Valyrian Senate for reform for years with little success. And maybe that's why his family lost power and his wife got bummed, as you can see in this other passage from the book from House of the Dragon. His wife blamed him for their lost status and, got pretty bummed out about it. So maybe that's because he was against the worst aspects of Valyrian society. And maybe that's why he was quick to follow up on Daenys' dream and move to Dragonstone. And then maybe over time, he and Daenys came to realize, oh, this is what we have to do. After all, Daenerys had her trident dragon dream before performing a fiery act of abolition, just like Aenar pulling off the Doom. It's potentially a strong parallel. The dragons really did give her the vote of confidence to do what she needed to do, although it was her that put it together that she needed to use the dragons to upend the entire unsullied slave master economy. So perhaps it was the same for Aenar and Daenys. So why would Valyrian give Daenys these type of instructions? Why would the dragons want to bring about the doom? Well, the doom was awful, of course, for the Valyrians, but probably needed to happen to create House Targaryen as it exists. If the Valyrians had survived, history simply would have been much different, and House Targaryen probably never would have been established as rulers of Westeros. And according to the Maesters, the Valyrians were in fact actually preparing to conquer Westeros when they established their outposts on Dragonstone, Driftmark, and Claw Isle. And a Valyrian conquest of Westeros would have looked a lot different. If the long-running goal of the dragons or the spirits inside them is the prince that was promised at the Long Night agenda, then it's actually not hard to see why the Dragonlord culture as a whole may have needed to pass through the purifying fire of the Doom to emerge as the slightly less fucking horrible entity that is House Targaryen compared to old Valyria. I mean, right? In order to save the world, right? You know, little improvement on the moral scale. Because, I mean, after all, we need people, Dragonlords, who are willing to put their own needs second to a higher purpose, and that's not really what the Valyrians were known for. And finally, the other reason why I believe the Doom was an inside job and an abolition is because the ultimate destiny of the dragons and the prince that was promised that they love to talk about is abolition. It's liberation of the Ice Whites from the spiritual and magical bondage of the others, as well as the protection of all the living people of the world. That too. Abolition is where this is going, and abolition is also the fire that forged the character of Daenerys over in Slaver's Bay. So it would really just make sense to me if House Targaryen of Dragonstone was established in an act of abolition, one dreamed up by Balerion the Black Dread and imparted to Daenys the Dreamer. The Doom of Valyria is the biggest cataclysm in all of A Song of Ice and Fire, at least since the Long Night. But it's not only that, it's also the most successful conspiracy in the imaginary history of this imaginary world that we all love so much. It's commonly believed in the fandom that the Doom was carried out by the secretive cult of highly skilled assassins known as the Faceless Men of Braavos, largely based on logic and also the simple fact that the kindly man seems to make this claim to Arya when she's at the House of Black and White, the home of the Faceless Men. And although the Faceless Men and the city of Braavos as a whole had every motivation to want Valyria doomed, there is certain evidence that behind the Faceless Men was a hidden hand, or rather, a faceless dragon, one who stood to gain tremendously by the death of almost every other dragon and dragonlord in the world. House Targaryen, who were oh so conveniently left with a monopoly on dragons after the doom of the empire they had formerly been a part of. In other words, the Doom was an inside job. Hashtag the Doom was an inside job. Now, I used to think this theory about the Targaryens hiring the Faceless Men to pull off the Doom was, possible, but probably far-fetched. However, as I've studied it recently, I've become rather convinced. This isn't even my theory, actually. It's one of those ones that's just sort of been floating around the Westeros.org and Reddit forums pretty much since The World of Ice and Fire came out in late 2014, since that's where most of the clues about this conspiracy are to be found. AltShiftX made a great video about this last year, which I recommend, and I have a longer video with a live discussion about the Doom on my channel in the same playlist as this one. But today, we're going to nail this thing down, at least we're going to try to. First, I'm going to show you why I think the Targaryens hired the Faceless Men to pull off this incredible inside job, but not content to stop there, we're going to go further. That's right. By pulling on the threads of this deadly conspiracy, we can begin to explain the mysterious actions and hidden motivations of the Faceless Men since the Doom. In fact, the Faceless Dragon Theory, or if you prefer T plus FM equals D, actually compels us to completely re-examine everything we think we know about the motivations of the Faceless Men, as well as the motivations of the first Targaryens. And finally, the possible participation of the Targaryens in the downfall of Valyria, a 5,000-year-old genocidal slave empire, has important mirrors and echoes in the plot of Daenerys Targaryen, the last dragon, who uses her draconic power to free the slaves and slay the slave masters. But first, let's talk about that inside job. The year is 114 BC. That is, 114 years before Aegon the Conqueror is credited for his eponymous conquest of Westeros, and 12 years before the Doom. A cool summer breeze is blowing in off Blackwater Bay, and Aegon the Conqueror's great-great-great-great-grandfather, Aenar Targaryen, has just pulled off an amazing feat of planning, coordination, and execution. No, not the Doom of Valyria. He moved out of his old house that his family had lived in like forever. Before you walk, you gotta crawl. 12 years before the Doom of Valyria, 114 BC, Aenar Targaryen sold his holdings in the freehold in the lands of the Long Summer and moved with all his wives, wealth, slaves, dragons, siblings, kin, and children to Dragonstone, a bleak island citadel beneath a smoking mountain in the Narrow Sea. Now, all the other dragon lords laughed and called Aenar names, but I think he had a plan. One based on more than just this prophecy that we're told about. At its apex, Valyria was the greatest city in the known world, the center of civilization. Within its shining walls, 20 rival houses vied for power and glory in court and council, rising and falling in an endless, subtle, oft savage struggle for dominance. The Targaryens were far from the most powerful of the Dragon Lords, and their rivals saw their flight to Dragonstone as an act of surrender, as cowardice. But Lord Aenar's maiden daughter Daenys, known forever afterward as Daenys the Dreamer, had foreseen the destruction of Valyria by fire. And when the Doom came 12 years later, the Targaryens were the only Dragon Lords to survive. As I said, very convenient for the Targaryens to suddenly be the only ones left with dragons, right? Was it prophetic foresight? Well, perhaps, but Aenar Targaryen also had a much more tangible reason to flee Valyria and head over to Dragonstone, and that would be trade. When Aenar relocated his family there in 114 BC, the World of Ice and Fire tells us that it had already been established as a Valyrian trading outpost for some 200 years. Dragonstone had been the westernmost outpost of Valyrian power for 2 centuries. Its location athwart the Gullet gave its lords a stranglehold on Blackwater Bay, and enabled both the Targaryens and their close allies, the Valyrians of Driftmark, a lesser house of Valyrian descent, to fill their coffers off the passing trade. Valyrian ships, along with those of another allied Valyrian house, the Celtigars of Claw Isle, dominated the middle reaches of the Narrow Sea, whilst the Targaryens ruled the skies with their dragons. Aenar, you sly fox. You might have seen his daughter as a prophet, but I think he also must have seen the profit of the Narrow Sea trade market. Profit, see, not prophecy. Profit off the sea, even. After all, Valyria and Westeros are both lands rich in resources and wealth, yet rather far away from one another, and would thus be natural trade partners. Better yet, the Valyrians had that good steel that the Westerosi seemed to love, and setting up shop on Dragonstone positioned them to profit off of all of this. The World of Ice and Fire tells us a bit more about the founding of Dragonstone, which again, 200 years before Aenar Targaryen's arrival, it's also about 100 years after the defeat of the Rhoynar. With the destruction of the Rhoynar, Valyria had achieved complete domination of the western half of Essos, from the Narrow Sea to Slaver's Bay, and from the Summer Sea to the Shivering Sea. Slaves poured into the freehold and were quickly dispatched beneath the 14 flames to mine the precious gold and silver the freeholders loved so well. Perhaps in preparation for their crossing of the Narrow Sea, the Valyrians also established their westernmost outpost on the isle that would come to be known as Dragonstone, some 200 years before the Doom. No king opposed them, and though the local lords of the Narrow Sea made some effort to resist it, the strength of Valyria was too great. With their arcane arts, the Valyrians razed the citadel at Dragonstone. 2 centuries passed, centuries in which the coveted Valyrian steel began to trickle into the 7 kingdoms more swiftly than before, though not swiftly enough for all the lords and kings who desired it. And although the sight of a dragon lord flying high above Blackwater Bay was not unknown, it occurred more frequently as time passed. Valyria felt its outpost was secured, and the dragon lords thus continued their schemes and intrigues on their native continent. But what about the Dragon Lords scheming and intriguing on Dragonstone, Aenar Targaryen? Well, I'm not sure how Aenar came to possess the title deed to Dragonstone from whomever had it before him. Maybe he won it in a game of high-stakes Cyvasse, who knows?
But we can see that it worked out very well for him and his, and not just because they survived the doom, but because Lord of Dragonstone was simply a lucrative position to be in. Demand for Valyrian steel was high, and this supply tightly controlled and flowing through Dragonstone. So with some 227 Valyrian steel weapons said to be floating around Westeros, we can surmise that Aenar was stacking gold coins to the rooftops. Now, I suppose it's possible that Aenar was just a very mystical dude and knew that he should absolutely make huge life-changing decisions based on interpreting the scary dreams of his 12-year-old. Hey there, honey, what you drawing? Oh, this is the Doom, Daddy. I see it in my dream every night. Yes, I suppose it is possible that Aenar fled Valyria based on this prophetic warning and then just happened to blunder into a fabulous opportunity to become extremely wealthy. But I think it's more likely that he was simply a forward-thinking dude for his day. The profitability of Dragonstone was plain to see, having been well established by Aenar's time, but apparently none of the other powerful Valyrian dragonlords could ever imagine living anywhere but their fabled palaces in Valyria. They're basically like the people who can only live in downtown Manhattan or like the cool part of San Francisco or whatever. Therefore, it fell to a lesser dragonlord like Aenar Targaryen to take this opportunity and make the most of it. And that's just what he did. I don't rule out the possibility that Daenys the Dreamer's visions were real, and we'll come back to that. But as you can see, the move did make plenty of sense for purely economic reasons. It also made a lot of sense if old Aenar the Exile, as he came to be known, helped plan and finance the Doom. Stand well away from the blast zone, as they say. In fact, let's talk about that blast zone, known as the 14 Flames, where we can try to pin down the basic mechanics of the Doom so that we can understand just how Aenar is fingerprinted in this whole affair. After all, it's not enough to simply point out a motive. Clearly, there are potential advantages to having a monopoly on dragon power, but we also know that Targaryens do occasionally have prophetic dreams which turn out to be accurate. And thus, it really is possible that Aenar and his family survived the Doom because he had the wisdom to heed his daughter Daenys. Daenys the Dreamer's credibility is also bolstered by the respect given to Signs and Portents, the book made up of her visions. So we're going to need a pretty strong case here to blame, or perhaps credit, Aenar the Exile Targaryen for the doom of Valyria. Valyria. It was written that on the day of the doom, every hill for 500 miles had split asunder to fill the air with ash and smoke and fire, blazes so hot and hungry that even the dragons in the sky were engulfed and consumed. Great rents had opened in the earth, swallowing palaces, temples, and entire towns. Lakes boiled or turned to acid, mountains burst, fiery fountains spewed molten rock 1,000 feet into the air, red clouds rained down dragon glass and the black blood of demons, and to the north the ground splintered and collapsed and fell in on itself, and an angry sea came rushing in. The proudest city in all the world was gone in an instant. Its fabled empire vanished in a day, the lands of the long summer scorched and drowned and blighted. An empire built on blood and fire. The Valyrians reaped the seed they had sown. The Valyrian Empire was founded on a highly volcanic peninsula, as you can see on this map. The 14 Flames, elsewhere referred to as the Burning Mountains of the 14 Flames, are presumably the 14 largest active volcanoes on this peninsula. In general, we should think of Valyria and the Doom as largely parallel to the Roman Empire and the eruption of Mount Vesuvius, only bigger and with magic. Have you ever looked at a dollar bill on weed? Have you ever erupted a volcano on magic? So how does one live on top of an active volcanic range for 5,000 years without some sort of Vesuvius-type incident? Well, the answer is sorcery, and it seems the Valyrians carefully controlled these 14 flames with their powerful sorcery. This passage from the World of Ice and Fire, speculating on the cause of the doom, is rich with clues, so pay close attention. To this day, no one knows what caused the doom. Most say that it was a natural cataclysm, a catastrophic explosion caused by the eruption of all 14 flames together. Some Septons, less wise, claim that the Valyrians brought the disaster on themselves for their promiscuous belief in 100 gods and more, and in their godlessness they delved too deep and unleashed the fires of the 7 hells on the freehold. A handful of maesters, influenced by fragments of the work of Septon Barth, hold that Valyria had used spells to tame the 14 flames for thousands of years, that their ceaseless hunger for slaves and wealth was as much to sustain these spells as to expand their power, and that when at last those spells faltered, the cataclysm became inevitable. Of these, some argue that it was the curse of Garen the Great at last coming to fruition. Others speak of the priests of R'hllor calling down the fire of their god in queer rituals. Some, wedding the fanciful notion of Valyrian magic to the reality of the ambitious great houses of Valyria, have argued that it was the constant whirl of conflict and deception amongst the great houses that might have led to the assassination of too many of the reputed mages who renewed and maintained the rituals that banked the fires of the 14 flames. Wedding fanciful notions together, huh? That's just what we're here for. Now, in all seriousness, we are being given all the pieces to the puzzle here. All we have to do is wed the very realistic notion of Valyrians using potent sorcery to bank the fires of the 14 flames with the equally realistic notion of setting off a volcanic chain reaction by the targeted assassination of the mages whose responsibility it was to maintain those fires. And who was thought to have put such assassinations into motion? Rival Valyrian houses. Houses like House Targaryen, with their safe island retreat hundreds of miles from Valyria, and with their fists and pockets stuffed full of Westerosi gold from that lucrative narrow sea trade. The kind of gold you'd need to pay for a bunch of faceless men to carry out multiple coordinated assassinations. But that's getting ahead of ourselves. Let's unpack what the maesters are saying here so you guys don't think I'm leaping to conclusions. Though the maesters are somewhat skeptical of Valyrian sorcery, they do acknowledge its existence, and Septon Barth almost certainly has the right idea when he talks about mages using spells to bank the fires of the 14 flames. It would be very like the way a blacksmith carefully banks the fires of their forge to the precise temperature needed for whatever metalworking they might be doing, and I think this makes a lot of sense because, again, the Valyrians successfully lived and thrived on top of volcanoes for 5,000 years. The only way to bottle up volcanoes for an extended time like this would be sorcery. It's not something you can do in the real world. And we know that the Valyrians were in fact powerful sorcerers who dealt in the mediums of fire and blood. And here I can't miss the opportunity to dispense the Marwyn the Mage wisdom as given to Sam Tarly in A Feast for Crows. "What feeds the flame?" asked Sam. "What feeds a dragon's fire?" Marwyn seated himself upon a stool. All Valyrian sorcery was rooted in blood or fire. The sorcerers of the Freehold could see across mountains, seas, and deserts with one of these glass candles. They would enter a man's dreams and give him visions, and speak to one another half a world apart, seated before their candles. Do you think that might be useful, Slayer? We would have no more need of ravens. That is some very powerful sorcery, as are the acts of forging unbreakable magic swords, shaping molten stone into strange, fanciful, and ornate shapes, such as we see at Dragonstone and such as we would see in Valyria before the Doom, and of course, magically bonding with dragons and occasionally popping out deformed lizard babies. The Valyrians also seem to have gone the way of Dr. Moreau, only Lovecraft, at Gogossos in the Basilisk Isles, so that's more very powerful and dark magic. Thus, I think it's safe to conclude that the Valyrians did indeed use their potent sorcery to achieve and maintain some sort of manageable volcanic equilibrium all across their subcontinent, and this sets things up perfectly for the Faceless Men. The only thing keeping these massive volcanic mountains in check were a handful of fire mages, punching away their time cards for the Fire Mage Guild. Even the blind maesters of Old Town can put 2 and 2 together here. The simplest way to cause the doom would have been to assassinate a few of those mages. Enter the Faceless Men, who happen to be highly skilled assassins with a potential grudge against Valyria, and who, importantly, have confessed to the crime. This is from A Feast for Crows, as the kindly man, as the head Faceless Man is called, explains the horror of the Valyrian slave mines to Arya, and how the Faceless Men began when one person heard the slaves crying out for mercy. All gods have their instruments, men and women who serve them and help to work their will on earth. The slaves were not crying out to 100 different gods, as it seemed, but to one god with 100 different faces, and he was that god's instrument. That very night he chose the most wretched of the slaves, the one who had prayed most earnestly for release, and freed him from his bondage. The first gift had been given. Arya drew back from him. He killed the slaves? That did not sound right. He should have killed the masters. He would bring the gift to them as well, but that is a tale for another day, one best shared with no one. So they aren't exactly publicly taking credit for the doom, but here in the dim halls of their Temple of Death and weird taxidermy, the kindly man is spilling the beans to Arya. Bringing the gift to the Valyrian slave masters can only refer to the doom. And again, we can see just how they could have done it with the exact skills that they possess. Killing the mages, keeping even one of those volcanoes in check, may have been enough to set off a chain reaction. And the Faceless Men would have been capable of killing the mages in multiple locations at the same time if they had wished, or if someone had paid them to do so. The Assassin's Guild, known as the Faceless Men of Braavos, typically work for hire, though I believe there are clues that they have their own agenda and may do things for their own reasons. Certainly, we can see the reason that they might want to exact this kind of total revenge on the Valyrians, as they trace their origins to escaped slaves and refugees from Valyria. They might have seen it as revenge, or simply as cosmic justice according to their beliefs about life and death. But whatever the case, they suffered greatly at the hands of the Valyrians and saw the full horror of their existence up close, and may have thus decided to wipe them out once they had the power to do so. However, the Faceless Men are primarily in the business of charging exorbitant amounts of gold to carry out their assassinations, and that may have been the case here as well. There's a very interesting passage in the section of The World of Ice and Fire about the Westerlands and the Lannisters, and this is the one that got the forums buzzing back in 2014 and 2015. The gold of the West has traveled far, and the Maesters know there are no mines in all the world as rich as those of Casterly Rock. The wealth of the Westerlands was matched in ancient times with the hunger of the freehold of Valyria for precious metals, yet there seems no evidence that the Dragon Lords ever made contact with the Lords of the Rock, Casterly or Lannister. Septon Barth speculated on the matter, referring to a Valyrian text that has since been lost, suggesting that the freehold sorcerers foretold that the gold of Casterly Rock would destroy them. What was that now? How could the gold of Casterly Rock help destroy Valyria? Well, enter crafty old Aenar Targaryen, pockets flushed with all that Westerosi gold, and specifically some of that Casterly gold. The sword Brightroar came into the possession of the Lannister kings in the century before the Doom, and it is said that the weight of gold they paid for it would have been enough to raise an army. The plot thickens. Those vain Lannisters, knowing them, they probably weren't content with just your standard-issue Valyrian steel sword like the Starks' humble greatsword Ice. Oh no. You know they wanted the jewel-eyed lion heads all over the damn thing, ruby-encrusted everything, elaborate gold craftwork, the whole nine. 3 fullers, not 2, thanks very much. So they paid a king's ransom for it. How did they put it? Enough gold to buy an army. Enough gold to buy an army is also enough gold to buy, say, 14 Faceless Men, last time I checked guild rates. And more seriously, I'll point out that this is a wordplay clue meant to imply that the gold from the sale of Brightroar paid for a destructive force. Not a standard army, but instead a small army of Faceless Men. In fact, enough gold to buy an army is almost the exact phrasing that Peter Baelish uses to describe the cost of hiring the Faceless Men when King Robert and the small council are debating about how to assassinate Daenerys in a Game of Thrones. Hat tip to YouTube user Kaspar Mathiasen. On Braavos, there is a society called the Faceless Men, Grand Maester Pycelle offered. Do you have any idea how costly they are? Littlefinger complained. You could hire an army of common sellswords for half the price, and that's for a merchant. I don't dare think what they might ask for a princess. Again, these are just the type of wordplay clues that George relies on to feed us hints about his various mysteries. The gold of the Lannisters will destroy Valyria. The Lannisters paid enough gold for Brightroar to raise an army. The cost of raising an army is comparable to the cost of buying Faceless Men. The Faceless Men love trading assassinations for gold, and the Faceless Men also probably destroyed Valyria. Put it all together, and you have T plus FM equals D. And for what it's worth, bright roar is a pretty not bad way to describe the simultaneous eruption of an entire chain of volcanoes. Crucially, we can be reasonably certain that this ransom of Lannister gold was paid to the Targaryens of Dragonstone because of those passages we read earlier. It was specifically said that Valyrian steel flowed more quickly into Westeros after Dragonstone was founded, implying that the Westerosi-Valyrian steel trade would have specifically flowed through Dragonstone, and thus it's likely that those rich Lannisters bought Bright Roar from the Valyrians on Dragonstone. They bought it sometime in the century before the Doom, so that would have been either Aenar Targaryen himself or whomever was there before him. George choosing to write the date as in the century before the Doom seems like intentional vagueness to me, so as not to completely give it away, but I think it's likely that this sale was between Aenar Targaryen and the Lannister King of the Rock of that time. For what it's worth, Ned's ice is described as being 400 years old from before the Doom, and though that seems like a bit of an approximation, it does date the sale of ice to the Starks to just before the Doom, which is also roughly dated to 400 years ago. And that's exactly the time when Aenar Targaryen would have controlled Dragonstone. Here's the thing. In order for that bit about the gold of Casterly Rock destroying Valyria to have any meaning at all, we need a way for it to be involved in the Doom. And we have one sitting right in front of us. We know a very large sum of that Casterly gold was paid for Bright Roar sometime not long before the Doom, and logic suggests that it was paid to the Valyrians living on Dragonstone and selling Valyrian steel to Westeros. We've already figured out that the Faceless Men almost certainly initiated the Doom by assassinating mages, so the missing link is simply the idea of Aenar Targaryen using that Casterly gold from the sale of Bright Roar to hire the Faceless Men to kill the mages and cause the Doom, thus leaving Aenar Targaryen and his progeny as the sole remaining dragon lords in the world. It's a fait accompli. In him the prophecies are fulfilled, for he has used the cursed Casterly gold to destroy Valyria. It's the most successful conspiracy ever plotted and carried out in the history of Planetos. Well, apart from the conspiracy to hide the true cause of the Long Night, the destruction of the Second Moon. But apart from that, yes, this is some top-rate scheming. Aenar Targaryen could give Varys and Illyrio a few lessons. Aenar, you sneaky bastard, you. For those of you familiar with my basic moon meteors cause the long night theory and the symbolic pattern that it creates, you'll find that this faceless dragon theory fits that pattern to a T. Hat tip to Samantha at 479sam on Twitter. Here's a very quick recap. Up in the sky, the sun appears to send its red comet sword plunging into the heart of the moon, which drinks the fire of the sun and cracks, creating a shower of moon meteors that fall to the earth and cause a global winter and darkness. On the ground, Solar King Azor Ahai plunges the red sword Lightbringer into the heart of his wife Nissa, who is the Lunar Queen. We are clued into this sky-ground parallel by, among other things, the fact that Nissa's cry of agony and ecstasy at her death was said to have left a crack across the face of the moon. And Azor Ahai is, in turn, famous for waking dragons from stone, which could mean waking stone meteors from the moon, and for being reborn under a bleeding star, the red comet, or sometimes when the stars bleed, when shooting stars fall from the sky. Notably, Azor Ahai and Nissa are said to have lived during the time of the Long Night, and in the East there's even a parallel myth of the Bloodstone Emperor murdering his sister, the Amethyst Empress, to cause the Long Night, and that one specifically involves an account of a magically evil black meteorite that fell from the sky. Hello, the color out of space, and yes, I believe that is an intentional nod. So getting back to the Doom, the Golden Lions of Lannister play the role of the sun. Valyria, the home of the dragons, plays the role of the moon, which of course is symbolized as an egg full of dragons waiting to hatch according to the Carthene myth that Dany hears in A Game of Thrones. Crafty old Aenar Targaryen and the faceless men that he conspires with would play the role of the red comet, taking the sun's fire to the moon by force and destroying it. Then, dragonglass and the black blood of demons fall from the sky, along with actual dead dragons. And all of these symbolize falling dragon meteors and bleeding stars. It's a pretty good match, and of course it makes sense for the author to draw parallels between the Long Night and the Doom, the two greatest magical natural disasters in the story.
Summerhall. Yeah, it's the way people say it in the story. Summerhall. It's this thing people won't speak of. One of the great mysteries and tragedies of the story. So,
what really happened?
Well, what we know is that in 59 AC, King Aegon V, aka Egg, from Duncan Egg, but now 59 years old and king for some 27 years, gathered all of his friends and family at the Targaryen summer castle retreat named Summerhall to celebrate the birth of his first great-grandson, who was none other than Rhaegar Targaryen. We also know that King Egg, if you will, tried to hatch 7 dragon's eggs with wildfire, with the aid of wildfire and perhaps other sorcery. And of course, we know that it all went horribly wrong, and that Egg, instead of hatching any dragon's eggs, he burnt down the house of the dragon, if you will, to quote David Byrne. All right. We know a few other things too, but that's more or less the gist of it. So the mystery revolves around the question of what exactly was Egg trying to do, and why exactly did it go so horribly wrong? The Maesters, as usual, come through with the official explanation, which is that King Egg wanted to hatch dragons to enforce his pro-smallfolk reforms on the recalcitrant High Lords, notoriously recalcitrant, never eager to give up power, those High Lords. And so Egg, in desperation and frustration with political reform, tried to hatch dragons. Things went horribly wrong. Somehow the wildfire got out of control. Everything burned down, and that's what the Maesters say happened. And that is a believable story. That does make sense, I will say that. However, several alternate explanations, or you might say theories, are suggested by the facts, as well as by various people in the fandom, and people inside the story, such as Archmaester Marwyn, aka Marwyn the Mage, who says that there's something of a long-running agenda, or you might even say conspiracy, amongst the most powerful Maesters of the Citadel, and perhaps House Hightower, to eliminate and kill off the Targaryen dragons that goes all the way back to the Dance of Dragons that we see in House of the Dragon, the TV show. Thus, the Maesters are themselves a suspect to have tampered with things at Summerhall, and conveniently, as usual, they get to write down the official record of what happened. Others in the fandom, and I'll just get a little closer, see a darker King Egg emerging at the end of his life, one dark enough to invite all of his family members to Summerhall in order to sacrifice a few of them as a blood price to wake the dragon. This is an incredibly dark possibility, but one we have to consider, given that it does seem that a certain amount of blood magic and human sacrifice was needed to hatch Dany's dragons. And of course, there is a persistent R'hllorist belief, which is now running around Westeros, that king's blood is needed to wake the dragon. And obviously, there's plenty of king's blood at Summerhall. An alternate twist on this scenario is that Egg may have meant to sacrifice himself to wake the dragon instead of somebody else, or maybe himself and other people, who knows. But the point would be not to wake dragons for Egg to do stuff, but rather to wake dragons for Rhaegar, whom Egg and the rest of the Targaryen family may have believed was going to be born the prince that was promised. Or it may even be that Egg thought he would be able to walk into the pyre, like Dany, and emerge unburnt and with dragons. And finally, Dragon Bomb theory, one potential explanation for why the blaze at Summerhall got so very explosively out of control. It's a favorite tinfoil theory of mine, but perhaps not so tinfoil. You'll have to watch the end of the video and see for yourself. Because if it is true, then it could help explain why the Faceless Men were so keen to trade the assassination of a king, which I think is the most expensive one on their menu, for a dragon's egg, which they seem to have done. Dragon Bomb theory may also shed further light on why the Doom happened the way it did, and maybe, just maybe, why the Hardhome disaster happened the way it did. Oh, and finally, I do have a little update on the Dunk held the sand door theory, if you will. And this is about what Dunk did at Summerhall to save people. I have a new find about that involving Sandor and Dunk's dream of Dunk and Egg drowning in sand. So prepare for wordplay. Hey there friends, David Lightbringer here, and even though we have a lot to cover, we're gonna move fast, so buckle up. I wanna get straight to the juicy theories, which starts, of course, with the mysterious, half-legible, ink-blotted page of Maesterly history about Summerhall. So as you can see on the screen, Summerhall left very few witnesses alive, meaning that most of the people that attended this event died. The VIPs who perished were King Aegon V, his eldest son, Duncan Prince of Dragonflies, whom, if you recall, had abdicated his claim on the throne in order to marry the common-born Jenny of Oldstones, who did have flowers in her hair. You know, And for that matter, Jenny claimed to be descended from very old nobility of the first men, so don't call her common born. And also dying at Summerhall, of course, was Dunk, who was by that time Sir Duncan the Tall, Lord Commander of King Aegon's Kingsguard. So no other Targaryens died there, but judging by the passage where it says that not many people survived, presumably other members of the court, nobility, whoever else came, attendants and things, perished in the flames. I also think Jenny of Oldstones must have died there because famously the ghost of Highheart says that she gorged on grief at Summerhall, and that really only makes sense, I think, if Jenny died there. And there's a little bit of debate about this because of the one line of canon Jenny's song from the book canon that we know, which is, "High in the hall of the kings who are gone, Jenny would dance with her ghosts." And so one could think that that alludes to Summerhall, which obviously is a hall where kings died. But I think that it refers to Oldstones, which is the seat of House Mudd, and they are the first men kings whom Jenny claims to descend from. Jenny grew up, or at least hung out at Oldstones. She's Jenny of Oldstones. So yeah, I think that's the deal, and I think Jenny must have died at Summerhall. But some people think that she was like driven mad there, and that's what's really sad, but I don't know why. I don't think there's any evidence for that. Now, going back to the quote, we see that, oops, somehow ink spilled all over Archmaester Gildane's history page. Oh, would you look at that? Right on Ned's lawn. The Maester, writing all this down later, even kind of throws Gildane under the bus, making sure to tell us that he was very, very old when he wrote it down and thus probably clumsy. It must have been him that knocked over the ink. Yeah, shameful. Anyway, the first line seems to be referring to how many of the blood of the dragon gathered in one place there were. The second line lets us know that King Egg tried to hatch 7 eggs at once, or maybe he viewed them as 7 chances to hatch 1 egg, who knows? But the Maesters say that there were 7 eggs to honor the 7 gods of the faith, even though the High Septon himself said that the gods were not honored, that this maybe was a little bit blasphemous. But never you mind that, we've got pyromancers, and yes, you can see that wildfire was used, that the flames were towering and burned so hot that the stone cracked, or maybe the stone melted like at Harrenhal, that the castle exploded, something like that. And presumably the pyromancers did not intend to explode the castle, so obviously something did get very out of control. The final line about the valor of the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, who would be Dunk, obviously implies that he saved 1 or more people there. We know that Rhaegar was born there, which means his mother Rhaella and probably his father Aerys were there, so they would be the most obvious suspect to have been saved by Dunk. And it's also likely that Egg's son, the Crown Prince Jaehaerys, who became King Jaehaerys II after Egg's death, right after Summerhall, it's likely that he would have been there, and obviously he survived, and probably his wife and sister Shaera Targaryen would have been there. So it could have been one or both of them. And the ghost of Highheart was also there, although that seems less likely to be something the Maesters would write about. And Dunk also perhaps just could have saved a bunch of, common folk or lesser nobles whose names we don't need to remember. Who knows? I do think the idea that Dunk may have saved a pregnant Rhaella so that she could give birth to Rhaegar outside the burning castle probably makes the best story, so I'd bet on that one. But I do have more to say about this heroic deed of Dunk at the very, very end when we talk about the Sandor, so stay tuned. And that leaves us with those 2 questions I mentioned at the top. What was Egg trying to do, and why did it go so wrong? So, starting with the question of Egg's motives, I'll put the Maesterly story of the end of King Egg's reign up on the screen here, and as you can see, Egg was like most other Targaryens, living after the dragons went extinct, in that he longed to bring the dragons back into the world, and according to the Maesters, specifically for the purpose of making the High Lords obey him better. Now, we do know that many of the High Lords were resistant to Egg's pro-smallfolk reforms, and we also know that right before he was given the crown at the Great Council of 232 AC, enough of the High Lords, quote, hated him that an effort was made to determine whether his elder brother, Maester Aemon, might be released from his vows. But, of course, Aemon refused. Those High Lords did this specifically because they said that Egg was, quote, half a peasant, because of his growing up amongst the small folk for a few years with Dunk. Yeah, that's right. Egg wasn't 100% insulated inside the bubble of privilege of the monarchy, so therefore he's a spoiled egg. But, of course, they were right to fear him because Egg became king and then promptly did a little populism because those High Lords. So the next paragraph is kind of just plain old cool to read. King Egg sent people to Asshai to check out some books from the library. I mean, that's pretty cool. And now that I think about it, it's probably one of those libraries where you can't check out the books. You got to read them while you're there. I mean, this Asshai scrolls are very, very old and printed on human skin, no doubt. But what this means in all seriousness is that if there was some other sorcerous element at Summerhall which destabilized things, besides the pyromancy of the alchemists, it may have come from whatever Egg learned, whatever spells Egg dug up from the spell books of ancient Asshai. And I just made that up about human skin. That's not canon at all. I just pulled that out of my... So what we can say for sure is that Egg was desperate enough to hatch dragon's eggs that he left no oily black stone unturned, if you will. And we can say that it is also true that Egg had been battling with those recalcitrant High Lords for pretty much all of the 27 years of his reign. So like I said, the Maester's official story does make sense and may be true. However, it is also true that Targaryens have been dreaming prophetic dreams, not only about the return of dragons, but about Azor Ahai, the prince that was promised, the Red Comet, and the White Walker threat from the north, since at least Aegon the Conqueror, and continuing through the time of Egg and Aemon and Bloodraven. And just by the way, the prophecies of the prince that was promised and Azor Ahai reborn are apparently the same thing. Maester Aemon and Melisandre both speak of them interchangeably, and both heroes are reborn to do the same stuff: wake dragons, fight the long night, Lightbringer, etc., etc. And according to Melisandre, this prophecy is at least 5,000 years old and comes from Asshai, which might explain why Egg thought to consult the canonically made from human skin spellbooks of Asshai, just kidding, for clues about how to hatch dragon's eggs. Aegon the Conqueror's dream about the prince that was promised, therefore, amounts to a kind of status update for our long-awaited hero, which you need every, few centuries or so just to kind of keep the faith. And of course, Aegon's dream helped guide Aegon and his sisters to conquer and unify Westeros in preparation for the long night to come. Now, after the last dragon died in 153 AC, which is almost 60 years before the events of the Hedge Knight and the rest of the Dunk and Egg stories, these prophecies of Azor Ahai Reborn / the prince that was promised returning to the world to wake dragons from stone must have seemed all that much more important, right? Since the dragons were gone. And that does seem to be the case, judging from this very revealing and interesting passage from the Mystery Knight. I'd show you mine, sir, but it's at Summerhall. Yours? Your dragon's egg? Dunk frowned down at the boy, wondering if this was some jape. Where did it come from? From a dragon, sir. They put it in my cradle. Do you want a clout in the ear? There are no dragons. No, but there are eggs. The last dragon left a clutch of 5, and they have more on Dragonstone. Old ones from before the dance. My brothers all have them too. Arion's looks as though it's made of gold and silver, with veins of fire running through it. Mine is white and green, all swirly. Your dragon's egg. They put it in his cradle. Dunk was so used to Egg that sometimes he forgot Aegon was a prince. Of course they'd put a dragon's egg in his cradle. Well, see that you don't go mentioning this egg where anyone is like to hear. I'm not stupid, sir. Egg lowered his voice. Someday the dragons will return. My brother Daeron dreamed of it, and King Aerys read it in a prophecy. Maybe it will be my egg that hatches. That would be splendid. Would it? Dunk had his doubts. Not Egg. Aemon and I used to pretend that our eggs would be the ones to hatch. If they did, we could fly through the sky on dragonback, like the first Aegon and his sisters. Aye, and if all the other knights in the realm should die, I'd be Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. Alright, so there really is just a ton of foreshadowing in this passage, right? Obviously, Dunk does become Lord Commander, so that happens. And obviously, Dunk's doubts about just how great it would be if Egg were to hatch were well-founded. And then what's especially cool is to note the color of Egg's egg. All swirly white and green, just like the wildfire that would consume Summerhall. Egg's egg is kept at Summerhall because that's where Egg was born and grew up, which is interesting to me because that means he was trying to hatch dragons in the place where he was born. So perhaps he was trying to be reborn, or just thought that that was a poetic loop. I'm not sure. More to the point of Egg's motives, we see that, like any good Targaryen, he's been dreaming of hatching dragons and riding dragons since he was a kid, long before he had any recalcitrant high lords to compel into obedience. Now, I guess I really should have mentioned this scene in the Maester Aemon video, which thanks for watching, by the way. Egg and Aemon pretending to hatch and fly dragons. I mean, it's pretty sweet. And also kind of ominous, but also sweet. So the lines I really want to draw your attention to here are the ones about someday the dragons will return, my brother Daeron's dreamed of it, and King Aerys read it in a prophecy. Now we do meet his brother Daeron, that's Daeron the Drunkard, in the Hedge Knight. He was the very overwhelmed and inebriated dragon dreamer who foresaw the death of Baelor Breakspear at Ashford Meadow, as well as the fact that it would involve Dunk. So apparently Daeron the Drunkard is dreaming about the return of dragons, and Egg's uncle who read about it in a prophecy would be a different Daeron, none other than King Daeron II. And what's important to realize is that the prophecy he was reading was almost certainly either Aegon's prophecy or the original Prince That Was Promised prophecy, or perhaps both, since Aegon's prophecy is a commentary and an update on the original one, as I explained. And that means that it's not just the return of dragons that this generation of Targaryen royalty is discussing amongst themselves, but actually the Prince That Was Promised prophecy, the coming of Azor High Reborn. Now, we don't know if Daeron the Drunkard's dragon dream featured, things like a bleeding star or anything about the White Walkers like Aegon's dream did, but it does seem possible, especially when you consider that Aemon, Maester Aemon's dragon dream, did have a bleeding star, as well as the dragon's shadows on the snow. In any scenario, I think it's likely that King Daeron, who's reading about all these prophecies, would probably link the various dragon dreams of his nephews and sons and things, and basically he might start to think that the end times were near, which is kind of what all the Targaryens seem to think. So returning to the question of Egg's motives at Summerhall, you can see that there is ample reason to think that Egg was trying to hatch the dragons in preparation for the coming of the new Long Night and the Prince That Was Promised, and not just to cow the High Lords. If Egg was a believer in these prophecies, then hatching dragons for that purpose would be far more important than any political reforms, as well-meaning as they may have been. And the fact that Egg tried to hatch these dragons' eggs at Rhaegar's birth is very suspicious in terms of Prince That Was Promised stuff. Because, of course, we know that the Ghost of the High Heart prophesied that the Prince That Was Promised would be born from the line of Aerys and Rhaella, and this was Aerys and Rhaella's first kid. And we know that the Ghost of the High Heart gave that prophecy while she was at court with Jenny of Oldstones right before Summerhall, or at least in the years before that, during the reign of King Egg. So by the time that Rhaella became pregnant with that first child, Rhaegar, Egg and other members of the Targaryen family, all being aware of the Ghost of the High Heart's prophecy, may well have thought that Rhaegar was going to be born the prince that was promised. And thus Egg may have thought it would be, the right time to bring dragons back into the world. Although I don't hear anything about a bleeding star. Egg, you need a comet there, buddy. Don't forget the mythical astronomy. Another pretty strong clue that Egg was somebody who was thinking about end time stuff is the fact that he sent Bloodraven and as many as 200 of his special Raven's Teeth warriors to the Wall, along with Maester Aemon, all at the same time. Because that, my friends, looks a lot like Long Night Doomsday prepping, and specifically like King Egg being concerned with Long Night Doomsday prepping. We also know that after King Egg died at Summerhall, his brother Maester Aemon, from the Wall, continued to communicate with Egg's great-grandson Rhaegar about Prince That Was Promised stuff over a number of years. And we also know that Maester Aemon was reading Colloquo Votar's Jade Compendium, which talks about Azor Ahai and Lightbringer. And of course, Rhaegar was also reading the same or similar books of prophecy in King's Landing. So, it really seems like there is kind of a continuity of focus here over the last century from the Targaryen family on the Prince That Was Promised. And obviously, I think this goes all the way back to Aegon. Check out my Aegon's prophecy videos. But just in the past 100 years or so, we for sure have King Daeron reading about the prophecy and discussing it with his sons and nephews, basically the whole family. Back in 208 AC, Egg is sending a whole bunch of Targaryen strength to the Wall, including the sorcerer and wizard Bloodraven in 232 AC when he takes the throne. And Egg's brother and great-grandson are still trying to figure out what all this prophecy stuff means over the following decades after Egg's death. Therefore, it does seem logical to conclude that prophecy may have been Egg's motive and not politics. And that is my official opinion, that it was prophecy. And if that was the case, the Maesters may not have known about it, or they may not have chosen to include it, or maybe that's what got smudged out with the ink spill from Archmaester Gildane or whomever. So we come to the question now of whether or not Egg was intending to sacrifice any of his family members or himself in order to hatch these dragons. This one is more a matter of what you choose to believe about Egg, I guess, but the basic idea is simple and flows from what we know about Melisandre's attempts to wake dragons from stone on behalf of Stannis, whom she believes to be Azor High Reborn. So in this quote from a Jon chapter of A Dance with Dragons, we can see here that there is this idea not only that king's blood is needed as a sacrifice to wake the dragon, but that you need two of them. Now, Melisandre herself doesn't seem to think you need an actual king, just someone with their blood, as she was trying to use Edric Storm, a bastard son of Stannis' brother King Robert, to wake a dragon on Dragonstone. What's especially interesting is that Maester Aemon seems to share this belief about the power of king's blood, which means that Egg almost certainly did as well. Egg was the king himself, of course, at the time of Summerhall, so perhaps he planned on killing himself, or maybe even himself and then his heir Jaehaerys, two kings to wake the dragon, in order to hatch a dragon for Rhaegar, who they may have thought was the chosen one. Or perhaps Egg thought the two kings thing would be fulfilled by his own death and that of Duncan, Prince of Dragonflies, who was Egg's eldest son, even if he had technically abdicated from the throne. No one knows how technical the King's Blood rules are. That's much debated, so. But the point is, obviously, the Duncan, Prince of Dragonflies, did die at Summerhall. So maybe two kings did die, but there was just no comet. So, so close. So close. Now, given that it does seem like 3 lives paid for Dany's 3 dragons, and that would be Drogo, Mirri Maz Duur, and Dany's unborn baby Rhaego, is it possible that Egg, with 7 eggs there, was planning on sacrificing 7 people to hatch 7 dragons? That seems a little crazy. I mean, if most of those people were Targaryens, there'd be almost no one left to ride the dragons or to teach poor little Rhaegar what to do about all this prophecy. But maybe the sacrifices were going to be other spectators, and maybe the ghost of Highheart, who was there and is almost certainly part Children of the Forest. It's possible that Aegon thought that she would make an extra potent sacrifice, but that's just wild speculation. Maester Aemon's words are chilling, though.
Better men than Stannis have done worse things than this.
Is Aemon talking about Egg here, and whatever he did at Summerhall? It definitely seems like he might be. So is it possible that whomever Dunk saved was actually someone that Egg was intending to sacrifice? Maybe Dunk screwed up the thing. I also do think we should consider the idea that Egg thought that he would survive the pyre. For one thing, we know from Jaime Lannister that King Aerys thought he would survive the great bonfire that he was going to make of King's Landing with all that hidden wildfire. He thought he would be transformed into a dragon, according to Jaime. And then we have Aerion Brightflame, Egg's brother, Egg and Aemon's brother, who drank wildfire, supposedly thinking that it would turn him into a dragon. That's what Alistair Florent is talking about in this famous passage from A Clash of Kings when he speaks to Davos and mentions Aerion Brightflame and Summerhall in the same breath.
He's always with the Red Woman, and he's not in his right mind, I fear. This talk of a stone dragon. Madness, I tell you, sheer madness. Did we learn nothing from Aerion Brightfire, from the 9 mages, from the alchemists? Did we learn nothing from Summerhall? No good has ever come from these dreams of dragons. I told Axel as much.
Now, all these events aren't exactly the same in that Aerion only drank wildfire and didn't try to hatch any eggs. But that thing about the 9 mages was an attempt to hatch dragon's eggs with sorcery. And the only thing we know about it is that it ended, quote, in debacle and tragedy. So in many ways, it was the forerunner for Summerhall. And that was under King Aegon III, by the way, who's king right after the Dance of the Dragons that killed off most of the dragons. Spoiler alert for House of the Dragon. I don't know if you know that, but it's kind of a tragedy, the whole thing. Now, I don't think that Egg was like insane and thought that he would transform into a dragon, just that maybe he could walk into the fire and not be burned and then hatch dragons. That's not insane at all. It's only what Dany thought that she could do. So you can see that to more or less degrees of plausibility, Targaryens have for many decades and years been thinking that they can turn into dragons and survive fire and do miracles and all kinds of stuff. So it could well be that Egg had the same idea, either beforehand, planning it out, or maybe just on the spur of the moment as he felt the flames calling to him. And of course, it's also possible and even probable that Egg had a dragon dream, which guided his thinking. So overall, I think it really is more likely that Egg was trying to hatch dragons for Rhaegar or other young Targaryens to ride, as opposed to him thinking that he's going to hatch a dragon at age 59 and then ride it against the High Lords in a few years, which potentially would fit better with Egg trying to sacrifice himself in the flames than kill other people so he could ride a dragon. Not only is that too mean of an ending for Egg, but I just don't think that makes sense, given that there was so much attention around. Well, I laid out my reasons, so yeah. And speaking of dragon dreams that may have misled Egg, recall that Maester Aemon says that all his brothers were dragon dreamers, and that the dreams killed them, every one. That includes Egg, of course, so at any point in his life, Egg may have dreamed of dragons hatching, and he may have dreamed of them hatching specifically at Summerhall on that day, because we know that significant Targaryens can often appear in dragon dreams as an actual winged dragon. So perhaps the birth of Rhaegar appeared in Egg's dream as a dragon hatching, and he got fooled exactly like John the Fiddler did, aka Daemon Blackfyre. I think it's the third, man, don't kill me. There's a bunch of them. None of them ended up being king. Anyway, in the third Dunk and Egg novel, The Mystery Knight, John the Fiddler has that exact experience of having a dream of a dragon hatching at White Walls, and it turned out to be not even the birth of someone, but just Egg coming into his own as a Targaryen, shedding his false identity and becoming a Targaryen. It kind of does take a lot of confidence to push all your chips into the middle of the table, if you will, all your dragon's eggs into the middle of the table, and set them on fire, as he did. So I'm guessing that level of confidence came from some sort of prophetic dream that he misunderstood. Why did it go so very, very wrong? The Maesters would have us believe that the wildfire flames just kind of got out of control, but there are several reasons to question that narrative and to look for another answer. First of all, the Maesters themselves may have done it. I actually don't think there's a lot of evidence for this possibility, and really this theory depends on the idea that the Maesters pulled off the Doom or were involved in the Doom and used some sort of similar technology or spell at Summerhall. But I have a totally different answer for the Doom, which I'm very much sold on. Aenar and the Faceless Men, check out The Doom as an Inside Job, and there's just not a lot of clues around Summerhall about the Maesters being involved. The one thing we know is that they were pouring over the dragon's eggs in an attempt to wake them. Maybe they were pouring over the eggs at Summerhall and putting explosive powder. That's really all I got for the Maesters did it as a possibility. That being said, the second reason why we should look for some other factor to have made things get out of control is that the alchemists are extremely careful. They're very, very careful, as we can see in this passage from a Tyrion chapter of A Clash of Kings.
There will be no mishaps, my lord Hand. The substance is prepared by trained acolytes in a series of bare stone cells, and each jar is removed by an apprentice and carried down here the instant it is ready. Above each work cell is a room filled entirely with sand. A protective spell has been laid on the floors, most powerful. Any fire in the cell below causes the floors to fall away, and the sand smothers the blaze at once.
Not to mention the careless acolyte.
My brethren are never careless,
Helene insisted. So you get the idea. The acolytes are trained very carefully before they're allowed to handle the substance, and they have very specific procedures and safeguards in place. So basically, their entire order is built around a religious reverence for the substance. You know, it flows in their veins. It's a part of them. It's all they do. They eat, think, and you know what, wildfire. Don't think about that too long. So we can't just be like, well, that wildfire, you know, it's unpredictable. It just got out of hand, and sort of shrug our shoulders and think that that's an answer. I mean, we saw the alchemists do a controlled burn of the Tower of the Hand, a controlled burn and destruction. And even though the flames were hot enough to crack the masonry and, like I said, destroy the tower, there was never any indication that the fire was out of control or that anyone was at risk, and obviously no one got hurt. On top of that, the Tower of the Hand burn was done after Dany brought dragons back into the world, which the pyromancers believe has the effect of strengthening the spells which produce the wildfire. Tyrion was growing impatient.
Yes, you have secret spells. How splendid.
What of them?
They, seem to be working better than they were.
Helene smiled weakly.
You don't suppose there are any dragons about, do you?
Not unless you've found one under the dragon pit. Why?
Oh, pardon, I was just remembering something old Wisdom Politor told me once when I was an acolyte. I asked him why so many of our spells seemed, well, not as effectual as the scrolls would have us believe. And he said it was because magic had begun to go out of the world the day the last dragon died.
So the reason why I think we can find Wisdom Helene, the alchemist, credible here is because he noticed that the wildfire spells were working better, allowing for faster wildfire production, before he knew of the existence of Dany's dragons. That's why he's asking if there happened to be any about. There were, but neither Tyrion nor Helene knew that while this conversation was taking place. Therefore, this seems like a major piece of evidence that Quaithe was right when she also told Dany that the simple existence of dragons somehow boosts the strength of other magics in the world, that the dragons are themselves sources of magic power, like the Red Comet or like the hinges of the world, such as the Wall or Shy by the Shadow. All of which is to say, if the alchemist can easily burn and destroy the Tower of the Hand after there are dragons in the world and the wildfire has just recently been working more strongly, then it doesn't really make sense to suppose that they couldn't control the wildfire back when there were no dragons and when there were far more and more expert alchemists, because their order has diminished by the time of the current story. And that brings me around to the eggs themselves and to the power that may be locked within them. So, if dragons are a source of magical power, what about the eggs? Shouldn't they have magical power as well? After all, they are sending dreams. At least Drogon's egg seems to be sending dreams to Dany before he's born. So there is already magic and life in those eggs, even though they're petrified. So could eggs have reacted to the wildfire in some sort of explosive fashion, which the pyromancers did not anticipate? Welcome to Dragon Bomb Theory. So when we go back to look at the scene of the hatching of Dany's dragon's eggs, we can see that the description of the hatching of each egg is pretty explosive, and each explosion makes the pyre shift and collapse a little further. Now, some of this may just be vivid writing, Martin wanting to describe this awesome event at the climax of Book 1 in evocative and dramatic language, but it does seem like the eggs are exploding more than cracking open, with the first eggshell sort of launching itself out of the pyre to land at Dany's feet as the pyre shifts and collapses, and as the blaze increases in heat and intensity. The thunderous cracking of the second egg brings more shifting and collapsing of the pyre, and more heat increase as the logs themselves begin to explode. And then finally the third crack that was as loud and sharp as the breaking of the world. So yeah, even the sounds make it seem like the eggs really are exploding. And here's the thing, these eggs hatched. They produced dragons, so most of their magical power went into creating the dragons. So what about the Summerhall eggs that didn't produce any dragons? Where did all their magical mana go to? Perhaps it went into the explosion. Because it doesn't just seem like things got a little out of hand at Summerhall. They got a lot bit out of hand. Between King Egg and the Pyromancers, they very badly underestimated the size of the conflagration that they were going to create. So I think the principle here essentially is that first of all, the fire has to be very hot to hatch dragon's eggs that aren't being incubated by a dragon. If you remember, Dany puts her eggs in the brazier first and then later thinks, it wasn't hot enough. So Egg used wildfire and got the eggs hot enough, but something wasn't right. Not enough blood magic or not enough red comets in the sky. I think you only need one, but yeah. Something was missing, and so he heated them up enough for them to crack open, but they didn't make any dragons. So that energy then went into the explosion. That's the theory. And here's the rest of the theory. So the doom of Valyria may have been partially set off by the explosion of hundreds or perhaps even thousands of dragon's eggs, which would have been theoretically scattered all through the peninsula
in random caverns where the dragons were roosting, because with hundreds and even thousands of dragons in Valyria, yeah, they would have been all over the place, and so the eggs would have been all over the place too. The working theory on this, heavily implied by the Faceless Men themselves, and by this passage in the World of Ice and Fire that you can see on the screen, is that the Faceless Men assassinated enough of the Valyrian fire mages whose job it was to bank the fires of the 14 flames so that the volcanoes became unbalanced and then triggered some sort of chain reaction eruption. Now, that could be the extent of the mechanism. However, if dragon's eggs are explodable, then it's possible the Faceless Men figured that out and used it to their advantage. Or else they may have just gotten a kind of lucky boost when the eggs started multiplying the damage. But if they knew how to make them explode, then that really would make for a good way to set off a chain reaction and make sure it got every single Valyrian volcano and every single dragon in Valyria, which is pretty much what the Doom did. So the next part of this, which is really tasty, involves Euron and the Faceless Men, because Euron seems to have traded a dragon's egg to the Faceless Men in exchange for the assassination of Balon Greyjoy, who was then king of the Iron Islands. So Euron, as you can see, talks of possessing a dragon's egg as he possesses other Valyrian artifacts, such as the Dragonbinder horn and his suit of Valyrian steel armor. But Euron says that he threw it into the sea, which would obviously be extremely stupid and a waste of something incredibly valuable. Meanwhile, Balon Greyjoy was thrown into the sea, and of course Euron sailed into town right afterward to make a successful claim on the throne. Also meanwhile, the ghost of the High Heart tells us who done it when she says,
I dreamt of a man without a face, waiting on a bridge that swayed and swung. On his shoulder perched a drowned crow, with seaweed hanging from his wings.
So a man without a face, meaning a faceless man, waiting on the exact bridge where Balon Greyjoy was thrown from. Fell from. On the shoulder of the faceless man is a drowned crow, which obviously refers to Euron, who would have paid for this hit and potentially watched it go down via glass candle TV. We know that faceless man assassinations are very costly and cost more the more you own and the higher value the target. So Euron trying to kill a king, this would be very expensive. And a dragon's egg is just the sort of payment that is very rare and costly and could cover that. And so this story is probably a cover for Balon having been thrown into the sea by the Faceless Men, which was paid for by a dragon's egg. You see how this works. So why would the Faceless Men want a dragon's egg, you ask? Well, if they've figured out how to turn them into bombs to help pull off the Doom, then even one dragon's egg could be very valuable to them. They might still know how to do it. This could be a way for them to try to assassinate Daenerys or Phaegon, perhaps. Or maybe some other target that we don't know about. We're solidly in speculative territory here, but you see how this could all make sense and fit together. So it could be that this has something to do with the mysterious Hardhome explosion, which took place 200 years before the Doom. Some sort of fiery event happened there, which rained ash and cinders down on the surrounding forest for 6 months, and the blaze was so big it could be seen from the wall, or at least the glow of it. So I can't get fully into Hardhome theory right now. I'm going to make a video about all the different Hardhome theories, but those screaming caves do sound like they could be volcanic vents, and therefore could have been the home for a few lost dragons at some point who may have left their eggs there, which then exploded somehow, either intentionally or accidentally. And one of the pesky details about the Hardhome thing is that there was this maester, whose name escapes me but will appear on the screen right now, who lived among the wildlings at Hardhome for several years, then went back to Old Town to write down everything about his experiences, and then promptly sailed back to Eastwatch by the Sea, which means that he was going back to Hardhome. That's the last we hear of him, and we don't know how close in time this was to the Doom, but obviously it was before the Hardhome incident, so maybe this had something to do with the explosion. Maybe he went back to the Citadel, consulted on Dragon Bomb theory, which is really a Maester thing because they really did the Doom. That would be the thread. I rate this part far less likely, as you can hear, and we'll come back to this in a Hardhome video in the future. But my main point for now is that I think the dragon's eggs having explosive power does make a lot of sense and would explain why Summerhall got so out of control. I suspect there must have been some reaction between the wildfire and the dragon's eggs, because think about it, if the mere presence of dragons in the world makes the wildfire spells more potent, then, what would happen if the wildfire actually came into contact with a dragon's egg. Summerhall may be the answer. So check this out. If you watched the video this far, you're going to be glad you did, because this is pretty cool. So in the earlier quote from Wisdom Helene, the pyro-alchemist, we heard him describe the safety mechanism for putting out wildfire: trapdoors and sand. He said that above each work cell, a room is filled entirely with sand, and that a protective spell is laid on the floors, and that any fire in the cell below causes the floors to fall away, so that the sand smothers the blaze. Now, I think it's more likely to be a conventional trapdoor mechanism of some kind, but who knows, maybe it's a spell. And whatever the case, the point is that the alchemists put sand traps over places where they're doing dangerous wildfire stuff. So with that in mind, let's read this other heavily pregnant with foreshadowing passage from a Dunk and Egg story. This one, a kind of evolving dream/nightmare from the Sworn Sword. It starts with Dunk's murky dream replay of something we didn't see in the books but which did happen, and that's Dunk digging a somewhat useless grave in the sand for his horse down in Dorne. And in the dream, other people are mocking him for his sentimentality, which they probably also did in real life. But as Dunk's digging in the sand, he begins to see others who have died or will die, and Sir Bennis of the Brown Shield is telling him that he has many more graves to dig. Then the dream shifts again, and suddenly Egg is there. The spade slipped from Dunk's hands. "Egg," he cried, "run, we have to run." But the sands were giving way beneath their feet. When the boy tried to scramble from the hole, its crumbling sides gave way and collapsed. Dunk saw the sands wash over Egg, burying him as he opened his mouth to shout. He tried to fight his way to him, but the sands were rising all around him, pulling him down into the grave, filling his mouth, his nose, his eyes. So this would appear to be a prophetic dream of Dunk and Egg's death. Somehow they must have gotten caught in whatever sand trap safety mechanism that the alchemists must have made at Summerhall. We know that Dunk's valor, again, did save somebody, so perhaps he carried some people to safety and then tried to come back for Egg, but there wasn't time. But that raises the question of why Egg wasn't trying to save himself. And one answer, obviously, is that he was intending to sacrifice himself. But there's a lot we don't know about how these sand traps work and why they got caught in them, so that may have been an accident or due to some other reason. And I guess maybe the maesters, rigged the trap doors so they would fall before he had a chance to get the fire going. I guess that could be possible too. But here's the wordplay stuff. That's what I'm here for. So it's no secret that Dunk is the ancestor of Hodor. That's something that George Martin has confirmed. And he's also kind of hinted strongly that there's a lot of Dunklings scattered through A Song of Ice and Fire. And specifically, it seems like some of the very tall people in the story are descended from Dunk. So another one we have confirmed is Brienne of Tarth. She's carrying around one of Dunk's old shields, which he seems to have left in the shield hole at Tarth, no doubt after some, long ago Dunk love tryst. I can't really get into the whole thing, but Brienne also has a ton of parallels to Dunk and his knight who wasn't ever knighted, and, well, there's a whole thing. And one of my favorite clues about Brienne being a Dunkling is when Jaime says to her that she is as thick as a castle wall, which of course is an insult that Dunk repeats to himself whenever he does something stupid. Dunk the lunk, thick as a castle wall. Similarly, both Small Paul and Gren, aka Aurochs, who are both huge members of the Night's Watch, they both get the thick as a castle wall moniker, and so they may be Dunklings as well. More to the point of this exercise, the Cleganes, Sandor and Gregor, are also potential Dunklings. They are both huge and freakishly strong, of course, and Dunk seems to have spent a fair amount of time in the Western Reach. So, as I mentioned at the top, Sandor's name has a door in it, and as we know, that's the big thing with Hodor's name. It turns out to be a contraction of hold the door. It probably won't be the exact same as in the show, but we do know that that was an idea that came from George, that Hodor's name comes from hold the door, and that there will be some version of the Hodor brain scramble where he is valiantly holding some sort of door, for Bran. Now, there's no exact equivalent door to the one that Hodor holds in the show, and one of my clever friends, I believe it was Wiz the Smith, it could have been Rusted Revolvers, one of those two smart gentlemen, shout out to both of y'all, one of them noticed that Old Nan drops Hodor's real name one time, which is Walder, as in Walder Frey, same thing, Walder, and Walder sounds a little bit like wall door. And wouldn't that be a door that Hodor might hold? The Black Gate or some other similar weirwood door through the wall. So Hodor is holding the wall door because his original name is Walder. You see how this works? It kind of makes sense that Bran might be fleeing the White Walkers and trying to get through the wall, whether he's above ground or at an underground tunnel. So yeah, Walder held the wall door and became Hodor. So then recently I was thinking about Sandor Clegane and how his name has door in it. And then I was thinking about this passage that we just read where Dunk and Egg are seemingly drowning in sand because a trap door at Summerhall has given way. So perhaps this is all connected. Perhaps Sandor is a Dunk descendant too, and perhaps Dunk somehow held the sand door so that people could escape at Summerhall. Like maybe Dunk didn't carry people out of the fire. Maybe he reached up with his nearly superhuman height and strength and held the ceiling up for a few long moments so that people could escape. And that is the valor of the Lord Commander. Almost like Samson, pushing the columns apart. But wait, that's not all. If we go back to this dream, I'll put it back on the screen. Notice what Dunk is doing in his dream of drowning in sand. He's digging graves. And Sandor is now the gravedigger on the Quiet Isle, the silent hooded man who's digging graves and petting the dogs. It's Sandor in retirement, the gravedigger. So yeah, Dunk is digging graves in the dream where he tried and failed to hold the sand door to save Egg. So I think that all wraps up pretty nicely. Lending a little more credence to this idea is that curious line about Dunk's foot near the end of the Hedge Knight. So I'll put it on screen here, and you can see in the first part, he's talking about, if Baelor hadn't fought for him and all that, he would have had his hand and foot chopped off in punishment for striking and kicking Aerion Brightflame. So he's pondering how his foot could be worth more than a prince's life, as well as the two other men that died, and Dunk says some kind of sentimental stuff about how Sir Arlen of Penetree would say, oh, you never know what tomorrow will bring, and maybe mightn't it be that some morrow will come when Dunk will have need of that foot, and Dunk's foot will be even more valuable to the kingdom, to the realm, than a prince's life. Maekar doesn't take too kindly to that, of course. There's his square beard referenced, and he says it's not bloody likely. So you can probably put this together by now. The trapdoors are in the ceiling, so if Dunk had to stand up tall and hold the ceiling up for a few minutes, he would have needed both of his feet and both of his hands. And if this holding of the sand door prevented the line of House Targaryen, the line of the prince that was promised, from going extinct, then indeed Dunk's hands and feet were more important than even the life of brave and tragic Baelor Breakspear. The king who never was, might as well call him that. Dunk may have saved both of the princes that were promised because, of course, Aerys and Rhaella are Dany's parents and Rhaegar is Jon's father, his biological father. So, yeah. And there you have it, folks. That's every mystery that I can answer or attempt to answer about Summerhall. One of the highlights of A Feast for Crows is the grand entrance of Euron Greyjoy at the Ironborn Kingsmoot. Amidst some fairly run-of-the-mill Ironborn politics, Euron very suddenly silences the crowd with the ungodly sound of the Valyrian Dragonbinder horn. This monstrous hell horn is one of the more intriguing mysteries of the book so far, since we really don't know what it does yet, apart from burning up the insides of whomever gives it a toot. It's supposed to somehow call and bind dragons to the will of the owner of the horn, even if they aren't the one who blows it. But to be honest, that seems a little screwy, and we're basically just going on Mokoro's word about what the Valyrian glyphs say and how the horn works. And Mokoro may be lying his ass off to manipulate Victarion for all we know. We have yet to see the Dragonbinder blown around any dragons, although that's soon to change, since Victarion seems to be preparing to have some slaves blow it in the harbor outside of Meereen, where Viserion and Rhaegal are flying around and eating the plague-ridden corpses that the slavers are catapulting into the city. What a lovely scene that must be. Now, I should mention that we do learn in A Dance with Dragons that Daenerys has knowledge of Valyrian dragon lords having used sorceress horns to control their dragons. So it seems likely the Dragonbinder is such a horn and will indeed control dragons in some way. However, there are theories out there that it could have other sorceress powers as well. For example, some have wondered if its magical sound
might have worked some sort of compulsion magic on the Ironborn at the Kingsmoot. I mean, the Ironborn did kind of do a sudden 180 there after the horn was blown. I think that was like a 720 or a 1080. So this certainly isn't an outlandish idea, right? And then we have the symbolism and mythology attached to the horn, and horns in general in A Song of Ice and Fire, which, as we'll see today, is nothing short of apocalyptic. So, there could even be some more dreadful purpose to Dragonbinder, something having to do with the fall of a new long night, perhaps. Whatever the Dragonbinder horn turns out to do, I've uncovered a bunch of evidence that the person destined to sound this thing is actually none other than Daenerys Targaryen. In fact, I believe that the last books of A Song of Ice and Fire will see Daenerys growing into something very close to a full-fledged Valyrian dragon lord, minus the slavery, of course. And that means an increasing amount of Valyrian sorcery and magic may be headed Dany's way. And actually, it seems that both the Valyrian dragon horn and a Valyrian glass candle are headed towards Daenerys, with the horn in the hands of Victarion, of course, and the candle perhaps being brought by Marwyn the Mage. I'm making a separate video to talk about Marwyn and Dany and the glass candles, so make sure you're subscribed to the channel below, click the red button and the bell, and click all to make sure you don't miss that when it comes out. And now, let me tell you why I think Daenerys is the one to sound the mighty Dragonbinder. Alright, so in J.R.R. Tolkien's Lord of the Rings, which we're all familiar with, right? There's a famous line, made more famous by its faithful rendering in the Peter Jackson movies, from Éowyn, an incredibly brave and heroic shield maiden of the nation of Rohan. As you probably remember, the dreaded Witch King of Angmar, Lord of the Nazgul, finds himself facing a nameless knight on the battlefield when he calls down, from the back of his wyvern-like winged shadow beast, that he will bear thee away to the houses of lamentation beyond all darkness, where thy flesh shall be devoured, and thy shriveled mind be left naked to the lidless eye. And then finishing with a boast that no living man may hinder me, and presumably a fiendish cackle. But that is, of course, when Éowyn removes her helmet and declares, "No living man am I," and then sticks him with the pointy end. Friends, I am here to tell you that George R.R. Martin, who added an extra R to his name in homage to his idol, apparently couldn't resist recreating a version of this scene in A Song of Ice and Fire. Except that he hasn't done it yet, but he's going to. It has to do with the inscription found on the Valyrian Dragonbinder horn, which is kindly translated from Valyrian glyphs for us by Moqorro the Red Priest. This is from one of Victarion Greyjoy's A Dance with Dragons chapters, and it's a bit of a longer quote, but it's packed with important clues, so listen close. That night, for the first time, he brought forth a dragon horn that the Crow's Eye had found amongst the smoking wastes of Great Valyria. A twisted thing it was, 6 feet long from end to end, gleaming black and banded with red gold and dark Valyrian steel. Euron's Hellhorn. Victarion ran his hand along it. The horn was as warm and smooth as the dusky woman's thighs, and so shiny that he could see a twisted likeness of his own features in its depths. Strange, sorcerous writings had been cut into the bands that girded it. Valyrian glyphs, Moqorro called them. That bunch Victarion had known. What do they say? Much and more. The Black Priest pointed to one golden band. Here the horn is named. I am Dragonbinder, it says. Have you ever heard its sound? Once, one of his brother's mongrels had sounded the Hellhorn at the Kingsmoot on Old Wick. A monster of a man he had been, huge and shaven-headed, with rings of gold and jet and jade around arms thick with muscle, and a great hawk tattooed across his chest. The sound it made, it burned somehow, as if my bones were on fire, searing my flesh from within. Those writings glowed red-hot, then white-hot and painful to look upon. It seemed as if the sound would never end. It was like some long scream, 1,000 screams all melted into one. And the man who blew the horn, what of him? He died. There were blisters on his lips after. His bird was bleeding too. The captain thumped his chest. The hawk just here, every feather dripping blood. I heard the man was all burned up inside, but that might have just been some tale. A true tale. Makoro turned the Hellhorn, examining the queer letters that crawled across a second of the golden bands. Here it says, "No mortal man shall sound me and live." Bitterly, Victarion brooded on the treachery of brothers. Euron's gifts were always poisoned.
The Crow's Eye swore this horn would bind dragons to my will, but how will that serve me if the price is death?
Your brother did not sound the horn himself, nor must you. Makoro pointed to the band of steel. Here, blood for fire, fire for blood. Who blows the hell horn matters not. The dragon will come to the horn's master. You must claim the horn with blood.
All right, so the Witch King said, "No living man may hinder me," while the Dragonbinder horn, which you'll notice refers to itself as an entity in order to make the phrasing match Tolkien, says, "No mortal man may sound me and live. No living man may hinder me. No mortal man may sound me and live." Now, Daenerys actually has the potential to check both of the Dragonbinder exemptions, if you will. She is, of course, not a man, just as Éowyn was no man, and Dany has also flirted with transcending mortality by surviving deadly encounters with fire, both in Drogo's pyre and in Daznak's pit. I even think Dany could be resurrected at some point, likely by fire magic, just so she's sort of a better match for Jon Snow. So, that kind of immortality could be on the table as well. But even without resurrection, Dany's ability to occasionally survive encounters with fire could foreshadow her being able to transcend the burning toll the Dragonbinder extracts from its hornblower. And take note of the fact that Makoro is actually able to confirm the rumors about the hornblower being all burned up inside by translating and understanding the horn's inscription, which is, of course, blood for fire, fire for blood. A price must always be paid for magic, and the price the horn extracts is paid in fire and blood. Dany's no stranger to that, it's safe to say. Naturally, there's more to it than Daenerys simply being female, Valyrian, and a potential demigod who could flout the warnings of Dragonbinder's glyphs. Dany is also wearing a specific symbolism which designates her as a hornblower. Let's start explaining that one by having a closer look at that poor fellow who was convinced, or maybe tricked by Euron into blowing Dragonbinder at the Kingsmoot, an event that Victarion was recalling in the last quote. All eyes turned toward the sound. It was one of Euron's mongrels winding the call, a monstrous man with a shaved head. Rings of gold and jade and jet glistened on his arms, and on his broad chest was tattooed some bird of prey, talons dripping blood. The horn he blew was shiny black and twisted, and taller than a man as he held it with both hands. It was bound about with bands of red gold and dark steel, incised with ancient Valyrian glyphs that seemed to glow redly as the sound swelled. Okay, so the Dragonbinder horn is banded with red gold and dark gray Valyrian steel, both of which are incised with the Valyrian glyphs that we just had Makoro read for us. Now here's the important thing, the hornblower is banded in gold too. The rings of gold and jade and jet around his arm. Now, jet is, of course, a black stone, and so would actually resemble the horn's Valyrian steel bands, but more important are the gold bands worn by both horn and hornblower. Because when we see the very weird, but very close match to Dragonbinder in the far north, it is both banded in gold and associated with a gold-banded hornblower. I'm speaking here of the supposedly fake Horn of Joramun that the wildlings brought to the wall and threatened to use but didn't. And this next quote is from a Jon chapter of A Storm of Swords. Mance was not wearing armor, but his own sword was sheathed on his left hip, and there were other weapons in the tent, daggers and dirks, a bow and a quiver of arrows, a bronze-headed spear lying beside that big black horn. Jon sucked in his breath. A war horn, a bloody great war horn. Yes, Mance said, the horn of winter that Joramun once blew to wake giants from the earth. The horn was huge, 8 feet along the curve, and so wide at the mouth that he could have put his arm inside up to the elbow. If this came from an aurochs, it was the biggest that ever lived. At first he thought the bands around it were bronze, but when he moved closer, he realized they were gold. Old gold, more brown than yellow, and graven with runes. So as you can see, this is a very close match to Dragonbinder here. Both horns are about the same size,
Mance's horn is 8 feet long, while Dragonbinder is described as being taller than a man or 6 feet long. Both horns are shiny black, and they're both banded in inscription-laden metal. To be exact, Dragonbinder has Valyrian steel and gold bands, which are inscribed with Valyrian glyphs, and this potential Horn of Joramun has bands of old gold inscribed with the runes of the first men. Now, I won't go so far as to sketch out my tinfoil about how these two seemingly matching horns once came from Azor Ahai's dragon, who died in the north during the Long Night. But I will point out that an apocalyptic horn called Joramun is very likely to be playing off the apocalypse-bringing Norse world serpent Jormungandr. Snakes and dragons are basically the same thing in Norse mythology, so if the Horn of Joramun, if you will, comes from a dragon, it would actually make a ton of sense. Now, setting aside that mystery, we can see that the two horns are very similar, and just as Dragonbinder is blown by a man with gold-banded arms, we find that Mance's Horn of Joramun is associated with, of course, Tormund Giantsbane, a man with very similar tastes in jewelry. Specifically, Mance tells Jon that if the Watch refuses to let the wildlings through the wall, Tormund Giantsbane will sound the Horn of Winter 3 days hence at dawn. He never does, but this threat and Tormund's constant associations with horn-blowing, such as his nickname Hornblower and Breaker of Ice, are very clear, as is Tormund's inability to resist crude humor in this scene from A Dance with Dragons, where Tormund hands over his gold bands as part of the price of going through the wall. The wildling pulled off the band from his left arm and tossed it at Jon, then did the same with its twin upon his right.
Your first payment. Had those from my father and him from his. Now they're yours, you thieving black bastard.
The armbands were old gold, solid and heavy, engraved with the ancient runes of the first men. Tormund Giantsbane had worn them as long as Jon had known him. They had seemed as much a part of him as his beard.
The Bravosi will melt these down for gold. That seems a shame. Perhaps you ought to keep them.
No, I'll not have it said that Tormund Thunderfist made the free folk give up their treasures whilst he kept his own. But I'll keep the ring a whereabout me member. Much bigger than those little things. On you, it'd be a torque.
Jon had to laugh.
You never change.
Alright, so these armbands here are a perfect match for the bands on Mance's Horn of Joramun. They're old gold, and they're engraved with the runes of the first men. Pretty interesting, right? Two matching or very similar horns, both paired with hornblowers wearing matching gold bands. And now let's just pop on over to Dany's very first scene ever in a Game of Thrones and check out her jewelry. When she was clean, the slaves helped her from the water and toweled her dry. They dressed her in the wisps that Magister Illyrio had sent up, and then the gown, a deep plum silk to bring out the violet in her eyes. The girl slid the gilded sandals onto her feet, while the old woman fixed the tiara in her hair and slid golden bracelets crusted with amethysts around her wrists. Last of all came the collar, a heavy golden torque emblazoned with ancient Valyrian glyphs. "Now you look all a princess," the girl said breathlessly when they were done. Dany glanced at her image in the silvered looking glass that Illyrio had so thoughtfully provided. A princess, she thought, but she remembered what the girl had said, how Khal Drogo was so rich, even his slaves wore golden collars. So once again, it's an exact match. The heavy golden torque around Dany's neck is emblazoned with Valyrian glyphs, exactly like Dragonbinder's gold bands are inscribed with Valyrian glyphs. Dany has the armbands of gold too, just like Tormund, and just like the slave who blew the dragon horn at the Kingsmoot. And just like the slave at the Kingsmoot, Dany is effectively a slave here, as she's being bought and sold. That's what makes you a slave, being bought and sold against your will. So, will Daenerys blow the horn that perfectly matches her golden banding? Seems possible. Her occasional ability to transcend fire suggests that she might be the right person, and the no man requirement seems like a good way to echo Éowyn from Lord of the Rings. And then finally, we have this cool gold band hornblower symbolism where the hornblower matches the horn. Daenerys is the only Valyrian around, save Jon, and the Dragonbinder horn, after all, has conveniently made its way to Slaver's Bay in the hands of someone who has at least some level of desire to align with Dany. I'm happy to say that there's still more evidence, though, and thus more video, So, it's time to talk about Nissa Nissa and Lightbringer. So, what could Martin be saying by decorating the hornblower in the symbolism of the horn? I think one part of it is probably something similar to the way that men who wield swords can be thought of as swords themselves, such as the Kingsguard being known as the White Swords, or the Dane title of Sword of the Morning referring to both the sword Dawn and the men who wield Dawn. Azor Ahai's Lightbringer was a burning magical sword, but Azor Ahai was a burning magical man. So, along those lines, perhaps we're to think of the horn and the hornblower as one, at least in some sense. Daenerys being outfitted in too much jewelry, golden bands with Valyrian glyphs, makes her like the Dragonbinder horn, but of course Dany is also herself a dragon and comes from Valyria, just like the Dragonbinder horn. So, if she gives that thing a toot, she'll definitely look good doing it, if you know what I'm saying. More importantly though, and more specifically, it seems that Martin wants us to connect the idea of magical horn blowing to the loudest sound ever in A Song of Ice and Fire, which would of course be Nissa Nissa's cry of anguish and ecstasy, which left a crack across the face of the moon, and, according to my theory, called down the moon meteor dragons of the long night. Nissa Nissa herself was the original dragon horn, in other words, and Dany is, of course, in many ways a parallel to Nissa Nissa, so perhaps she'll sound the horn and recreate Nissa Nissa's cry. That's the idea. Dany is also a very important Azor Ahai reborn figure, right? She pretty much fulfills the prophecy every step of the way. So I'd expect that if she were to blow the horn, she'd not suffer a fiery death as Nissa Nissa did, but instead experience another transcendent rebirth scene, such as in Drogo's pyre or Daznak's pit. So, just as both Dragonbinder and Mance's Horn of Jormungand that looks a lot like Dragonbinder are both matched to hornblowers with matching gold bands, both horns also have scenes where the forging of Lightbringer and the moon-shattering scream of Nissa Nissa are specifically evoked. The Dragonbinder scene at the Kingsmoot in A Feast for Crows is the more important scene by far, so we'll tackle that first, and then bounce over to the burning of the possibly fake Horn of Jormungand to show you the matching symbolism. So the very first paragraph describing Dragonbinder's sound sounds like this. Sharp as a sword thrust, the sound of a horn split the air. Bright and baneful was its voice, a shivering hot scream that made a man's bones seem to thrum within him. The cry lingered in the damp sea air. The legend of Lightbringer tells of Nissa Nissa unleashing a cry of anguish and ecstasy when her heart is pierced with Lightbringer. And here, the sound of the dragon horn is likened to both a sword and a scream. It splits the air as sharp as a sword thrust, which is pretty clear sword language, and of course the glyphs on the horn's steel bands also glow redly and then burn with white fire, which means we have Valyrian steel being lit on fire with magic. That's obviously very close to what Lightbringer actually is, some kind of proto-Valyrian steel or dragon steel sword which lights on fire with magic. And hey, both a dragon horn and a dragon sword have a pointy end to stick people with, right? Now the screaming human language is even more obvious. The horn has a voice, which is called a scream, a cry, a wail of pain and fury that seem to burn the ears, and is described as echoing on and on and on until it filled the whole wet world. That certainly sounds like the kind of cry of anguish that could reach all the way up to the moon and crack it open. And in fact, if we look at the exact language of the Lightbringer myth, we can see that much of it is echoed in the Dragonbinder scene at the Kingsmoot. 100 days and 100 nights he labored on the third blade, and as it glowed white-hot in the sacred fires, he summoned his wife. Nissa Nissa, he said to her, for that was her name, "Bare your breast and know that I love you best of all that is in this world." She did this thing, why, I cannot say, and Azor Ahai thrust the smoking sword through her living heart. It is said that her cry of anguish and ecstasy left a crack across the face of the moon, but her blood and her soul and her strength and her courage all went into the steel. Such is the tale of the forging of Lightbringer, the red sword of heroes. Alright, so Lightbringer glows white-hot, just as Dragonbinder glows white-hot. Dragonbinder's scream fills the world, and if Nissa Nissa's death cry reached the moon, it's safe to say that it filled the world too. Lightbringer's forging in Nissa Nissa's living heart also follows the Dragonbinder magical formula, if you will. Blood for fire and fire for blood. So as you can see, two of the major elements of Lightbringer's forging, the flaming sword and Nissa Nissa's cry, are very strongly evoked when Dragonbinder is blown. Said another way, the dragon horn is playing the symbolic role of both flaming sword and screaming Nissa Nissa. I'll also toss in the fact that in the Victorian quote we read earlier, he described Dragonbinder as being warm and smooth as the dusky woman's thighs, which of course likens the horn to a woman. Thus, when we hear it scream, which Victorian describes as 1,000 screams melted into one, we should think of it as a woman's scream, meaning Nissa Nissa's scream, of course. Even the dusky part of dusky woman could allude to Nissa Nissa's moonbreaking cry having caused the dusk of the long night, but who knows? Consider also the results of the two screams. Dragonbinder's cry is supposed to call forth and bind dragons, while Nissa Nissa's scream left a crack across the face of the moon, which I have connected to a different ancient myth about the moon cracking, which is supposed to explain the origin of dragons. Of course, if you've been to this channel before, you know that the theory here is that those old moon cracking myths are actually about flaming meteor dragons instead of the scaled and winged dragons. Meteors are, after all, what would come from a cracked moon, not flappy fire lizards. And of course, my big theory is that those flaming meteor dragons were actually the cause of the long night. Meanwhile, Euron thinks the bleeding star, meaning the red comet, signals the end times and the apocalypse, when a new god, Euron, will rise from the graves and charnel pits, blah, 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 blah. The Dragonbinder horn may figure into Euron's plans for kicking off the new apocalypse, as it certainly takes center stage in Aeron Dampire's nightmare vision of God King Euron, which is where I pulled those last lines from. Me, being the mythical astronomer that I am, have even wondered if Dragonbinder's true purpose might not be to call back the red comet and actually hat-tip Evil for this idea to make some new moon meteor dragons, since Dragonbinder can easily be taken to mean comet binder or meteor binder. And once again, this is where I remind you that Dragonbinder's twin in the north, which man's called the Horn of Jormungandr, is named after a world-ending serpent boy named Jormungandr. Even the legends of the Horn of Jormungandr suggest an association with the Long Night, since there's a belief that it can bring down the wall, and that seems likely to be something that happens when the others invade, and a new long night falls in the Winds of Winter. Oh, and just by the by, calling down some meteor dragons might be a good way to knock down the wall. I mean, a dragon knocked down the wall on the show, right? A meteor dragon would actually be more realistic, but I digress. So, whether the Dragonbinder horn calls meteor dragons or actual dragons, the point is that both it and Lightbringer are basically draped in apocalyptic, world-ending symbolism and language. That means that not only is Martin evoking the ideas of a flaming sword and a horrific magical cry at the Kingsmoot, but also the themes and the context of Lightbringer mythology. Thus, you can see why I'm looking for Dragonbinder to achieve something slightly more cataclysmic than simply controlling dragons. There's one other sort of scattered to the side clue about Nissa Nissa's scream and the Lightbringer comet and Dragonbinder all sort of relating to one another. And this is concerning Ned's Valyrian steel sword Ice and the two swords made from it when it was melted down, Oathkeeper and Widow's Wail. And I'll just grab my Damascus foam Oathkeeper here. Very safe to handle. Red and black, authentic. Okay, all right. So first of all, Arya and Gendry look up at the red comet in A Clash of Kings, with Gendry thinking that it looks like a sword, the blade still red hot from the forge, while Arya sees it as Ned's ice. When Arya squinted the right way, she could see the sword too, only it wasn't a new sword. It was Ice, her father's great sword, all ripply Valyrian steel, and the red was Lord Eddard's blood on the blade after Sir Illian, the King's Justice, had cut off his head. Yoren had made her look away when it happened, yet it seemed to her that the comet looked like Ice must have after. So as you can see, Ned's sword is pretty clearly labeled as being symbolically analogous to both Lightbringer, the burning red sword, as well as the red comet, which heralds the return of Azor Ahai and Lightbringer. but only when it's stained with Ned's blood. Now consider Widow's Wail, a sword whose blade is dyed partially blood red, preserving its likeness to the Red Comet, and which is named after a woman's scream, Widow's Wail. Once again, it seems we're supposed to think of Nisinis's cry as being like a sword itself, or like the Red Comet. And I say that is because one day in the ancient past, the Red Comet came along, flying through the sky, like a dragon, or like a huge burning sword, and struck the moon, cracking its face and calling down the meteor dragons. We can see these same ideas present with Dragonbinder, just sort of shuffled around a little bit. So on one hand, Widow's Wail is a dragon steel sword named after a woman's scream that can sometimes look like the Red Comet in the sky, while Dragonbinder is a fiery dragon horn banded in burning dragon steel that sounds like a woman's scream and supposedly calls dragons, but might actually call the Red Comet. And just to speculate a bit here, it could be that the dragon horn or a similar horn was used by the original Azor Ahai to call the Red Comet, which broke the moon, with Nisinis's blood magic sacrifice perhaps being used to power some part of the ritual. This could explain why the Azor Ahai myth speaks of a woman being sacrificed in an act of blood magic alongside the cracking of the moon. So now turning the discussion to Mance's horn, there are two evocations of a Lightbringer or flaming swords sort of just snuggled up right against it. First, when Jon sees the horn in Mance's tent in the scene we already quoted from, Mance's wife Dalla drops some ancient wisdom about the dangers of using sorcery when Jon asks them why they haven't used the horn already. It was Dalla who answered him, Dalla, great with child, lying on her pile of furs beside the brazier. We free folk know things you kneelers have forgotten. Sometimes the short road is not the safest, Jon Snow. The Horned Lord once said that sorcery is a sword without a hilt. There is no safe way to grasp it. Aha, so using the Horn of Jormungand, that sounds a lot like Dragonbinder, is like using a flaming sword, a magical flaming sword at that. Very interesting. The same could certainly be said about Dragonbinder splitting the air like a sword thrust with its shivering hot scream, couldn't it? And then we have the scene where Melisandre burns the Horn of Jormungand, where, if we squint very hard, we can see a faint suggestion of Lightbringer. The Red Woman's robes of deep-dyed scarlet swirled about her, and her coppery hair made a halo round her face. Tall yellow flames danced from her fingertips like claws. Free folk! Your false gods cannot help you! Your false horn did not save you! Your false king brought you only death, despair, defeat! But here stands the true king! Behold his glory! Stannis Baratheon drew Lightbringer. The sword glowed red and yellow and orange, alive with light. Jon had seen the show before, but not like this, never before like this. Lightbringer was the sun-made steel. When Stannis raised the blade above his head, men had to turn their heads or cover their eyes. Horses shied, and one threw his rider. The blaze in the fire pit seemed to shrink before this storm of light, like a small dog cowering before a larger one. The wall itself turned red and pink and orange as waves of color danced across the ice. Is this the power of King's blood? Aha, gotcha. We only had to squint hard because of the blinding light of Lightbringer. Oh, I can't look. So once again, we have the horns joined at the hip, or like I said, snuggled up against Lightbringer. And here we see the wall lighting up with Lightbringer's reflected fire, which could be foreshadowing of the wall's destruction by fire, of which there is plenty more foreshadowing, by the way, so check out the Lord Snow video and the Promise to the Others video for that stuff. My personal favorite was when Stannis straight up lays his Lightbringer sword on the map of Westeros directly across the wall, like some sort of huge Lightbringer comet striking the wall. Anyway, let's back up a tiny bit and check out the actual burning of the horn. The Horn of Jormungand burst into flame. It went up with a whoosh as swirling tongues of green and yellow fire leapt up crackling all along its length. For half a heartbeat, the runes graven on the gold bands seemed to shimmer in the air. Aha! Martin chose to have those First Men runes shimmer in the fire, seemingly to draw a parallel to Dragonbinder's runes glowing red and white with fire. And on a basic level, burning the horn is a great way to associate it with fire, since it's not otherwise a fiery horn. Again, to draw a parallel with Dragonbinder, which is, in fact, a burning hell horn. Now, as to Nisinissa's cry, it comes from the mouth of the person being sacrificed by fire, along with the burning of the horn, which is, in this case, Rattleshirt, who has of course been glamored to look like Mance Rayder. Immediately after the burning horn is tossed down into the fire pit, it says, "Inside his cage, Mance Rayder clawed at the noose about his neck with bound hands and screamed incoherently of treachery and witchery, denying his kingship, denying his people, denying his name, denying all that he had ever been. He shrieked for mercy and cursed the Red Woman and began to laugh hysterically." Screaming and shrieking, just like the hell horn, and burned alive, just like Nisinissa. Add to that this line a moment later. His screams became one long, wordless shriek of fear and pain. That kind of sounds a lot like Vic's description of Dragonbinder being 1,000 screams melted into one. We can even see hints of the ecstasy part of Nisinissa's anguish and ecstasy in the hysterical laughter and the little dance that Mance does as he burns a few lines later. And of course, it's not actually Mance, it's the Lord of Bones. And finally, a woman, presumably Val, adds her cry as well when it says, "A woman's sobs echoed off the wall as the wildling king slid bonelessly to the floor of his cage, wreathed in fire." The sequence here is really great when we step back and look at it. We have the magical sacrifice of an important person and the horn lighting up with fire. Then we hear the great scream, and right after, a flaming sword appears, which is too bright to look upon, representing the forging of Lightbringer, and perhaps the appearance of flaming meteor swords which light up the sky like 1,000 suns. Azor Ahai is here, the wall is here, fire magic, and even a bunch of burning weirwood symbolism, for those of you who know what's up with that. All we're missing is Daenerys. So, will Dany blow the dragon horn? We've seen plenty of evidence suggesting that she might, and it makes a lot of logical sense too. Dany certainly does need help controlling her dragons. Even Drogon, whom she has a bond with, pretty much flies where he wants to for the most part. For example, Dany thinks to herself in her last A Dance with Dragons chapter that the dragon lords of old Valyria had controlled their mounts with binding spells and sorcerous horns, but that she may do with a word and a whip. And that's to say nothing of Viserion and Rhaegal, whom Dany has little to no control over. And what if the horn does something more, something to help trigger a new long night apocalypse? Is that something Daenerys would do? Well, I've always wondered if Azor Ahai broke the moon and caused the long night on purpose, very like Euron seems to want to do, or by accident, meaning was he perhaps trying to achieve some noble purpose only to have the magic sort of backfire and create very unintended consequences? One way in which I've always expected this question to be answered would be the way it goes down this time around, meaning if Dany blows Dragonbinder, unaware of its apocalyptic potential, then perhaps Azor Ahai should be thought of as a similar figure. But if Euron blows it, or more likely forces or compels or tricks Dany into blowing it, well then, that might match a scenario where the original Azor Ahai was an evil, Euron-type figure who used Nisinissa's blood sacrifice to power dark magic that enriched himself at the expense of the world and the moon. Or maybe Dragonbinder just summons and controls dragons, and that's it. I don't know. But one way or the other, I have to think that based on the evidence and the foreshadowing, Dany will be blowing that horn. I will leave you now with one final set of foreshadowings for this, which is the presence of Nisinissa's scream at the hatching of Dany's dragons. First, we find it coming from the mouth of Mirri Maz Duur. Mirri Maz Duur began to sing in a shrill, ululating voice. The flames whirled and writhed, racing each other up the platform. The dusk shivered as the air itself seemed to liquefy from the heat. Dany heard logs spit and crack. The fires swept over Mirri Maz Duur. Her song grew louder, shriller. Then she gasped again and again, and her song became a shuddering wail, thin and high and full of agony. Notice that Mirri's sound starts as a magical song and then transforms to the inhuman wail that really does make us think of Nissa Nissa's death cry, especially since Miri is being sacrificed to power dragon/Lightbringer magic, as was Nissa Nissa. Then we see the bonfire itself take over the scream. The pyre roared in the deepening dusk like some great beast, drowning out the fainter sound of Miri Mazdur's screaming and sending up long tongues of flame to lick at the belly of the night. The pyre is a roaring beast with many long, fiery tongues, and it's screaming louder than Miri Mazdur. Then a moment later we read that the roaring filled the world. So now we're put more in mind of Dragonbinder, whose fiery screaming tongue also filled the world. Then we have the cracking of the dragon's eggs themselves, which come with incredible sounds described as loud and sharp as thunder, and then loud and sharp as the breaking of the world, which is language evocative of something as cataclysmic as a meteor impact, giants waking in the earth, or both. Then, finally, we get the very last lines of Game of Thrones, which describe the sound of actual dragons. As Daenerys Targaryen rose to her feet, her black hissed, pale smoke venting from its mouth and nostrils. The other two pulled away from her breasts and added their voices to the call, translucent wings unfolding and stirring the air. And for the first time in hundreds of years, the night came alive with the music of dragons. So, will Daenerys Targaryen sound the mighty Dragonbinder horn and fill the world with the music of dragons? A cataclysmic, roaring song of ice and fire, just as Nissa Nissa's cry of anguish and ecstasy left a crack across the face of the moon and unleashed the long night? I'd say the chances are good that Dany does give it a toot, though it's an open question just what will happen when and if she does. Hey guys, David Lightbringer here. Welcome to the mythical astronomy of ice and fire. And I've often wondered why the Targaryens of Dragonstone didn't seem to save much Valyrian sorcery from the downfall of the Freehold. No glass candles, no Dragonbinder hellhorns, no more making of Valyrian steel, no more using horrific blood magic sorcery to create monstrous new human-animal hybrids. Now, you can see why they might decide, no more of the Island of Dr. Moreau stuff, but the candles and the dragon horns and the Valyrian steelmaking knowledge definitely seem like useful things to hold on to, right? After all, the founders of House Targaryen supposedly saw the doom coming, either by way of Daenerys the Dreamer having dreamed of it 12 years prior, or perhaps by way of her father Aenar Targaryen, Lord of Dragonstone, having potentially conspired with the Faceless Men to pull off the doom. I favor the latter theory, which is why I made 2 videos about that. But whatever the case may be, it seems clear that the first Targaryens, either by choice or as a product of circumstances we don't quite understand, consigned most of the trademark Valyrian sorcery to the fires of the doom. From the ashes, however, rises a horrible new phoenix. And it's the same as the old phoenix. Euron Greyjoy, the Crow's Eye, has found a Dragonbinder horn and a Valyrian suit of armor from, maybe from Valyria or maybe from God knows where. Archmaester Marwyn of the Citadel has learned the secret of the glass candle and has lit one in his study. And we hear all the way back in Book 2 that the glass candles are burning again in the house of Urathon Nightwalker and Karth, whoever that is. Valyrian steel swords are moving around the chessboard, presumably into positions to be used against the White Walkers at the end of the story, and there are even clues that lost swords like Blackfire and Dark Sister, the 2 ancestral swords of House Targaryen, might be preparing to surface. Some have also wondered if Gendry's apprenticeship to Tobo Mott in King's Landing might have endowed him with the secret of reworking Valyrian steel, creating the possibility of Gendry reforging Valyrian steel armor or weapons, just as Tobo Mott reforged Ned's ice into Oathkeeper and Widow's Wail. In other words, Valyrian sorcery is on the rise, despite appearing to have been snuffed out in the doom. Now, with all due respect to Jon Snow, who is now dead and will soon be undead, and with somewhat less respect to Fagon, young Griff, my name is Fagon, whose parentage is dubious at best, the one carrying the mantle of last living Valyrian in the story is, of course, Daenerys Targaryen. She's the one who hatched the dragons, if you recall, so she's certainly doing her part to return Valyrian sorcery to the world. I just made a video talking about how Dany might be the one to blow the Dragonbinder hellhorn, so make sure to check that one out. And today I'm actually here to make another prediction about Daenerys getting her hands on yet more Valyrian sorcery. Like every A Song of Ice and Fire theorist, I have my share of pet theories and predictions that I've made for the final books. But the theory that I'm going to give you today might actually be the one that I feel the most confident in actually coming true, besides the moon meteors, of course. It goes like this. Daenerys Targaryen will gain access to a glass candle in the Winds of Winter, and she will use it to learn those ancient truths of a shy by the shadow that Quaithe is always banging on about. In doing so, Daenerys will be coming further into her birthright as a scion of old Valyria, and indeed, I believe the final books of the series will see Dany increasingly come to resemble a full-blown dragon lord and Valyrian sorceress, minus the slavery, of course. As we've discussed elsewhere, Dany's track record of using her dragons to liberate slaves and destroy systems of slavery is a deliberate inversion and an answer to the genocide and slavery perpetuated by her Valyrian dragon lord ancestors, who were not very nice people, to say the least. Setting aside that very important distinction, Dany does seem to be on her way to inheriting the full arsenal of Valyrian sorcery, with both a Valyrian dragonbinder horn and at least one Valyrian glass candle converging on Slaver's Bay in the hands of people who want to ally with Dany. Victarion Greyjoy brought the dragon horn, of course. Today I'm going to show you why I'm 100%, 99.99% certain that a glass candle will be coming to Dany courtesy of Marwyn the Mage. As I've theorized in my earlier Great Empire of the Dawn videos, there's ample evidence to believe that some or all Valyrian sorcery was actually passed down from an older, long-lost civilization of dragon lords who built a shy by the shadow. And indeed, the purpose of Dany gaining access to glass candles will be so that she can learn the ancient truths that hide there regarding dragons, the Red Comet, the Long Night, and of course, Azor Ahai. The meat of this theory comes almost entirely from Samwell Tarly's last chapter of A Feast for Crows. It's going to come together quickly because we're given both a full explanation of the power of the glass candles, as well as all the clues we need to understand why one will soon be in the hands of Daenerys Targaryen, Valyrian sorceress. This quote comes right as Sam enters the chambers of Marwyn the Mage, along with Alaris the Sphinx. A fire was burning in the hearth, beneath a copper kettle. Whatever was inside of it smelled burned. Aside from that, the only light came from a tall, black candle in the center of the room. The candle was unpleasantly bright. There was something queer about it. The flame did not flicker, even when Archmaester Marwyn closed the door so hard that papers blew off a nearby table. The light did something strange to colors, too. Whites were bright as fresh fallen snow. Yellow shone like gold, reds turned to flame, but the shadows were so black they looked like holes in the world. Sam found himself staring. The candle itself was 3 feet tall and slender as a sword, ridged and twisted, glittering black. "Is that obsidian?" said the other man in the room, a pale, fleshy, pasty-faced young fellow with round shoulders, soft hands, close-set eyes, and food stains on his robes. "Call it dragon glass." Archmaester Marwyn glanced at the candle for a moment. "It burns, but is not consumed." "What feeds the flame?" asked Sam. "What feeds a dragon's fire?" Marwyn seated himself upon a stool. "All Valyrian sorcery was rooted in blood or fire. The sorcerers of the Freehold could see across mountains, seas, and deserts with one of these glass candles. They could enter a man's dreams and give him visions, and speak to one another half a world apart, seated before their candles. Do you think that might be useful, Slayer?" "We would have no more need of ravens." "Only after battles." The Archmaester peeled a sour leaf off a bale, shoved it in his mouth, and began to chew it. "Tell me all you told our Dornish Sphinx. I know much of it and more, but some small parts may have escaped my notice." Right off the bat, let's take a moment to say how cool the glass candle is, right? And I hope you like my spiffy little glass candle Photoshop job that I whipped up. Obsidian, or dragon glass, is of course already known to kill the others, and here we have a sword-like obsidian blade lighting up with magical fire, so there's definitely strong Lightbringer vibes here. But set all that aside, and just think about what Marwyn is saying here with these last couple of sentences. He wants Sam to recount his entire story of the Whites and the others and all the rest, because some small parts may have escaped his notice. In other words, Marwyn basically already knows everything Sam has done and seen north of the Wall and elsewhere, Because he's been watching him through the glass candle. Alaris the Sphinx, nodding at the glass candle a few moments later, also confesses to Sam that, "Ours was no chance encounter, Sam. The mage sent me to snatch you up before you spoke to Theobald. He knew that you were coming." Marwyn has this whole thing on lockdown, in other words, thanks to the glass candle. His knowledge and power is really only comparable to that of characters like Quaithe, who also has a glass candle, or Bloodraven, who watches everyone through the Weirwood Net, of course. That's how powerful these candles are, and thus we begin to comprehend how unstoppable the Valyrians truly would have been. Valyrian sorcerers and sorceresses could communicate over any distance, and they could spy on seemingly anything they could think to pay attention to. Presumably, Marwyn has been paying attention to Sam and the Night's Watch because he understands the threat that the others pose, and thus the importance of the events at the Wall and beyond. Indeed, in the next paragraphs of this chapter, we find that Marwyn is highly concerned with, well, all the same things we readers are thinking about in regards to the climax of the story. This is Sam Tarly again, Sam the Slayer, finishing the recounting of his many journeys. Maester Aemon believed that Daenerys Targaryen was the fulfillment of a prophecy. Her, not Stannis, nor the princeling whose head was dashed against the wall.
Born amidst salt and smoke, beneath a bleeding star. I know the prophecy.
Marwyn turned his head and spat a gob of red phlegm onto the floor.
Not that I would trust it. Gorgon of Old Gis once wrote that prophecy is like a treacherous woman. She takes your member in her mouth, and you moan with the pleasure of it and think, how sweet, how fine, how good this is. And then her teeth snap shut and your moans turn to screams. That is the nature of prophecy, said Gorgon. Prophecy will bite your prick off every time.
He chewed a bit.
Still,
Alaris stepped up next to Sam. Aemon would have gone to her if he had the strength. He wanted us to send a maester to her, to counsel her and protect her and fetch her safely home. Archmaester Marwyn, ever the black sheep amongst the gray sheep, goes on to explain how the powers that be at the Citadel aren't so fond of dragons, Targaryens, glass candles, or sorcery in general. When Alaris the Sphinx asks Marwyn what he's going to do about all this information, Marwyn makes this declaration.
Get myself to Slaver's Bay in Aemon's place. The swan ship that delivered Slayer should serve my needs well enough. The Grey Sheep will send their man on a galley, I don't doubt. With fair winds, I should reach her first.
Marwyn glanced at Sam again and frowned.
You should stay here and forge your chain. If I were you, I would do it quickly. A time will come when you'll be needed on the wall.
So did you notice how Marwyn is kind of acting like some sort of general in the last battle here? I mean, he's all like, yeah, I'll just bounce over to Slaver's Bay and help Dany with those dragons and that whole Azor High Reborn thing. And you, Sam, you learn what you can here. Then, meet me at the wall in time for the last battle where I plan to make use of you. Right. Yeah. Marwyn's in charge, I guess. Now, Marwyn's intent clearly is to join Dany's A-team of advisors and allies in the east, and he's likely going to try to point her in the direction of the White Walkers. Because of the power of the glass candle, Marwyn is one of the very few people in the story with eyes on both the dragons and the White Walkers, and he seems to think he knows what needs to be done in order for humanity to survive. He really is kind of a self-appointed general in the army of the living, and he's not wasting any time in doing what needs to be done. The wisdom and counsel that he could give Daenerys is basically immeasurable, from his knowledge of arcane matters and ancient prophecy to knowledge of Westerosi politics and Citadel politics, plus all the general knowledge that very learned maesters bring with them. Better yet, Marwyn is almost certainly bringing one of these big shiny glass candles with him to Slaver's Bay. While it's true that we see Marwyn the Mage flee the scene without tucking the glass candle under his trench coat, it's not the only one the Citadel possesses. That's right. This is from the prologue of A Feast for Crows. Pate knew about the glass candles, though he had never seen one burn. They were the worst-kept secret of the Citadel. It was said that they had been brought to Old Town from Valyria 1,000 years before the Doom. He had heard there were 4. 1 was green and 3 were black, and all were tall and twisted. Now, the Citadel only uses these glass candles for a kind of strange initiation ritual where the acolyte is forced to spend all night in the dark with a glass candle as a sort of proof that magic doesn't exist, for the candles typically have not lit up for anyone in years and years and years. Ergo, no one really cares that Marwyn is just sort of using one of the Citadel's candles for mood lighting in his chambers, and probably no one is keeping a super close eye on the other candles that they may have. Marwyn himself is actually the Archmaester of the Higher Mysteries with a rod, ring, and mask of Valyrian steel, so he's probably in charge of the glass candle inventory anyway, such as it is. Thus, it pretty much would have been a piece of cake for Marwyn to grab one of those other candles, place it very gently inside its shockproof SKB hardshell glass candle travel case, and bring that bad boy on the ship to go help Daenerys save the world. I'd go with the green one myself, but that's probably because I'm eccentric and flashy. So think about this, friends. Pretend you're Marwyn the Mage for a minute. You've learned how to use the glass candle to effectively monitor everything worth monitoring in the world, from the Wall to Slaver's Bay. You're primarily concerned with the threat that the others pose, and you think that Dany and her dragons have an important role to play in the upcoming fight to save humanity. You're now getting on a boat to travel across the world to reach Daenerys and counsel her as she returns to Westeros to try to stop the army of the dead. Now, tell me, do you bring a glass candle with you, or, said another way, dare you leave that power behind? I mean, the fate of the world is on the shoulders of Dany and those who advise her and aid her, which means you. So I have to think, you bring a glass candle, right? That's what you do. With the glass candle, Marwyn the Mage is one of the most powerful people in the world. But without it, he's basically just a rebellious maester with a dry wit and kind of a nasty sour leaf habit. I think we have to say that the glass candle is simply too invaluable of an asset not to bring to the equivalent of Armageddon or perhaps Ragnarok. I mean, they can use it to spy on the others, obviously, and also on the many foes that stand between Dany and the Wall. Marwyn could use it to communicate with people like Sam, much as Quaithe uses a glass candle to appear to Daenerys in a sort of waking dream on a couple of occasions. I mean, think about that. Marwyn having a way to reach Sam could be extremely useful, as Dany needs to coordinate with Jon Snow and the other northern forces closer to the fight with the others. So before we go any further, I just want to hammer this home because it's really just a simple matter of logic and extrapolation. Marwyn has access to multiple candles at the Citadel. Marwyn knows how to use the candles. Marwyn thinks the fate of the world is on the line, and Marwyn is leaving the Citadel for a long time without any sort of guarantee that he'll live to make it back there before the last battle. Thus, there's really no chance that Marwyn didn't bring a candle with him, in my opinion. Yeah, the candle is big and delicate, but that's why we have the SKB case. No, kidding aside, the candle is only about 3 feet long, and it can easily fit in some sort of trunk and then be brought along for the long sea voyage. The Summer Islander ship is about the safest passage that Marwyn could hope for, as they command absolute superiority on the water and with the bow. They got those golden heart tree bows. So Marwyn should have no difficulty showing up in Meereen with an intact glass candle, or maybe even more than one. That's right, he's just going to saunter in there after the fighting dies down, hopefully close to the time when Dany returns to Meereen, and he's going to just whip out that glass candle and be like, "Hey, baby, check it out." Sorry if I worded that poorly, but you get the idea. He's going to be quite the ally to Dany and her team, and I imagine he'll have no trouble gaining acceptance. In fact, Dany's even heard of Marwyn the Mage before. That's right, when Dany next hears the name Marwyn the Mage, it won't be the first time. All the way back in A Game of Thrones, Mirri Maz Duur mentions Marwyn when speaking to Dany of Asshai. When I was younger and more fair, I went in caravan to Asshai by the Shadow to learn from their mages. Ships from many lands come to Asshai, so I lingered long to study the healing ways of distant peoples. A moon singer of the Jogos Nai gifted me with her birthing songs. A woman of your own riding people taught me the magics of grass and corn and horse. And a maester from the sunset lands opened a body for me and showed me all the secrets that hide beneath the skin. Ser Jorah Mormont spoke up. A maester? Marwyn, he named himself, the woman replied in the common tongue. From the sea, beyond the sea, the 7 lands, he said, sunset lands, where men are iron and dragons rule. He taught me this speech. A maester in Asshai, Ser Jorah mused. Tell me, God's wife, what did this Marwyn wear about his neck? A chain so tight it was like to choke him, Iron Lord, with links of many metals. The knight looked at Dany. Only a man trained in the citadel of Old Town wears such a chain, he said, and such men do know much of healing. In other words, when Marwyn shows up with a glass candle and claims to have knowledge of Valyrian magic and lore, Dany's going to think, oh yeah, that's right, Marwyn. I know for a fact that he has been to Asshai and studied magic there. I don't tend to think that Dany would hold it against Marwyn that he once learned with Mirri Maz Duur, and then Mirri Maz Duur was responsible for Rhaego's death. To me, that doesn't make sense, but leave your opinion in the comments by all means. This detail, included all the way back here in the first book of the series, also shows that George was already planning to bring Marwyn into Dany's plot from the very beginning. So it must be important, right? Dany certainly does have a lot to learn about all things dragons and Valyrian sorcery, and Marwyn is just the sort of person to teach her. In A Feast for Crows, Roderick the Reader Harlaw, Asha Greyjoy's uncle and member number 1 of the Marwyn the Mage fan club, drops some information on Marwyn the Mage as he looks up from a book to greet Asha. Archmaester Marwyn's Book of Lost Books. He lifted his gaze from the page to study her. Hotho brought me a copy from Old Town. He has a daughter he would have me wed. Lord Roderick tapped the book with a long nail. See here? Marwyn claims to have found 3 pages of signs and portents, visions written down by the maiden daughter of Aenar Targaryen before the doom came to Valyria. Marwyn may be skeptical of prophecy, but that doesn't mean he's not interested in it, right? As you can see, it's not just the Azor High prophecy that he's thinking about. He's gone and tracked down a few pages of one of the most obscure books of Valyrian prophecy and dragon lore ever written. Daenys the Dreamer is the one who supposedly foresaw the doom, and she apparently gave many other prophecies besides, enough to fill an entire book, which is called Signs and Portents. Marwyn's interest in Valyrian magic and prophecy goes back years, in other words, and he's likely to possess knowledge that few, if anyone else, does. One wonders where he found those pages of signs and portents. Perhaps in Asshai, where he studied for years, or perhaps some other remote, far-flung location. Or perhaps he found them in the library of the Church of Starry Wisdom, because Marwyn may be a member. From the A Feast for Crows prologue again. The mage was not like other maesters. People said that he kept company with whores and hedge wizards, talked with hairy Ibonese and pitch-black summer islanders in their own tongues, and sacrificed to queer gods at the little sailors' temples down by the wharves. Queer gods at little sailors' temples may be a reference to the Church of Starry Wisdom, actually, which, quote, persists to this day in many port cities throughout the known world, according to the World of Ice and Fire. Old Town and Asshai are both port cities, and Starry Wisdom cult is an astronomy and astrology-based religion, and those kinds of religions have always been popular with sailors and seafarers, who, of course, depend on astronomy for navigation. The Church of Starry Wisdom was supposedly founded by the Bloodstone Emperor, so, of course, it's intricately tied to the idea of occult magic, and that's just the sort of thing that Marwyn likes to research. And, of course, according to my theory, the Bloodstone Emperor reigned from Asshai, so the Church of Starry Wisdom should have a very strong presence there. We also know that Quaithe, the Shadowbinder, is from Asshai, and, of course, she uses a glass candle to visit Dany remotely. Boy, let me tell you that Quaithe, who literally dispenses wisdom to Dany by making her face appear in the sky as a mask of starlight, is almost certainly a Starry Wisdom cultist. Check out the Church of Starry Wisdom video in the Great Empire of the Dawn series for the full story there. We also learn in A Dance with Dragons that Starry Wisdom cultists practice their religion atop scrying towers, and of course, the glass candles are specifically a type of scrying magic. So it seems like Starry Wisdom Church and glass candle use may just go together like peanut butter and jelly. So, when we see Marwyn studying magic and prophecy at Asshai, visiting the queer gods at the dockside temples, and somehow knowing how to use the glass candle, it seems likely that he's either a Starry Wisdom cultist or that he's simply running in the same circles and studying the same lore. Heck, I mean, Marwyn and Quaithe may well know each other, either from Starry Wisdom Church service itself, or simply from studying similar magics in the same city. After all, it is kinda suspect that Marwyn has Sam repeat his whole life story right there in front of the glass candle, right? I mean, who was on the other end of that thing listening? Quaithe or some other Starry Wisdom higher-ups, maybe? At the very least, both Marwyn and Quaithe seem to want Dany to use the dragons against the others, and both seem willing to use all their arcane knowledge and power to help her do so. Bottom line, Marwyn the Mage is Not just a maester who's staring at the suddenly burning glass candle at the citadel and wondering what's going on, but rather the closest thing to an expert on Valyrian sorcery that we've seen yet. And he's headed Dany's way. How convenient. Let's hope he brings that incredibly powerful magical talisman with him. I know I would. Now, why do I think that Dany will be using the glass candle as opposed to just Marwyn using it on Dany's behalf? Well, besides the fact that Daenerys is a true scion of old Valyria, whose arc seems to be trending towards more magical power and knowledge, there's actually a specific clue that Quaithe drops in A Clash of Kings about Dany needing to go to Asshai. The woman took a step backward. "You must leave this city soon, Daenerys Targaryen, or you will never be permitted to leave it at all." Dany's wrist still tingled where Quaithe had touched her. "Where would you have me go?" she asked. "To go north, you must journey south. To reach the west, you must go east. To go forward, you must go back. And to touch the light, you must pass beneath the shadow." Asshai, Dany thought. She would have me go to Asshai. "Will the Asshai give me an army?" she demanded. "Will there be gold for me in Asshai? Will there be ships? What is there in Asshai that I will not find in Qarth?" "Truth," said the woman in the mask, and bowing, she faded back into the crowd. Now, George has actually admitted that this has become a bit of a lost plot thread and that he's since decided against having Dany physically go to Asshai. Instead, Dany has been repeatedly visited by Quaithe, who continues to tease the idea of secret knowledge from Asshai concerning dragons and Dany's destiny. Beginning no later than A Storm of Swords, but perhaps earlier, Quaithe is very definitely using the glass candles to astrally project herself into Dany's mind and directly communicate with her. And she's probably also using the candle to enter Dany's dreams, where Quaithe appears to be sort of coaching Dany through symbols and experiences. For example, Dany dreams of fighting an alternate version of the Battle of the Trident where she's mounted on a dragon and bathing her ice-armored foes in dragon flame, which causes Dany to feel that this is how it was meant to be. She then wakes to find Quaithe astrally projecting herself into the room, so it seems clear that this is a Quaithe dream meant to encourage Dany to think about riding dragons and melting icy foes. Now, it could be that Quaithe will continue to sort of spoon-feed Dany cryptic little morsels until the time is right to reveal the crucial secret truth waiting in Asshai. But what if Dany were to take the initiative herself? With a glass candle from her friend Marwyn the Mage, Dany would be able to explore Asshai remotely and maybe figure out what's going on there. Perhaps this is how Dany will go to Asshai instead of physically going there as Martin originally planned. Perhaps Dany will take us readers on a lovely tour of the Bloodstone Emperor's Black Meteor Shrine at the Corpse City, Stygiai. Wouldn't that be nice? Or perhaps simply having a glass candle will enable her to communicate more effectively with Quaithe. Quaithe does seem limited in her ability to speak to Dany, either by choice or by simple limitation of magic. So maybe what we need is a full glass candle walkie-talkie set, right? Or perhaps Dany needs to turn the tables on Quaithe a bit and sort of get outside the bubble of knowledge that Quaithe has created for Dany, much in the same way that we could see Bran exploring the Weirwood net beyond Bloodraven's awareness and perhaps coming to different conclusions about what he should be doing. The line between teacher and puppeteer is thin indeed with the Bloodraven Bran and Quaithe Dany relationship, so there may come a day when the pupils must gather their own wisdom and make their own decisions. Bran, of course, has his own link to the Weirwoods, and I hope you'll agree that it seems all but certain that Dany will soon be staring into the eerie, unwavering, unnatural flame of her very own Valyrian glass candle. Finally, it seems to me that the secret truth of Asshai may well have something to do with the great empire of the Dawn, whose gemstone-eyed emperors appeared to Dany at the climax of her Wake the Dragon dream in A Game of Thrones. As you probably recall, they had the silver and gold hair of the Valyrians and Targaryens, and they held swords of pale fire. And if they really are the ancient pre-Valyrian Dragonlord Empire who built Asshai before the Long Night ever fell, then they would indeed have the primo, ultra-dank sorcery, right? The oldest secrets about dragons and the Long Night and Azor Ahai. Just the sort of thing Dany needs. One also wonders how these kingly ghosts of the great empire of the Dawn appeared to Dany in her dream anyway. What, are they like still alive in some sense? Did they have some way of preserving their spirits somewhere in the ether? If so, A glass candle may be a great way to contact them, right? Glass candles and weird magic are both forms of astral projection, and we've seen that magicians who travel the astral plane can sense one another, even if they use different magics to get there. If Dany were to use the glass candle, she may well contact other magicians or even other entities, and she'll also be making it easier for such magicians or entities to find her, should they so desire. One person Dany should be wary of out there on the astral plane is Euron, because I think Euron's had a glass candle for some time now. That's what all this "the glass candles are burning again in the House of Urathon Nightwalker" business is about, in my opinion. I think that's Euron's alias when he's in Karth. But that's a story for another video.
Hey there, friends. David Lightbringer here because somebody said glass candles, so those are like my favorite. See, I made this one in Photoshop. So yeah, Ryan Condal, House of the Dragon showrunner, recently said that House of the Dragon Season 3 will show us a new thing from book lore that has never been seen on a show before. And although I am embarrassed to say I didn't have a good guess about what that was, a couple of my clever colleagues have figured it out, I think. And the answer may be a Valyrian glass candle, which is very exciting. So hat tip to Dragon Demands, who suggested on his channel the other day that it would be a glass candle. And as soon as he said that, I was like, duh. That's got to be it. Because I have always thought that the Targaryens maintained use of glass candles on Dragonstone after the Doom. So if we see Helena or somebody else on the show using one, that won't surprise me a bit. It'll be just what I expected. And as I'll show you today, it makes a ton of sense. And then, as it turns out, fellow YouTuber and frequent guest of the channel, Michael Talks About Stuff, actually made a video last summer guessing that Helena was using a glass candle to enter Daemon's Weirwood dream at the end of Season 2. So if it does turn out to be a glass candle that Ryan is talking about, good job. Michael Talks About Stuff. Looks like you may have gotten that one. I do think it's a very plausible theory, and it could even be that they were planning on giving us a glass candle reveal in one of the last 2 episodes of Season 2, which were, of course, cut and moved to Season 3. So in any case, I love glass candles. Like I said, they're a very cool part of the lore, so I figured I would make a video with all my best glass candle theories, and here we are. So here's what we're going to do today. First, I'm going to show you all the wonderful things that you can do with a Valyrian glass candle. Then I'm going to show you where they have been used for sure in the story, and that would be Quay the Shadowbinder and Archmaester Marwyn the Mage, who are both using them in different ways. And most of all, I'm going to give you several theories about glass candles. Number 1, that Daenerys Targaryen will be using one in the Winds of Winter, and I'll tell you how she'll use it and what she'll see. Number 2, that the Targaryens continued to use glass candles on Dragonstone after the Doom, like I said, and specifically that a glass candle helps explain the weird Dornish letter mystery involving Aegon the Conqueror. Number 3, that Euron Crowseye has been using glass candles since Book 2, and that he's been using them to corrupt specific people in the story. Number 4, that Lord Leighton Hightower and his daughter Melora the Mad Maid are using a glass candle atop the High Tower, which is nothing new, of course, but I'll give you a new theory about what their plan is. And number 5, that the Cult of Starry Wisdom is using glass candles to enact its agenda all around the world. And I'll also speculate about what that agenda is. And then finally, with another shout out to Michael Talks About Stuff, we'll talk about the enhanced glass candle powers that Martin included in a scrapped draft for A Feast for Crows. Powers that he may still be planning to reveal some version of later in the books. So I have a specific theory about what he might be doing along those lines. So that's what we've got for you today, folks. Hopefully that sounds like fun, and let's get to the video. Alright, so despite being one of the most flagrantly magical things in the entire story, glass candles are actually one of the most modern things, since they are a bit like walkie-talkies or video chat, you might say, with a little internet spying thrown in. But of course, the major inspiration for the glass candles are the Palantiri, the seeing stones from Lord of the Rings, as well as the black obsidian scrying mirrors used by shamans throughout Mesoamerican culture. The basic idea of a dark mirror also kind of just reeks of the occult vibes that George likes to hang on the Targaryens and Valyrians, and that's essentially what the glass candles are. They are sword-shaped black scrying mirrors, or sword-shaped black palantiri if you prefer. Now, A Feast for Crows actually gives us the rare privilege of sitting in on a lecture about the powers of the glass candle from none other than the Archmaester of the Higher Mysteries at the Citadel, Marwyn the Mage. So let's stop doodling in our notebooks and pay attention to the lecture. The only light came from a tall black candle in the center of the room. The candle was unpleasantly bright. There was something queer about it. The flame did not flicker, even when Archmaester Marwyn closed the door so hard the papers blew off a nearby table. The light did something strange to colors, too. Whites were bright as fresh fallen snow. Yellow shone like gold. Reds turned to flame, but the shadows were so black they looked like holes in the world. Sam found himself staring. The candle itself was 3 feet tall and slender as a sword, ridged and twisted, glittering black. "Is that obsidian?" said the other man in the room, a pale, fleshy, pasty-faced young fellow with round shoulders, soft hands, close-set eyes, and food stains on his robes.
Call it dragonglass.
Archmaester Marwyn glanced at the candle for a moment.
It burns, but is not consumed.
With apologies to the Archmaester, let me just briefly cut in here to say, Sam's hooked and he can't stop staring. Oh, baby. Now, I want to highlight the visual language describing the candle, which Martin is using to tell us quite a bit about it. Sorry, it's early in the video. I know you weren't ready for that. So, burning without being consumed is a clear reference to Moses' burning bush, which burns but is not consumed and speaks to Moses and, of course, gives him divine insight. And George is also referencing the burning bush elsewhere when he describes the weirwood tree as looking like a blaze of flame. So they look like they're burning without being consumed. It's a tree, so it's like a big bush. And as we know, the weirwood trees, just like the burning bush, give divine insight from the gods. Glass candles and weirwood trees are both psychic amplifiers and spy tools and ways of getting ancient knowledge, so they are both symbols of the fire of the gods in the hands of man, if you want to say that. Speaking of the fire of the gods, the candle is sword-shaped, as we just heard, so taken together with its steady, unyielding, piercing flame, the glass candle seems meant to evoke the idea of Lightbringer, the burning sword which brings the dawn and all the rest. Marwyn goes on to mention the prophecy of Azor Ahai Reborn a moment later, as he speaks of traveling to Dany to help her save the world. And as I always love to say, there is little chance that Marwyn is not bringing a glass candle with him. The Citadel has 4 after all, which no one but Marwyn seems to be using, and if you're traveling halfway around the world to help someone save the world, you're going to want to bring your magical walkie-talkies spy mirror thing with you, I'm thinking, and more on this in a moment. And then finally we have the language about the candle's light turning shadows so black that they look like holes in the world. This seems meant to evoke the idea of black holes and portals because the candles can indeed transport consciousness and communication across time and space instantaneously, as Archmaester Marwyn would explain if I would just stop interrupting him. "What feeds the flame?" asked Sam.
What feeds a dragon's fire?
Marwyn seated himself upon a stool.
All Valyrian sorcery was rooted in blood or fire. The sorcerers of the Freehold could see across mountains, seas, and deserts with one of these glass candles. They could enter a man's dreams and give him visions, and speak to one another half a world apart, seated before their candles. Do you think that might be useful, Slayer?
We would have no more need of ravens. So as you can see, it wasn't only the dragons that gave the Valyrians total supremacy in war over everyone else in the world for 5,000 years. It was also these candles, which gave the Valyrians a kind of instantaneous worldwide communication network when everyone else was sending messages by raven or ship or horseback or even on foot, like the Greek Battle of Marathon. I suspect the best communication happens when there is a glass candle on both ends, because we've seen Quaithe use a candle to communicate to Dany several times, and it always seems kind of limited in clarity and the amount of time that Quaithe is able to spend. Right now, Quaithe is kind of doing all the work to establish the psychic link, right? So it just kind of makes sense. If there was a candle on both sides, then she and Quaithe could probably speak a lot more clearly. As for using the candles to see across mountains and lakes and rivers and deserts and things, it seems that Marwyn himself has been doing exactly that. First, he sends Alaris the Sphinx over to the Citadel to intercept Sam because he had been watching Sam with the glass candle. And then right after the scene we just read, he commands Sam to tell him the entire story of his time in the North, saying,
I know much of it and more, but some small parts may have escaped my notice.
So, at some point after Dany returned dragons to the world, Marwyn apparently got his candle lit and has been using it to keep an eye on all the goings-on at the Wall and anywhere else in the world that has something to do with the end times, to the point that he already knows most of what Sam could possibly tell him. As for entering someone's dreams and giving them visions, that's exactly what Quaithe has been doing with Dany on multiple occasions. To be honest, all of Dany's dreams are kind of suspect, but the one we can be sure is a Quaithe sending is Dany's dream of fighting her brother Rhaegar's Battle of the Trident, but on dragonback instead of horseback. The troops of Robert Baratheon, the usurper, appear like others, armored in ice, and Dany has a jolly old time melting them with her dragon fire, only to wake up and find Quaithe present in the ship's cabin, and of course she's whispering her mantras about going south to journey north and touching the shadow to reach the light and all the rest. Now, both the mantras and the dream itself seem to be designed to show Dany her future path of fighting the others with dragons. So what we have here essentially is Quaithe giving Dany a kind of two-part lesson, showing her first in the dream and then telling her afterwards. But as I mentioned, the communication is limited and Quaithe only appears for a moment before peacing out. Then in A Dance with Dragons, Dany is atop the Great Pyramid of Meereen and experiences a kind of waking dream, where she alone can see and hear Quaithe walking with her amongst the trees. Quaithe explains that the glass candles are burning again, and that she is essentially projecting herself into Dany's mind. As on the ship, Quaithe appears to be physically in the room, but isn't. And Dany is the only one who can see and hear her. Which leads to a very funny imaginary friend, who are you talking to, Daenerys moment. Ah, yes. So then, in Dany's final A Dance with Dragons chapter, she's wandering sick and delirious out on the Dothraki Sea, as you recall, and she eventually slips into a kind of psychedelic dream where she's floating amongst the stars and they're whirling around her, and then they're taking the form of a mask of starlight, and it is in fact Quaithe's mask, and Quaithe's voice speaking to Dany, literally dispensing the starry wisdom. And once again, the message is the same. Get in touch with your dragon nature, and then go west, meaning to Westeros, and north to touch the light, or you might say, return light to the world. Lightbringer. Might have heard that phrase before. Anyway, now at this point, you may be noticing, as I did, that both of our glass candle users seem to share the same agenda, which is helping Daenerys prepare to face the others and the long night, as is written in ancient books of prophecy in Ashai. I believe this is because both Marwyn and Quaithe are members of Starry Wisdom cult, and thereby share the same Azor Ahai Prince That Was Promised agenda. Quaithe appearing as a mask of starlight to again dispense starry wisdom in quite a literal fashion just seems very on the nose for Starry Wisdom Cult membership. And of course, Quaithe is from Ashai, where the Starry Wisdom Cult was supposedly founded by the Bloodstone Emperor, and where it is likely still centered or based out of. Marwyn, meanwhile, has been to Ashai to study magic or whatever else. That's where he met Miriam Azdur, for example. And then it is said of Marwyn that he, quote, sacrificed to queer gods at the little sailors' temples down by the wharves. That's relevant because the Maesters tell us that Starry Wisdom Cult actually thrives all around the world, but always in port cities, implying that sailors are attracted to Starry Wisdom Cult because it is an astronomy-based religion, and of course sailors navigate by the stars, or at least they did in antiquity. So these visits of Marwyn's to Old Town's weird little sailors' temples are probably Starry Wisdom Cult check-ins, in my opinion. And basically what I'm saying there is that Martin put that detail in there to give us a clue that he is a Starry Wisdom cultist. So that's what I think is going on, despite the fact that the Starry Wisdom cult was founded by the Bloodstone Emperor, who is remembered as having caused the Long Night in the mythology of the Further East. It seems that the objective of the cult now is helping the Prince That Was Promised prepare for the new Long Night. So perhaps there was a Starry Wisdom cult reformation at some point, or maybe they're just dedicated to cleaning up the mess of their founder, the Bloodstone Emperor, or perhaps there's just more about all this that we don't understand, of course. Whatever the truth is, we can see that both Quaithe and Marwyn are using the glass candles, and we can see that they both seem to have a similar agenda about Azor Ahai / the Prince That Was Promised, whom they both see as Daenerys right now, and both have ties to Ashai, where the original Azor Ahai is from and where the prophecy of his return is also from. As to why Marwyn didn't try to use his candle to contact Sam, or maybe John, or maybe Dany directly, as Quaithe has. Well, I think it might be necessary to make physical contact to establish a kind of magical psychic link before you can use a glass candle to invade someone's dreams. And that's based on this passage that you can see on the screen from A Clash of Kings when Dany is in Qarth. So Quaithe, very conspicuously, does this intimate but platonic two-finger tingly touch thing on Dany's arm, and only after that is when the definitive Quaithe dream contact comes. So it seems like Quaithe is kind of marking Dany here, much like the Night King marked Bran by touching his wrist inside the Weirwood dream. And that's on the TV show, obviously. Night King doesn't exist in the books. But yeah, Night King was able to use that ice mark connection to Bran to then break the wards of Bloodraven's cave and invade and put old Bloodraven out of his misery. So if Helena did use a glass candle on the show to invade Daemon's Weirwood dream, then that would follow this rule as well, since Daemon and Helena have no doubt had personal contact, even if they haven't shown it on the show. It's not much time, you understand. And while I'm talking about Helena, I'll just mention that there is in fact no problem with her using a glass candle to invade a Weirwood dream, because of course we see Melisandre using her flame vision to see Bran and Bloodraven. And she thinks that they can see her back, even though they're using Weirwood magic, and she is, of course, using the flame vision magic. So, as we like to say, there's only one astral plane superhighway, even if people are taking different on-ramps. Rounding out our discussion of Starry Wisdom Cult agenda, or at least Marwyn the Mage's agenda, I will again say that it's bloody obvious that Marwyn wouldn't travel halfway around the world to help Dany master her dragons and then bring her back to Westeros to fight against the others without bringing one of the other glass candles that the Citadel has with him. Given how powerful they are, and given how useful they would be to stay in touch with Westeros while you're off in Slaver's Bay, it would just be absolutely insane for Marwyn to leave without taking one. Marwyn is in charge of those things anyway as the Archmaester of the Higher Mysteries, so I really don't think anyone is stopping him from taking another candle out of the display case. They're very dusty, no one uses them. So doing, Marwyn could then communicate back to his glass candle in his study and to any of his acolytes who might be sitting in front of it. Or Marwyn may even be able to contact Sam directly wherever Sam goes, now that he has made physical contact with Sam. That's right, it's right there, you can see it. He's a bit rougher than Quaithe, but it's certainly interesting that George wrote the scene to have Marwyn make physical contact with Sam. That's just how you do it to be sneaky. Nothing more platonic than a get in here slayer. So check out my video Glass Candle Sorceress for more on the Dany glass candle theory. But what it boils down to is Dany increasingly stepping into the role of true Valyrian sorceress, with her learning to use the glass candle being a major part of that. As to what she'll see and do with the candle, well, first of all, presumably she'll be able to communicate a little better with Quaithe and maybe get a little more direct answer on the long night stuff instead of these riddles that she's always throwing at Dany. And of course, it could even be that Quaithe and Marwyn have been in touch with each other via the glass candle. Maybe they tingle-touched in a shy at Starry Wisdom Cult meeting. And so maybe Marwyn will show up in Slaver's Bay with his glass candle, hand it to Dany, and be like, hey, give Quaithe a call. She's waiting to hear from you. Most of all, I believe that Daenerys will see another vision of the gemstone-eyed kingly ghosts from the great empire of the Dawn, whom she saw in her Wake the Dragon dream in a Game of Thrones. As I laid out in my video, Great Empire of the Dawn, Dragon Lords of Ancient Ashai, I believe that Great Empire of the Dawn is really just the name for the ancient Ashai Dragon Lords, whom Septon Barth speculates about having existed and about having been the ancestors of the Valyrians. There's a passage that definitely seems to suggest that Quaithe wants Dany to visit Ashai, so check this out. Dany's wrist still tingled where Quaithe had touched her. "Where would you have me go?" she asked. "To go north, you must journey south. To reach the west, you must go east. To go forward, you must go back. And to touch the light, you must pass beneath the shadow." Ashai, Dany thought. She would have me go to Ashai. "Will the Ashai give me an army?" she demanded. "Will there be gold for me in Ashai? Will there be ships? What is there in Ashai that I will not find in Qarth?" "Truth," said the woman in the mask, and bowing, she faded back into the crowd. Now, as it turns out, Martin has said that he did originally plan for this to happen, for Dany to go to Ashai, but changed his mind. And it's a good thing too, because I really don't think we have time for all that. However, a glass candle seems like the obvious way to have Dany travel to Ashai in a much more timely and efficient manner, and she'll still be able to learn whatever truth is waiting for her there in Ashai that Quaithe is talking about. This also has the added benefit of maintaining the mystery around Ashai, which might be diminished if we had to actually sail there and dock and walk around the streets and all that. So, returning to the topic of the ghosts in the faded raiment of kings with Valyrian hair and swords of pale fire and gemstone eyes, which matched 4 out of the 8 listed gemstones for which the emperors of the Great Empire of the Dawn were named, they do seem like the people who would have ancient knowledge about Ashai and dragons. And in a way, they are the ancient truth. Because what Dany really needs to know is what caused the original Long Night, and more importantly, how to fix it. And that story begins with the downfall of the Great Empire of the Dawn and the corruption of their magic by the Bloodstone Emperor. Therefore, I think Dany will use the glass candle that Marwyn is surely bringing to her to contact these pre-Valyrian ancestor spirits and gain the wisdom that she needs for the final part of the story. These Dawn Age Dragonlord ancestor spirits may even still be alive in some sense. They're referred to as ghosts in Dany's vision, so I've always wondered, are they really ghosts? Are they spirits that are lingering somewhere, as opposed to just being figments of the dream or something that Quaithe stuck in there? Dany's never seen anything like them to imagine them in her dream, and they appear in Dany's dream very like Quaithe does, giving Dany dragon-related advice and seemingly guiding her towards her destiny. So this is where that draft of A Feast for Crows and the extended glass candle powers come into play. Michael Talks made an entire video about this, so I'll link to that in the description below. And yeah, a number of things about glass candles are different here. So first of all, the Faceless Man, formerly known as Jaqen H'ghar and now going by the nickname The Alchemist, instead of having Pate steal a key to the vaults of the Citadel for him, as in the published version, the Alchemist originally had Pate steal the glass candle itself. So that's interesting. It makes us wonder if the objective of the Faceless Men with that key still is getting a glass candle. Everyone's been talking about, old books of dragon lore, so maybe it's a glass candle they want. In any case, while giving Pate his instructions, the alchemist says this: "The night is dark and full of terrors, and light can keep some fearful things at bay, even death. Fire was at the root of all Valyrian magic. With such candles, men made themselves immortal. Dragon glass burns, but it is not consumed. And so long as the flame lasts, the man whose life is bound to it cannot die." He turned back toward Pate. "The bond did need to be renewed from time to time, with blood." So that's pretty cool, right? And obviously Martin seems to have either scrapped this idea altogether, or else he's going to recycle some more limited version of it in the future that he will reveal to us in one of the books that he's writing. And as you can probably guess, I'm thinking it's the latter option, and that some part of the gemstone-eyed kingly ghosts does linger on with the aid of glass candles, no doubt hidden in the inner sanctum of the Temple of Starry Wisdom, deep in the heart of Ashai. If so, they would presumably be waiting around to give Dany advice about Azor Ahai stuff in the Long Night. And I think Martin is in fact hinting at this in the form of some of the things that the Undying Ones promised to Dany to try to trick her. So the Undying Ones are not lying to Dany anywhere that I can find, but rather using true visions to try to distract Dany and lull her into a state of complacency and vulnerability so they can vampire her energy away. This climaxes with the vision of the slaves that Dany will eventually help free, lifting their hands to her and saying, "Mysa, Mysa." And of course, that is a thing that actually happens, but still this is a trick by the Undying, who are waiting to vampire and bite and suck on Dany when Drogon wakes her up and interrupts their whole process. So right before that, the Undying Ones tempted Dany with the vision of beautiful and glorious sorcerers and kings and queens who made some very interesting promises. A kingly man in rich robes rose when he saw her and smiled. "Daenerys of House Targaryen, be welcome. Come and share the food of forever. We are the Undying Ones of Qarth." "Long have we awaited you," said a woman beside him, clad in rose and silver. The breast she had left bare in the Qarthine fashion was as perfect as a breast could be. "We knew you were come to us," the Wizard King said. 1,000 years ago we knew, and we have been waiting all this time. We sent the comet to show you the way." "We have knowledge to share with you," said a warrior in shining emerald armor, "and magic weapons to arm you with. You have passed every trial. Now come and sit with us, and all your questions shall be answered." So I think what the Undying Ones are trying to do here is to tempt Dany with their best memory of what the Great Empire of the Dawn Dragon Lords looked like. Because, of course, that would be a very appealing enticement to Daenerys, who's already seen one vision of them. And look what they're saying. Long have we awaited you. We knew you would come to us. We've been waiting 1,000 years. We sent the comet to show you the way. And, oh, by the way, would you like some weapons power-ups and to know the speech of dragons? So you see what I mean? This is the Undying One's Temu version of the Great Empire of the Dawn Dragon Lords, because they are the ones who would know the ancient speech of dragonkind, not some up-jumped warlocks in Karth drinking black wine. So that raises the question, are the real Asshai Dragon Lord ghosts still lingering around somewhere and waiting to give Dany advice on being Azor Ahai Reborn? If so, I'm guessing they're lingering on with the aid of glass candles in Asshai, in a kind of more limited version of what Martin was originally thinking of doing with the glass candles. And I'm guessing that Dany will see them in the Winds of Winter when Marwyn gets to Slaver's Bay with his glass candle, and when Dany gets back to Slaver's Bay after rounding up the Dothraki and the Dosh Khaleen and doing all that stallion who mounts the world stuff. After this, Dany and Marwyn and the rest of the Brain Trust will be able to use the glass candle as they sail back to Westeros on Victarion's fleet and maybe stop by Volantis to, burn a few slave masters. So this will allow them to outmaneuver and outwit their various enemies, the various fleets that they may want to avoid. And Dany can even use it to gain information about the others or about Jon Snow, so she knows a little something about him before they meet. There is a mystery going all the way back to 2015, I've been asking this question. Why did the Targaryens leave so much of the cool Valyrian stuff in Valyria? The Targaryens seem to have left basically anything having to do with blood magic back in Valyria and did not reproduce those practices on Dragonstone or in Westeros. Now, I believe the answer is that the Doom was actually an inside job pulled off by Aenar Targaryen and the Faceless Men, essentially because it was the only way to prevent another 5,000 years of horrific Valyrian slavery and genocide. And this would be something of a parallel to Elric of Melniboné, who brought about the destruction of his own nation of corrupt dragon lords who absolutely were the inspiration for the Valyrians. You can find out more about that in the videos The Doom Was an Inside Job and The Doom Was an Abolition, but the crux of the hypothesis is that Aenar did not help bring about the Doom so that he'd be the only Dragon Lord left, because basically all he did after that was sit on Dragonstone and chill. He didn't conquer or assert his dragon dominion over anyone. And like I was saying, they left all the worst practices of Valyrian sorcery behind, save for incest, obviously, which isn't really sorcery, it's just kind of... Anyway, the point is, they don't continue to make Valyrian steel, which almost certainly requires human sacrifice. The Targaryens don't ever use any of those Valyrian dragonbinder horns, such as Euron has, and those too seem to require human sacrifice and might even make slaves of the dragons. And the Targaryens certainly do not mate humans to animals to create weird human-animal hybrids, such as they did at Gogassos. The Targaryens definitely don't do that. Most of all, the Targaryens don't practice slavery, which was the main atrocity of the Valyrian freehold. Now, it is true that Aenar Targaryen was said to have brought all of his, quote, wives, slaves, dragons, siblings, kin, and children with him when he moved to Dragonstone. But since slavery is outlawed in Westeros, and since we never hear of any slaves on Dragonstone at any point in history, it's logical to assume that those sorts of household slaves and servants, who would have been housekeepers and washerwomen and butlers and even tutors and things like that, it's logical to assume that they simply became the small folk of Dragonstone. Because certainly if Aenar or any other subsequent Targaryen had been rounding up locals and feeding them into the mines of Dragonstone to mine dragonglass or whatever else, we would have heard about that. Such as when Black Heron was capturing local people in the Riverlands and forcing them, enslaving them, and forcing them to build Harrenhal for about 40 years. All of which is to say, they would have made a good technology for the Targaryens to keep from Valyria, if in fact they were leaving that other stuff behind for reasons of moral objections, which is just my theory. That may not be the case. It could also be that the Targaryens didn't have access to dragonbinder horns or how to make Valyrian steel or mate humans and animals, and all they had was their war dragons, and so that's what they took. But the other possibility is that they chose to leave all that stuff behind, and if that's the case, I don't see why they wouldn't have kept the candles. You might have to cut your hand a little bit to light them, but they don't seem to require human sacrifice, so there's no real moral issue with them, and they are so very useful. Also worth pointing out, the technology never actually went extinct, since the Citadel has had their glass candles since before the Doom up until the present day. Dragonstone is also literally a volcanic mountain full of mines of dragon glass, as you can see in this quote here from Stannis. He's talking about boulder-sized chunks and ledges of dragon glass, and he even tells us that it comes in a variety of colors, such as green and red and purple. One of the Citadel's glass candles is in fact green, so seems like the color doesn't matter. They all work for magical purposes, and I would personally like a green one. That would be cool. All I have is this generic black dragon glass candle, so, maybe one day. In other words, there's really nothing stopping the Targaryens from making a new glass candle, even if they didn't bring any with them, and even if they didn't want to borrow any from the Citadel, they could have just made some. And so I propose that they did have them, either from Valyria or new ones that they made or whatever. Yeah, the Targaryens, it just makes too much sense that they would have. So, are there any hints of the post-Doom Targaryens using glass candles in the story? Any little mysteries that could be solved through the use of glass candles? Well, Aegon's huge painted table that depicts the land of Westeros, that's a giveaway for an astral projection visualization guide tool. It's obvious. This is something that Aegon and Visenya would have used on their spirit flights over Westeros, which I think is really the only thing they enjoyed doing together, actually, besides burning castles. And I'm mostly kidding here, but not totally. It would have worked for that. I don't do astral projection, but who knows? Who knows? But no, the serious clue is the Dornish letter mystery, as I said at the top of the video. So to sum up, the year is 13 AC. It's 4 years after the death of Queen Rhaenys and her dragon Meraxes at the Hellholt in Dorne. The newish ruling prince of Dorne, Nymor Martell, sent a peace delegation to King's Landing, headed by his daughter and heir, Daria Martell. Aegon was about to refuse the Dornish offer, which was essentially, piss off and leave us alone, unbowed, unbent, etc., when Daria handed Aegon the mysterious Dornish letter. Aegon was so angered as he read it that he gripped the Iron Throne too hard and cut his hand, as you could see, and this is the only record of Aegon being cut by the Iron Throne. We have no idea what was in the letter. That's the big mystery. But an equally big, if not bigger mystery is this next part, what Aegon did after reading the letter. He immediately hopped on the back of Balerion the Black Dread and flew straight to Dragonstone, only to return to King's Landing the next day and agree to the Dornish proposal, which again was piss off, we are Dorne, etc. So it's kind of a two-part mystery, not only what was in the letter, but what did Aegon do on Dragonstone, and what did he learn there that changed his mind. You can see a few ideas that the Maesters have about what was in the letter on the screen here, and I'm not sure which, if any of these are right, or if there's little elements of truth in each suggestion, which is often how George does his mysteries. But I think that the idea of a glass candle on Dragonstone is one piece of the puzzle, because if the Targaryens kept glass candles on Dragonstone, then it would make perfect sense that Aegon might suddenly fly back there for one night only, and then come back with a totally new outlook and position on this political issue, almost as if he had, learned something or verified something. Whatever was in the letter obviously made Aegon angry, so most people think it was some kind of threat, one which Aegon, according to my theory, was able to verify with a glass candle on Dragonstone, and one which he then decided to take seriously, as he essentially agreed to stop trying to conquer Dorne and treat them instead as an independent realm after his trip to Dragonstone. Now, I'm not saying there can't be any other reason for the Dragonstone trip. Maybe he just wanted to consult with Visenya, although that seems like something the Maesters just would have said flat out. But yeah, maybe there's some other reason that I haven't thought of, but the glass candle is a pretty good reason, so I do want to propose that for you Dornish letter mystery enthusiasts. I think whatever was in the letter, it makes sense that he might have gone to Dragonstone to verify it, if it was a threat about Rhaenys or some faceless man thing. And if the Targaryens did keep glass candles, it makes sense that they only would have had him on Dragonstone and not in King's Landing, because obviously the Maesters didn't hear about it. So if this theory is right, it was a secret, and thus maybe only on Dragonstone in some inner sanctum, would we find Aegon's glass candle. So apart from that, I'm not really sure if there's any other events in Targaryen history that suggest glass candle use. I haven't actually gone through all of Fire and Blood and sort of, inspected it for mysteries that could be explained by the glass candle. But this is the part where I say, let me know in the comments if you have any ideas about this. The other point I want to make is that, if Aegon had this prophecy about the prince that was promised being a Targaryen, who would face some sort of icy threat from the north, as we know he did, then a glass candle seems like a pretty obvious thing to use to try to learn more about this threat, right? Even though Marwyn the Mage is mostly pretty skeptical of prophecy, there's that whole thing about prophecy and how it'll bite you. You know the saying. He is still using the glass candle to keep an eye on all things related to end times matters. You know, the Wall, the Night's Watch, all that stuff. So how much more motivated would Aegon the Conqueror have been to use a glass candle for similar reasons? Like I said, even if Aenar didn't bring any glass candles with him from Valyria to Dragonstone, there's really nothing stopping Aegon and Visenya from making a new one. Unless there is, maybe there's some lost magical art that they don't know, and that's why I bring up the Citadel's candles. Even if Aegon and Visenya can't make a new one, there's nothing to stop them from knocking on the doors at the Citadel and, knocking. Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry. Oh, Guns N' Roses. And borrowing one of their glass candles that they don't use very much. Aegon and his sisters, they definitely have enough pull to borrow a glass candle. And again, the motivation to do so because of Aegon's dream. And so, if Ryan Condal and the House of the Dragon Brain Trust show us Helena using a glass candle in Season 3, then I will guess that this is something Ryan has talked over with George, and that this reflects some sort of book truth. So even if whatever Helena does with a candle on the show is show canon only, or even just Helena using a candle is show canon only, I do think that if we see that, it will be a point in favor of the general idea of Targaryens having glass candles after the Doom. It's time to talk about Euron Crowseye. I've made a few videos about Euron's evil ass. Night's King Crowseye, Euron King of the Apocalypse, and so on. And I'm also going to make another Euron video soon about exactly how he plans to trick Victarion with the Dragonbinder horn. But what I have for you today is a little Winds of Winter predictions theory. I did mention this in my Origins of Old Town video all the way at the end, but apart from that, I don't think you will have heard this theory anywhere else. So let's start with the more widely accepted idea that Euron is using a glass candle, and then I'll tell you about what I think he's doing with it. For starters, it sure seems like this guy Euron Nightwalker in Karth, who uses glass candles, is really just Euron's alias that he's been using before he came back to the Iron Islands. What you're seeing on screen here is a list of strange goings-on in Karth that Xaros Owen Daxos is telling Dany about. Strange goings-on that seem to be a result of Dany's dragons having boosted all magic in the world and just sort of sent everything haywire. Now, the thing is, Euron is also the name of an Ironborn king with very clear and strong parallels to Euron, and that would be Euron the Fourth Good Brother, also known as Bad Brother. Like Euron, he held a king's moot without one of the strongest claimants to the throne of the Iron Islands. Euron held one without Theon, and Euron Good Brother held one without one of the previous king's sons, Torgon Grey-Iron. Euron Good Brother then put all of the old king's sons to death as soon as he was crowned, which that's how he got the nickname Bad Brother. And Euron, of course, has actually murdered several of his own brothers, who are also the old king's sons, quote unquote. And of course, Aeron Damphair is next on the list. Bad Brother's Kingsmoot was eventually declared null and void after a couple years of misrule and after Torgon returned, resulting in Euron's ouster and the crowning of King Torgon Grey-Iron the Latecomer, which has led many people in the fandom to speculate that Theon will have a similar ending. Euron's kingship will be declared null and void, and Theon will be named king, and he'll be King Theon the Latecomer. The point for today is that this parallel between Euron Good Brother and Euron Greyjoy sure seems like a strong clue that Euron Greyjoy is Euron Nightwalker, that's his alias when he's hanging out in Karth. Euron would have needed a base of operations somewhere out east during his years of exile from the Iron Islands, and knowing his rich tastes, Karth seems to fit. The other clue that Euron is Euron Nightwalker, user of glass candles, is that he shows up, I think it's like 2 days after Balon dies to, make a claim for the throne. And some of you might say, oh, big deal, he hired the faceless man that killed Balon, which I actually just explained in the Summerhall video that came out a couple weeks ago. Thanks everyone for watching that. But the thing is, you can't schedule a faceless man killing that tightly. So, for example, Jaqen H'ghar explains to Arya that if she had asked him to kill King Joffrey, he would have done it. He would have put one foot in front of the other, and sooner or later, the king would have died, but it might have taken as long as a year. So essentially the Faceless Men, they don't just, kill recklessly. They lay careful plots, and they're patient, and they lay in the cut and wait for the opportunity to arise, and then they work their magic. So it doesn't really seem like there would have been a way for Euron to know exactly what day they would have gotten some servant to work their way into Pike and push Balin off the rope bridge. But obviously, if Euron's got a glass candle, then he can pretty much watch it go down and know exactly when to show up. Another part of Euron's story that would be well explained by use of a glass candle is the way that he sort of invades Aeron Damphair's mind and dreams in the Forsaken chapter. Aeron, as you'll recall, is delirious and starved from his imprisonment already, and then Euron force feeds him Shade of the Evening on 2 different occasions, each time appearing in his dreams in various monstrous and symbolic forms, and speaking directly to Aeron throughout the dream, just as Quaithe does in Dany's dreams. Now, I don't really see that just getting Aeron high on Shade of the Evening would be enough to accomplish this. That would make him susceptible to suggestion, sure, but how is Euron projecting himself into Aeron's mind like that? Now, it may be that all Euron has to do is drink some Shade of the Evening too, and then he can pull this off, but it doesn't really make sense to me just because Euron is so dominant in Aeron's visions and even seems to really craft them entirely, just like Quaithe is seemingly crafting that trident dream just to show Dany what she's got to do, fight the others with dragons. Euron is also following up his dream lessons, or I guess you might say Euron god propaganda, with in-person reinforcement, which is kind of the same technique that Quaithe is doing. Yet another Euron plot point explained by a glass candle. How is he keeping an eye on Victarion, whom he obviously plans to trick? Because I have to say, theories about Euron skin changing the dusky woman so he can have sex with his brother have never really sat right with me. I mean, they shouldn't sit right with anybody, but they never seemed really true to me. We don't even know that Euron can skin change people, and when you do skin change people, it looks kind of crazy like Thistle or Hodor. Anyway, I think it makes a lot more sense that he's using a candle to keep an eye on Victarion, and Moqorro's flame vision glimpse of Euron also sounds like he's watching everybody with a glass candle. So Tyrion is asking Moqorro about all the things and people coming to Slaver's Bay for Dany, and if he can see them in the flames. And he responds,
"Only their shadows," Moqorro said. "One most of all, a tall and twisted thing with 1 black eye and 10 long arms, sailing on a sea of blood."
So that sounds like, it sounds like Moqorro's been smoking heavily. But he is a R'hllora priest, so I figure that's what they sound like. No, it sounds like Euron, right? He's got the 1 black eye shining with malice, and tall and twisted is the exact description of the candle in Marwyn's chambers. So yeah, it sounds like Euron is watching them with his black eye through the candle, which is kind of like a single black eye itself. So those are all the ways and signs that Euron is using a glass candle. Now, the other piece of the puzzle is, of course, Lord Leighton Hightower and his daughter Melora the Mad Maid, who are famously atop the high tower consulting books of spells, which may or may not involve summoning armies from the deeps in preparation for Euron's coming attack on Old Town. I'm almost certain that I'm not the first person to suggest that they may have a glass candle up there, as the entire setup just seems like too strong of a parallel to Saruman and his palantir atop the Tower of Orthanc. Tens of thousands. The high towers are the protectors of the citadel and obviously the center of power in Old Town. So it's certainly not hard to imagine that any Lord Hightower could access one of the citadel's candles. And it's also not hard to imagine the high towers simply having one of their own up there. Perhaps they put in an order for one when the citadel got theirs, like, hey, I'm going to Valyria. You need anything? While I'm at the store, they have glass candles in stock. Now, as we know, and spoiler alert for Lord of the Rings, Saruman was corrupted through his use of the Palantir, which put him in contact with the Eye of Sauron. The Eye of Sauron, which seems to be the inspiration for Euron's sigil. That's right. So I am proposing that Leighton has been in contact with Euron through his use of the glass candle, and that Leighton will actually throw open the gates for Euron instead of having the wizard battle that some people have been predicting. I think Leighton may turn out to be in league with Euron, and that he will even preside over Euron's coronation as King of Westeros, just as the first Targaryen kings were crowned in Old Town. That's right, instead of Hayton, Leighton will be coronating. And And this will actually be in keeping with what the Hightowers always do. Instead of fighting the Targaryens, they threw open the gates and coronated them, and that happened on more than one occasion. So too for the Andals when they first invaded and made their way to the Reach. The Hightowers chose to marry their daughters to the Andal kings and adopt the ways of the faith instead of fighting them, even making a home for the faith right there in Old Town. So nice of them. That's right, build your church right here, guys. No, seriously, right here, where we can keep an eye on things. So kind. Even going back to the First Men's invasion of Westeros, the pattern may still hold, because there is, after all, quite a lot of evidence that the Hightowers are not First Men and actually arrived in Westeros before the First Men. Check out my Origins of Old Town video for that story, that according to the Maesters, the Hightowers are kings from their first glimpse in the pages of history, and so if they are not First Men, then they maintained that kingship through the arrival of the First Men, and thus must have co-opted instead of confronted. And so, yeah, basically I think that's going to happen one more time when Euron arrives in Old Town. And I think the glass candle will be revealed as the means by which Euron either corrupted Leighton or just coordinated with him. This works very well with the idea that the mysterious Hands of White Fire Lady, the tall shadow in woman's form that Aeron sees in his Shade of the Evening nightmare vision of Euron, that she is none other than the Mad Maid Malor Hightower. Appearing next to Euron implies some sort of cooperation and coordination, so yeah, perhaps the glass candles are being used to make all that happen. As to whether Euron or Lord Leighton are members of Starry Wisdom cult, well, that does seem like a possibility. I would guess that Euron at least has had some contact with them, especially if he has really been to Asshai, as he claims. However, I don't really see Euron submitting to anyone else's agenda, so maybe he just sort of dropped in for a few months and then spun out, and now he's kind of a heretic. Who knows? But he definitely sees himself as the chosen one and not Daenerys. I do want to point out, though, that Euron is the only one to refer to Daenerys as having amethyst eyes, which is kind of a match for the Amethyst Empress of the Great Empire of the Dawn, and that could be an indication that Euron sees himself more as a Bloodstone Emperor reborn, that he wants Dany, his Amethyst Empress, for a blood sacrifice ritual. It's the only reason Euron ever wants anybody, basically. And it's possible that that is the Starry Wisdom cult agenda, so yeah. Now, Leighton, he obviously could be a member too. Maybe he's been corrupted away from the true path by Euron. Or again, maybe this is all part of Starry Wisdom cult agenda. Euron being crowned king and then, marrying Daenerys. Although I have to say, if Quaithe is steering Daenerys towards a marriage with Euron, I'm going to be pissed. Because Quaithe, I've been defending you, so don't let me down. But kidding aside, it is obviously possible. Starry Wisdom cult agenda is basically either helping Dany and Jon, whoever is Azor High Reborn, defeat the others, or it's helping Euron become some sort of new demonic god king. It's one of those two. And then finally, some of you may be wondering, hey, was Euron using a glass candle to enter Dany's dream, the one where she's sleeping with his Dar, and he sort of morphs into a warlock with blue lips and an icy, naughty bits made of ice? And that could be the case, although if we're going on the two-finger touch theory, Euron hasn't made contact with Dany. That may not be, true. We don't know. But I would actually guess that this is not Euron's invasion, but rather Dany's own psychic dream warning her of Euron, who's their plots are coming together, and so her dreams are warning her of Euron, but I don't think that's Euron's invasion. Dany is kind of being corralled into marrying his Dar, whom she does not love and almost certainly should not trust, so perhaps this is a plot parallel thing, and the same thing will happen with Euron, whom Dany also should not trust, but may have political and military reasons to marry. Because, of course, not only does Euron have control of the Ironborn and their fleet, but if he's taken Old Town and declared himself king of Westeros, then, he's bringing a lot to the table. We all see it coming. Euron isn't very honest, and Victarion isn't very smart. Victarion is sitting there repeating the mantra to himself, all Euron's gifts are poisoned, and yet he's still gazing into the depths of the Dragonbinder horn that Euron gave him, thinking about how it's going to make him a king and a dragon rider and the ruler of the world. Yeah. All right. That's right after he gets done sailing across the Dothraki Sea, you understand. Victarion, his axe is as sharp as his mind is not. And my favorite is when he does theology. 2 gods are with me now. No foe can stand before 2 gods. Yeah, no, I don't think that's how it works, Victarion, not in Westeros at least. The gods of the Martinverse mostly want to eat you, or perhaps mate with you to produce half-human hybrid offspring, or else they merely want to steal your body, or your shadow, or your life fires, etc., etc. In any case, Euron certainly is aspiring to godhood, and he's also, well, I don't know if you'd say aspiring, more like conspiring to consume his brother Victarion's life force, some sort of unholy magical act, just as Euron intends to sacrifice their younger brother Aeron Damphair, whom he has tied to the prow of his ship, seemingly in preparation to sacrifice him to one of Westeros's gods, or maybe to himself, since again he's trying to become a god. So the big question here is, how is Euron going to trick Victarion? How's he going to turn the tables on him and somehow use him to claim a dragon for himself? We know that is Euron's goal, to obtain one of Dany's dragons, and those of us who see him as the 3rd head of the Azor High Reborn 3-headed dragon definitely expect him to pull it off. Check out Euron, King of the Apocalypse, and Night's King Crozai for more on that line of symbolism. But yeah, even on the TV show, the 3rd head of the dragon was a villain. It was the Night King, who doesn't exist, obviously, in the book universe, but I do think Euron will be playing that role, because I do think the idea of the 3rd head of the dragon being a villain is important. So where Night King stole Viserion on the show, it's going to be Euron stealing Viserion in the books. I think, or at least I hope to prove to you today. But the problem, of course, again, is that Euron is half a world away in Old Town. We've seen that in the Aeron Winds of Winter sample chapter. Euron is there. He's right outside Old Town. He's not in Slaver's Bay, so he's half a world away from the Dragonbinder and the dragons and Victarion and the Dusky Woman. So how's this gonna work? How does giving Victarion the Dragonbinder horn and having him sail to Meereen lead to Euron riding a dragon? Kind of seems like there's a step missing here, right? Underpants gnome style. I mean, is Viserion or Rhaegal supposed to just hear the sound of the horn and then abandon the battle that's raging outside of Meereen and suddenly fly to Old Town and Euron's waiting arms atop the high tower? I know the Dusky Woman theories are fun, but do people really think Euron's going to body snatch the Dusky Woman, pull an eye patch out of his pocket, hop on the back of the dragon, and fly the dragon to Old Town? I mean, well, I can't really see it happening in the story. I guess that's what I'd say. So what is Euron's master plan? To answer that question, we'll have to address lingering perplexities, such as, how does Dragonbinder bind dragons to your will? How do you specify which dragon you're trying to control when you blow the Dragonbinder? How does the horn know that you want the dragon if you have your servants blow it? Why did the Valyrians supposedly need Dragonbinder horns when the Targaryens did just fine without them? How was the dragon bond created originally? We'll also need to discuss dragon bloodlines, glass candles, the riddle of the Valyrian Sphinx, and a few other fun things. So thanks very much for clicking on this nearly hour-long video and patiently allowing me to stack up the layers of this theory. Because after all, Euron's master plan can't be written on the back of a napkin. Victarions maybe. Yes, it's more or less fit on a post-it. But Euron's plan will require at least a 50-minute YouTube video, so I hope you're into that kind of thing and enjoy the video. Let's start off with the question, what does the Dragonbinder horn actually do? I want to quickly dispense with the idea that it's some sort of dragon obedience whistle, like a dog whistle. It's not that. I mean, the damn thing takes the life of someone every time they blow it, so it's not something that could be done frequently. The Valyrian dragon riders certainly wouldn't be blowing the horn to make the dragon turn left and right. They would die and fall off, so that wouldn't work. I guess they could keep a pen of slaves on the back of the dragon for every turn, but no, that's silly. That's not what's happening. It's not a steering wheel, let us say. Daenerys actually thinks about the Dragonbinder horns when she's reviewing her first flight on Drogon at the end of A Dance with Dragons. She thinks to herself that the dragon lords of old Valyria had controlled their mounts with binding spells and sorceress horns, but that she would have to make do with a word and a whip. Where there's a whip, there's a way. So again, I will suggest that the control we're talking about is not the moment-to-moment control of dragons, because again, the Valyrian dragon rider wouldn't be casting binding spells to make the dragon turn left and right or take off to go to battle or anything like that. Therefore, I'm thinking this must refer to something more fundamental to the Valyrians' ability to control dragons. And I think what we're talking about here is the creation of the dragon bond itself. That is how the dragon lords control their dragons after all, through the psychic link that forms between rider and mount, which is known as the dragon bond. So, dragon binder, a horn which binds dragons to your will, with the aid of binding spells. It sounds like it could be about the dragon bond, right? Now, what's super duper interesting, at least to me, is that the Targaryens, unlike the Valyrians, didn't have to use such binding horns. We never hear about them in Targaryen history. And they managed to control their dragons pretty well. The only incidence of dragon disobedience we ever hear of in the books is when Silverwing refused to obey Queen Alysanne's commands to fly over and past the wall. And that clearly has something to do with the magic of the wall and how it affects the dragons, not Alysanne's lack of control over the dragon. And apart from that, the Targaryens bond with their dragons and fly them to war and fly them for fun. They do whatever they want, and they have basically no issue. Dany just needs more practice with Drogon. Simple as that. It was her first dragon flight, and she also doesn't have the aid of the dragon-keeping culture that the Targaryens built up, with the dragon keepers and all that, to help them coexist with the dragons. Drogon did, however, come to Dany when she was truly in danger, despite his initial refusal to leave his cozy little rock in the Dothraki Sea, and that is a sure sign that a dragon bond has begun to form between Dany and Drogon. Just as it is when Dany has an orgasm and Drogon screams out. So no secrets with the dragon bond, apparently. So here's my point. If the dragon-blooded Targaryens can control their dragons without dragonbinder horns, then it doesn't really make sense that the dragon-blooded Valyrians needed them to do that. They would have been able to bond with their dragons the same as the Targaryens did and would have had a similar level of control. So what were the dragonbinder horns really used for? I think the answer is binding dragons to your will the first time, as in the creation of the dragon bond. After all, Euron's problem is that he isn't the blood of old Valyria, so how's he going to claim a dragon or bond with it? That would seem to be the obvious reason why the author gave him a dragon binder horn, because he needs to create a new dragon bond. In other words, the horn isn't just going to make the dragon obey Euron like some sort of compulsion spell, it's going to create a new bond between Euron's bloodline and the dragon's bloodline, because that's how I think the dragon bond works. So I explained this theory in much more detail in my cannibal video, but basically I think the dragon bond works by tying specific dragon lineages to specific human lineages, as opposed to any Valyrian being able to bond with any dragon. There are several clues about this, beginning with the cannibal, the dragon known as the cannibal, who used to live on Dragonstone. The small folk of Dragonstone believe that the cannibal was on Dragonstone even before the Targaryens arrived. And remember that Dragonstone and its fused stone fortress were actually founded by some different Valyrians 2 centuries before any Targaryens ever got there on the island. It takes dragons to build infused stone, of course, so these Valyrians would have had dragons on the island, again before the Targaryens came there, and it would be from these dragons that the cannibal would theoretically descend, if the small folk are right. I think they are, and I think this is the explanation for a lot of Cannibal's strange behavior. So he refuses to let any of the dragon keepers of Dragonstone come anywhere near him, even though they've made at least a dozen attempts. The cave is strewn with their bones! And famously, the cannibal has a habit of descending on the Dragonstone hatcheries to eat the dragon's eggs and the baby dragons, which is how he got his name. In other words, the cannibal is potentially not a Targaryen dragon, but one bonded to the previous Valyrian house of dragon lords that was on Dragonstone. He's hunting and eating the Targaryen dragons, the theory goes, out of a sort of rivalry and competition, like he's defending his territory from these newcomer dragons that he's not related to. The Targaryen dragon keepers on Dragonstone probably have their Valyrian blood through the Targaryens, and so that would be why the cannibal doesn't like their smell or whatever, although he does like how they taste. Then there's the incest argument for specific family lines being bonded to specific lineages of dragons, which I find very compelling, not the incest, but the argument. So the Targaryens of Westeros, we are told, practice incest to keep the blood of the dragon pure and strong, as they and the Valyrians and the Celtigars are the last remaining blood of old Valyria, at least in Westeros. That Valyrian blood is how the Targaryens bond with their dragons, so the incest does make a practical kind of sense, even if it is gross. And I'm not apologizing or excusing incest in any way. I'm just saying there's a coherent strategy there. And the real question is, why did the Valyrians practice familial incest back in Valyria, where everyone, literally everyone, would have had the blood of the dragon? I mean, the dating apps in old Valyria must have been very, very boring. Every single entry is like silver hair, purple eyes, aquiline nose. I'm into fire worship and blood magic and glass candles, etc., etc. Every single profile. So yeah, why did the Valyrians practice familial, meaning like brother, sister, and cousin, and aunt, uncle, incest? Well, I think the answer is dragon bloodlines. If anyone with Valyrian blood can bond with any dragon, then it's kind of a free-for-all as far as stealing dragons and stuff. But if the dragons are bonded to specific bloodlines, then you would have a clear incentive for keeping it in the family. That would simply be a way of keeping control of the family's dragons. And of course, the main point of medieval incest, which was quite common, was similarly to keep wealth and power inside the family. So George would essentially be mirroring that scenario with the dragons. Otherwise, there's simply no need for a tradition of incest in old Valyria. So yeah, I think the incest itself is pretty strong evidence that the dragons were bonded to specific Valyrian families. This division of dragon power among the rival Valyrian families would mirror the way that the political power is also divided amongst the famous 40 families of old Valyria. Because of course they never had kings or emperors in Valyria, they just had some kind of senate. So yeah, it all kind of fits. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the sense in which Dragonbinder binds dragons to your will. This explains why Dany would have heard that the Valyrians controlled their dragons with binding spells and sorceress horns. Because the Dragonbinder horns, accompanied by the right spells, must play a central role in the initial creation of a bond between a human bloodline and a dragon bloodline. All right, so the next question is how? How does a Dragonbinder horn help create a dragon bond? Well, by stuffing the spirit of the dying hornblower into the dragon so that anyone of the hornblower's bloodline can then form a kind of kinship link between themselves and the dragon, which will have the spirit of their ancestor or relative or brother inside of it. This ritual and the link that it creates, I believe, is the backbone of the dragon bond. In other words, the dragon rider's psychic connection to the dragon is possible because it has the spirit of their family member or ancestor inside of it, which means that only members of that human family can then bond with that dragon and any dragons descended from it. And yes, this means Victarion is going to get spirit stuffed inside of Viserion. I mean, it's right there, Victarion, Viserion. And Victarion kind of sounds like a dragon name on its own anyway. So that is how Euron is going to bond with a dragon, because it's going to have his dead brother's spirit inside of it, which will be a kind of final humiliation for old Vic, who always was a bit of a tool. In the section of the World of Ice and Fire, where the Maesters are discussing the Valyrians and Septon Barth's various ideas about how the Valyrians control their dragons, we learned that the tales the Valyrians told of themselves claimed they were descended from dragons and were kin to the ones they now controlled. So if my little theory about the dragon lineages and the dragon bond is correct, then this statement makes perfect sense, right? In order to control a dragon, you must share a kinship bond with the dragon, which is accomplished by means of one of your ancestors or family members having been spirit stuffed into the dragon, or a dragon that is an ancestor of the one you want to control. So I went into more detail about this in the videos called Daemon's Song and Dreams Come from Dragons. And as always, I got to give a huge shout out to artist Ertuch Oltanaz for his custom designed Dany's the Dreamer and Balerion masterpiece that you are looking at right here. Isn't it nice? Always like to show this off. So shout out to Ertuch. And once again, I will say that there are several clues about this in regards to stuffing ancestor spirits inside of dragons being a central part of the creation of the dragon bond, with the most recent one coming in the form of Daemon's Song that he sang to Grandpappy Vermithor, who does love a merry old tune.
I used to know how to cut a rug and dance a jig back in the day. When that band started playing, Vermithor started a whirling. You should have seen me.
And of course, that song was at the end of season 1 of House of the Dragon. And the lyrics were written by one of George's writing assistants, T. McKell, in collaboration with David J. Peterson, who of course invented the Dothraki and Valyrian languages for George and all of us to enjoy. The song seems to be highly lore accurate, and the translated lyrics of it, which you can see on the screen here, reveals that the song is all about the dragon bond and the riddle of 3 heads has the dragon. The song seems to be some sort of preparation for Vermithor to be bonded to a rider again, and describes 2 heads singing to a 3rd, so that all 3 heads may fly together freely. Daemon and Vermithor are both singing in the scene, so where is this 3rd head that they are singing to and attempting to harmonize with in order to bind the 3 together? Is this 3rd head of the dragon in the room with us right now? I believe it is. I believe it's the ancestor spirit inside the dragon. The song lyrics say, "The price has been paid with blood magic," and that would be, according to my theory, the ritual which sacrificed the ancestor spirit and stuffed it into the dragon. The Valyrian Sphinx, which, as we know, is the riddle and not the Riddler, is also a clue about this, about the dragon bond. So the Valyrian Sphinxes are dragon bodies with human heads, and I believe this depicts the invisible 3rd head of the dragon bond, which is the ancestor spirit inside the dragon, of course. And since we're speculating about the dragon binder horn being used to create the dragon bond by transporting people's spirits into dragons, it's certainly interesting to note that an enchanted song could be a part of the process of harmonizing these 3 heads of the dragon in preparation for bonding. Dragonbinder is a kind of sound magic after all, even if it is a very unpleasant sound to listen to, and it certainly is described that way. Setting aside the sound of magic, the hills of Naga's bones are alive. The sound of magic, old Dragonbinder horns. That wasn't setting aside, that was doing another musical joke. So the song lyrics mostly prove that there are ancestor spirits inside the dragons. That's mostly what the song shows. So too, for lemur theory, it's time for lemur theory, which I'll give you the very quick version of here. So this is essentially a world-building clue by George that he snuck in to tell us more about the dragon bond and this thing that I'm telling you about with the spirit stuffing. It involves these strange kind of silver-haired, purple-eyed lemurs that live in the forests of Essos, which, unsurprisingly, are called little Valyrians. Did the Valyrians evolve from lemurs? Is that lemur theory? No, it is not. This is based on the idea that lemur means ghost in Latin, and lemurs were given this modern Western name because the native Malagasy people of Madagascar have beliefs about lemurs containing the spirits of their ancestors. There is more cool stuff to lemur theory that I got into in those videos, Daemon's Song and Dreams Come from Dragons, so if this sounds like fun, check those out. But the point is, by creating lemurs called Valyrians in his world, George is inviting us to think about the idea of ancestor spirits inside of animals. The Valyrian ancestor spirits would be in the dragons, not in the lemurs, but this is a literary clue. That's how these things work. We have to transpose them. And you get the idea. So that is lemur theory, and it backs up what the Valyrians say about themselves, that they are kin to the dragons they control and are descended from them in the sense that their ancestors are inside the dragons. So you can see how this is all kind of coming together, right? Earlier we deduced that the purpose of the Dragonbinder horn must be forming a new dragon bond with a new bloodline. And as I'm hopefully convincing you, the dragon bond seems to work through bloodkin spirit stuffing, if you want to say. This naturally leads us to wonder if Dragonbinder might be the means by which spirits are transported into dragons. And I think this very thing is spelled out by the phoenix tattoo on the chest of the person who blows the Dragonbinder horn at the Kingsmoot. If you recall, old Cragorn the Hornblower had a, quote, bird of prey tattoo on his chest, which actually began to bleed from every feather as he blew the horn. His mouth was also bleeding and blistered by the time he was done blowing it, and Victarion later tells Makoro that his insides were all burnt out and that he died soon after. So the bird tattoo on his chest isn't specifically called a phoenix, that word's not used in the series, but given the fire that filled his chest and made the bird bleed, it does seem to me like George is meaning to evoke the phoenix symbolism. The first historical reference to the phoenix that we can find was by Herodotus in the 5th century, and he described it as looking like a red bird of prey the size of an eagle. And Cragorn's
bird of prey tattoo turns red when it bleeds. Most importantly, as most of you will know, the phoenix is a symbol of transformation and immortality and fiery rebirth, with the belief being that the phoenix periodically burned itself up in fire, only to be reborn from its own ashes. And there are a few varieties of the myth, but that's the basic idea. So I think George is using phoenix imagery pretty heavily in Dany's pyre, as she sacrifices herself, walking into the pyre, then wakes the dragons, emerges from the ashes, transformed, and that line is specifically used in the ashes, and I think the phoenix symbolism of the hornblower is working in a similar way. It's talking about fiery rebirth in the context of dragons and dragon binding. I would say that it's telling us that the dragon binder horn can cause a kind of fiery rebirth for the hornblower by transporting their spirit into a dragon. There wasn't a dragon nearby the Kingsmoot when Cragorn blew the horn, of course, but Westeros.org forum user Sandy Clegg, who also thinks Victarion is going to get stuffed into Viserion and who did a great write-up on a lot of the ideas we're discussing, thinks that the sudden screaming of the seagull perched on Naga's ribs right after the horn stopped blowing is a kind of nod to the idea that the hornblower's spirit was supposed to go into some kind of winged creature. Then we have the clear rebirth language that George hangs on the bird tattoo as the horn is blown. It says, "The cheeks of the tattooed man were so puffed out that they looked about to burst, and the muscles in his chest twitched in a way that made it seem as if the bird were about to rip free of his flesh and take wing, almost as if blowing the horn was going to set his bird spirit free to fly." And even if you weren't thinking about the specific myth of the phoenix here, the idea that a bird can represent someone's soul or spirit is pretty widespread and also fairly intuitive. So the bird trying to rip free of its flesh and take wing is strongly evocative, especially after we learned that blowing the horn killed him. And then just from a visual symbolism standpoint, and George really does some great stuff with this sometimes, the image of someone, and I'll just grab my horn here, the image of someone blowing into the tip of the dragon horn is interesting. So imagine the horn still connected to the dragon's head. The horn blower is kind of whispering, blowing sweet nothings into the dragon. No, it's not my point. My point is the horn blower is kind of blowing themselves into the dragon's head. Or you might even say into the dragon's mind. I better put this back here. This thus ends the visual symbolism portion of today's broadcast. Okay, so the way the hornblower's body is left burnt out like a burnt out husk also adds to this imagery. It's almost like the horn pulled his fiery spirit out of his body and all that was left was a charred shell of burnt human. This is also consistent with R'hllorist beliefs about burning people being a way to set their souls free, and also consistent with real-world beliefs about cremation being a way to transport a person's spirit to the afterlife. The spirit is freed from the body by fire and rises to the sky on the ascending smoke. Now, all that symbolism and foreshadowing stuff is well and good, but Victarion wouldn't actually be stupid enough to blow the horn, right? I mean, not after he saw what happened to Craghorn at the Kingsmoot, right? Right?
"A dragon's horn from Valyria," said Victarion. "Aye, it's cursed. I never said it wasn't."
He brushed his hand across one of the red gold bands, and the ancient glyph seemed to sing beneath his fingertips. For half a heartbeat, he wanted nothing so much as to sound the horn himself.
"Euron was a fool to give me this. It is a precious thing, and powerful. With this, I'll win the Sea Stone chair, and then the Iron Throne. With this, I'll win the world."
Oh gosh, sounds like he's sure thinking about giving that thing a toot. Maybe he'll convince himself that it's okay if he holds it with his burned fire hand. Sounds like Victarion logic, right? You'd need R'hllor-proof lungs, that's what you'd need. But two gods are with him, after all, so there is that. And R'hllor has already shown Moqorro how much Victarion is worth in a fire. Oh, that's unfortunate wording. Although it is also there in Moqorro's line about Victarion. He glimpses the glory that awaits Victarion in his fires. You guys, what could go wrong? Vic says, "Don't worry, the Red God will have his due." And Moqorro's like, "Oh, I'm not worried. He's shown me how much you're worth in the fires." I call that ominous. I don't know about you. Now, it's obviously hard to know where Moqorro's loyalties lie and whose agenda he's serving, that of the R'hllorists or maybe even Euron. Although I will point out Euron has dismembered and tortured a red priest in the hold of his ship, so
Don't know if the R'hllorys would be happy about that if they found out. However, it's not hard to guess that Moqorra might not necessarily be working in Victarion's best interests. He can see the future very well, though, so perhaps he's glimpsed Victarion's future as a fiery sacrifice to the dragon. As for Victarion, well, he could sure see himself inside the Dragonbinder horn. Victarion ran his hand along it. The horn was as warm and smooth as the dusky woman's thighs, and so shiny that he could see a twisted likeness of his own features in its depths. Well, 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 a twisted shadow reflection of Victarion caught in the depths of the dragon horn. This is what we call the foreshadowing. I mean, it looks so inviting that it reminds him of the dusky woman that he's inserting himself into, we'll say, for reasons of making the symbolism clear. Sorry if I can't keep a straight face here, but this is basically Victarion giving a "I can really see myself in your pants" pickup line to the Dragonbinder horn, and if that's not funny, then what are we doing? It's been 13 years without a book. I mean, come on, man. Speaking of lust, if you will, we can't help but notice the similarity between the Dragonbinder horn and the One Ring from Lord of the Rings in that quote that we just read. Victarion even calls it a precious thing, so it's kind of the giveaway, my precious. And the Dragonbinder horn does actually have bands of gold or rings of gold around it, but it's really more about that evil, insidious compulsion that you know you should resist, but probably won't, because you just want that sweet, sweet power and don't want to believe that it's going to cost you everything. I mean, that can't be true, right?
With this, I'll win the Sea Stone chair, and then the Iron Throne. With this, I'll win the world.
Yeah, I mean, it really sounds a little bit like Samwise Gamgee's "Hail, Samwise the Strong," delusions of grandeur vision that the ring gave him, right? So I think we should have little doubt that Vic is going to give that thing a toot, and in doing so, sign his own death warrant. The jaws of Euron's trap have now snapped shut. All right. Victarion could not resist the allure of the Dragonbinder horn, and he gave it a toot, and now he's inside one of the dragons, which I say will be Viserion, for all the reasons that I've said already, and for more that I'm about to show you. Euron can now potentially form a blood kinship link to Viserion, and even though you might think that Victarion would be pissed and not in a mood to help Euron claim the dragon, I don't think you really have much choice. I think it's going to be more like Hodor cowering in the corner of his own mind when Bran skin changes him. Or perhaps an even better example is the shadow on the soul that a deceased skin changer leaves on their animal once they are gone. Varamir's Six Skins took possession of Orell's eagle after Orell's death, and so can feel a remnant of his presence within the bird. However, Orell is not in control. He's really just a passenger now. So the real question we're grappling with here is, how is Euron going to take possession of the dragon? Is he going to magically appear in Slaver's Bay? Or does he have some way of calling Viserion back to the top of the high tower, presumably? Well, I'm pretty sure it's the latter, again, unless you think Martin can pull off a dusky woman scene, although let me know in the comments if you think I'm overlooking that and making too much sport of something that maybe it's going to be like Arya Targaryen, something like that. But setting that possibility aside, let's take a look at a potentially very strong plot parallel, one where a pale dragon did in fact land on top of the high tower. The unexpected arrival of Vermithor and Silverwing at Old Town brought thousands to the streets to point and stare. No word of their coming had been sent ahead, and there were many in the city who were frightened, wondering what this might portend. Jaehaerys brought down Vermithor on the wide marble plaza outside the Starry Sept. But it was his queen who made the city gasp when Silverwing alighted atop the high tower itself, the beating of her wings fanning the flames of its famous beacon. Well, 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 that's certainly something, isn't it? Viserion is cream and gold colored, while Silverwing is silver, but they are both pale dragons, and I think that's what counts. And this pale symbolism is actually emphasized by Silverwing's riders, Queen Alysanne with her snow-white hair, and Ulf the White, who is named for his white hair. Queen Alysanne brings in the gold to match Viserion's gold with her golden crown that she wears because she's a queen. That golden crown symbolism is emphasized at another tower top scene that is associated with Queen Alysanne and Silverwing, which would of course be the tower top of Queen's Crown Tower, that watchtower in the north where Bran and company stopped, and it had that cool little maze through the water. And if you recall the history that Bran recited for us, it was renamed Queen's Crown and had a golden crown painted on its crenellations in honor of Silverwing and Alysanne's visit there. These two Alysanne and Silverwing tower top scenes, in other words, might be working together, with the golden-crowned Queen's Crown Tower adding a sort of commentary on Alysanne's High Tower landing to help further foreshadow Golden Viserion crowning the High Tower with his golden flame and his golden scales and his golden spinal crest, wing bones, and eyes, and whatever else. Now, obviously, Silverwing has a rider on her back when she alights atop the High Tower. So, should we expect Viserion to arrive in Old Town with a rider too? Perhaps Daenerys or the Dusky Woman? I really don't think so, for very different reasons. Daenerys has a bunch of other stuff to do, and the Dusky Woman, again, just don't think that's a practical idea. However, I do think the Queen Alysanne role at the top of the High Tower will be played by Melora Hightower, the Mad Maid, who is already up there consulting the books of spells, as we all know. She's up there with her dad, Lord Leighton Hightower, and although she won't be riding the dragon to the High Tower, she will be the magical woman at the top of the High Tower. And as I speculated in my glass candle video, she could in fact be in league with Euron, contacting him through the glass candle. More on this in just a moment. Now, speaking of Daenerys waving bye-bye to Viserion, there's actually a scene in A Dance with Dragons where she thinks about doing exactly that, so check this out. There was no sign of Viserion, but when she went to the parapet and scanned the horizon, she saw pale wings in the far distance, sweeping above the river. He is hunting. They grow bolder every day. Yet it still made her anxious when they flew too far away. One day, one of them may not return, she thought. So right after she can't find Viserion and then sees him very far away in the distance, she thinks about how one of them may fly away one day and never return. So, will Viserion fly off to Old Town one day and fall under Euron's control, never to return? If so, Dany and Drogon may need to fight Viserion. The white dragon lay coiled around a pear tree, his head resting on his tail. When Dany passed, his eyes came open, two pools of molten gold. His horns were gold as well, and the scales that ran down his back from head to tail. "You're lazy," she told him, scratching under his jaw. His scales were hot to the touch, like armor left too long in the sun. Dragons are fire-made flesh. She had read that in one of the books Ser Jorah had given her as a wedding gift. You should be hunting with your brothers. Have you and Drogon been fighting again? Victarion should also be hunting with his brothers, if you will, but instead the Greyjoy brothers are all at odds, with Euron and Victarion specifically plotting to kill one another. So yeah, that's not hunting together. And obviously this could be foreshadowing for Drogon and Dany having to fight Viserion. Have you and Drogon been fighting again? Black dragon, white dragon, it's kind of a theme. And if Euron does manage to claim Viserion, obviously they will have to fight him. And for what it's worth, there is also a scene where Viserion and Rhaegal are fighting over food. Not very seriously, but maybe that's meant to help imply Viserion as a dragon that will fall under enemy control. I know, it's sad. And honestly, it's even still hard to look at images of Show Viserion. God, that was like the saddest episode. Anyway, it is also interesting that Viserion is like a hot suit of armor, right? Since Victarion famously loves armor, even when battling on ships, which most people don't do because obviously it's kind of like very high stakes gambling. You obviously have the edge in combat, but if you fall over, game over. Victarion also wears a great golden cape in honor of the golden kraken of House Greyjoy, one which billows out behind him like golden wings as he leaps from ship to ship in his armor. And of course, Viserion has golden markings on his back and wings. Victarion even thinks in very crudely poetic fashion,
"On wings of song I fly to you, Daenerys."
So maybe Victarion will get some wings and will get to fly. Maybe not with Dany, maybe at Dany. Depends on how the whole thing falls out, but yeah. And notably, Victarion has this thought right after burning some people alive, and the horn might burn him alive. And then literally the next line after this little poetry jam, he takes the horn out to fondle, which seems suggestive, especially when I use the word fondle. Now, the constant descriptions of Viserion's eyes being like pools of molten gold
definitely seem meant to remind us of Viserys, for whom Viserion is named, and his deadly crown of molten gold. So will Victarion the Kraken be melted down and poured inside of Viserion, where he can then look back at us through those molten gold eyes? Just to run with the parallel for a second, Viserys was killed by Drogo, who was Dany's husband, and Victarion is basically getting tricked to his death by Euron, who wants to be Dany's husband. Both Viserys and Victarion think that they're going to sit on the Iron Throne, but in actuality, it will be their siblings who will make a more credible claim to the throne, obviously Dany and Euron. Perhaps these are coincidences, of course, but perhaps these parallels exist because if you mash Viserys and Victarion together, you get Viserion, kind of like the Sesame Street thing, you know. I'm not going to do it, but yeah, some of you know what I'm talking about. And Victarion kind of sounds like a dragon name anyway, Victarion. And the more serious naming clue here is that naming the dragon Viserion after Viserys kind of softly implies that Viserys' life has paid for the dragon's life, or even that Viserys has gone into Viserion and become the dragon. I am the dragon, and I will be crowned. And I would say this foreshadows Victarion literally going into Viserion and becoming the dragon, if you will. And Viserion does have a kind of golden crown with his golden horns, obviously. Sticking with the animal theme, we notice that Victarion is not only a golden kraken, but also a golden bull. Theon and Aeron both think of Victarion as a bull in their monologues, and he's also described that way a couple of times in his own chapters as well. And do you know who likes to eat bulls? Rhaegal, actually. Wah, wah. However, the scene in which Viserion is first chained up, he's eating oxen, which is similar to a bull, and there is really just a ton of what looks like Victarion foreshadowing. So have a look here. First, you can observe that Viserion is trying to get to Dany, but cannot. And that may be the situation once Euron has claimed him, obviously. Viserion can't fly to Dany because of a massive iron collar and iron chain links. And of course, Viserion would be bonded to the king of the Ironborn, if this theory is right, with an Ironborn inside of him linking him to the Greyjoy bloodline. The collar in particular is a symbol of ownership and enslavement, so this does seem like a very strong symbol. The next paragraph has Viserion trying a second time to reach Dany, perhaps just to emphasize the separation dynamic. How long until Viserion's fires can crack stone and melt iron, Dany wonders. IDK, how long until an Ironborn is cracked open, melted down, and poured inside of him? Viserion was tricked into the bondage of his iron chains by means of feeding him oxen to make him drowsy, which I would see as a foreshadowing of Viserion being chained and bonded to the Ironborn when he is fed the spirit of Victarion the bull. Who knows, maybe we'll catch Rhaegal munching on Victarion's lifeless carcass after he's yeeted himself with a dragon horn. Continuing on with the animal symbolism, I didn't have time to put this in the script, but going back to that Westeros.org write-up by Sandy Clegg, Viserion, as you can see in a lot of this artwork, is the dragon who is frequently perching on Dany's shoulder. Like a parrot. Like a parrot. I didn't catch that. I have a parrot. Sits on my shoulder all day. Shout out Sandy Cleggs. Viserion is like a white cockatoo on Dany's shoulder. And perhaps that is, you know, foreshadowing that he's a pirate dragon. He's kind of like a parrot. Yeah, so that's pretty funny. And there's also several scenes, as Sandy Clegg points out, where Viserion is sort of associated with ships. Viserion's wings putting wind in the sails, is perching on the porthole, stuff like that. So more animal stuff that I did have in the script. Victarion the Kraken is also like a bull that will be fed to Viserion. And Viserion, in turn, in addition to being like a parrot, is also like a blood-drinking vampire bat, hungry for Victarion's blood, as you can see in this quote right here. Viserion has succeeded in melting his chains and now clings to the roof of the pit like some huge white bat. And in the second quote from a later chapter, we see that he's dug himself a bat cave. Now, bat symbolism can be vampire symbolism, of course, so perhaps George is implying that Viserion is just kind of hanging around waiting for someone to offer him a blood sacrifice. Euron also has extensive vampire and Dracula symbolism, as Grey Waste Tim and I discussed in our Vampire Lore Summit. Check that out. So it would make a lot of sense to see Euron ride a kind of bat dragon, a vampire dragon. Viserion is also implied as a blood-drinking dragon,
hungry for human sacrifice, in particular, in Tyrion's The Winds of Winter sample chapter. The quote begins with Ser Jorah thrusting, it's his sword that he's thrusting through the throat of the Yunkish messenger, and he's dying magnificently there, taking a couple of wobbly steps, and as you can see, bleeding out all over the Syvas board. Now, the Yunkish envoy, who wears a yellow silk cape, which is very similar to Victarion's golden cape, is also both an envoy and a noble, just as Victarion is both a lord captain and an envoy of Euron. The yellow-caped Yunkishman's blood soaks into the veins of the white wooden Syvas dragon piece, completing the mock blood sacrifice ritual. And although there's a lot going on in the scene that we could spend more time breaking down, it does seem like part of the point of the symbolism here is that Viserion, the white dragon, will soon have his veins full of the blood of a yellow-caped sacrifice, if you will. Now, you don't need to be Joseph Campbell, Lord of Symbolism, right? To notice that a piece of white wood veined with red blood in this story is obviously evocative of a weirwood tree, and weirwood trees are famous for accepting blood sacrifice and also storing souls in them. So again, there's a lot going on in this scene, but part of what George could be implying is that dragons can be like weirwood trees, accepting human blood sacrifice and storing souls in them. And that Viserion, the white dragon, is going to be the one who does something like this in the story, who has a new dragon bond formed with him. Or her. We don't know, like I said. But the symbolism really is popping here. You know, the white wood is basically thirsty and soaks up the blood and then won't give it back even when you try to wipe it off. So again, I think of Viserion the vampire bat, thirsty for blood. Some of you may also be raising your hand, obviously, to say that a blood-stained white wooden dragon is also evocative of Bloodraven, whose sigil is a white dragon, who has a blood stain on his face and who is merging with a white weirwood tree. That's pretty cool because Euron may be a failed Bloodraven pupil, and whether he is or not, he's definitely being set up as a kind of arch-wizard nemesis, you know, a warlock nemesis to Bloodraven and Bran's Green Seer tree wizard. So perhaps the idea of Euron riding a white dragon with weirwood symbolism is meant to parallel Bloodraven, the white weirwood dragon. Maybe the simplest way to sum up the Euron Bloodraven parallels is that they are like two different versions of Odin. Now, Discord user Hi Pikachu from our very own Lightbringer Discord, by the way, click the join button below or join our Patreon if you want a link to our Discord, which is a great place to talk about Ice and Fire or all kinds of other stuff. Anyway, Hi Pikachu brings up the corpse symbolism and pale mare symbolism that is attached to Viserion. Viserion is a pale mount in a city stricken by the plague known as the Pale Mare. And Viserion's even eating the plague-stricken Pale Mare corpses out of the air as they are catapulted into the city. The Pale Mare itself is a reference to the book of Revelation, chapter 6, verses 8, which reads, "So I looked, and behold, a pale horse, and the name of him who sat on it was Death, and Hades followed with him. And power was given to them over a fourth of the earth, to kill with sword, with hunger, with death, and by the beasts of the earth." So as you can see, it kind of would really make sense if Euron rode a pale mount like Viserion, who was specifically associated with the Pale Mare. Bloodraven, again, has matching symbolism, as the weirwood roots that are eating his corpse are described as grave worms and white serpents. All dragons are serpent-like, and Viserion is specifically described as serpent-like, and again, he eats corpses, just as grave worms eat corpses. The weirwood tree itself is very much a pale horse, because, of course, it's based on Yggdrasil, which translates to Odin's horse, because Odin rides the magic tree throughout the cosmos, just as the Green Seer rides the weirwood tree through time and space and days gone by. So basically, what all this means is that George appears to be setting up an extensive parallel between Bloodraven and Euron, our most puissant Odin-inspired one-eyed wizards, and Euron riding Viserion would be a huge piece of that. And that may be the reason that George has attached this pale mare, corpse-eating, blood-drinking, and weirwood symbolism to Viserion. And then someone else in the other back of the room is raising their hand to say, well, what about Naga? What about Naga the sea dragon, the dragon of Ironborn mythology? Because Naga is a dragon who is also associated with weirwood, right? Thanks for watching my Naga's Bones video. But yes, although Naga's ribs are thought to be the pale bones of a sea dragon, they do seem to be, in fact, petrified weirwood. I think it's the ribbing of an overturned weirwood ship, Some people think it's a weirwood circle, but it's pretty obviously petrified weirwood. So, Naga is a weirwood dragon, in a manner of speaking, and is also the most holy symbol and religious site to the Ironborn. So again, I would say that it would make sense if Euron rides a white dragon that reminds us of Naga and Naga's ribs and all that stuff. Oh, I know what I forgot from that Tyrion chapter with the Sivas dragon drinking up the blood. The Yonkishman's hair, it's called out a couple of times, oiled into the shape of like 1,000 black roses. Well, you can see when he falls, he's laying face down in a welter of red blood and oily black roses. That is the waves of blood and night symbolism that is many times attached to Euron. That's like 20 minutes of my Euron King of the Apocalypse video. But yeah, that's kind of his symbol. The waves of blood and night, blood red sea, black and blood eye. It just goes on and on. The colors of his ship, midnight black and blood, etc., etc. So we'll get back to the script now, but yeah, those roses were bugging me. I knew I was missing something there. So the white dragon piece is literally emerging from a sea of blood and black oil. So shout out to the oily black Krakenstone. This video is it's going to be like an hour. I said 50 minutes earlier. Anyway, so we're talking about Euron stuffing Victarion into a dragon, right? Well, one of the very best foreshadowings for this that I have saved until nearly the end of the video, there's a lot to cover, is what Euron is doing to Aeron Damphair, his other brother, in the Forsaken Winds of Winter early release chapter. The first line of the chapter, which is very memorable, is, "It was always midnight in the belly of the beast." Aeron turns out to be referring to a series of wet, dark dungeons that he's been kept in, as well as the wet, dark hold of the Silence, where he's chained up in between dungeons. And basically all these dark, wet places are running together into one kind of rolling nightmare for Aeron. And that is the belly of the beast. That's where he lives now. Euron is then giving Aeron nightmares, right? He's force-feeding him Shade of the Evening, and then implanting dream visions into Aeron's mind and talking to him. So think about it. If my theory about Victarion and Viserion is right, then Victarion's spirit will be chained up in the belly of the beast for the specific purpose of Euron forming a psychic link to him inside the belly of the beast. I mean, it's a really good parallel, isn't it? Aeron is, of course, slated for some sort of blood magic ritual to increase Euron's power, and similarly, if Victarion is sacrificed through Dragonbinder to Viserion, this will be a blood sacrifice of his brother to increase his power. So, yeah, it's a pretty strong parallel, right? Now, I believe the method by which Euron is invading Damphair's mind in the belly of the beast is a clue about how Euron will contact Victarion when he's inside of Viserion. I don't mean to call him a beast, but you get the parallel. As I laid out in my last video, Secret Magic of the Glass Candles, and again, thanks for watching, everybody. Euron has almost certainly been using a glass candle already for several things. One of which is this dream implantation of Aeron. And dream implantation is one of the things that Marwyn the Mage specifically says that the glass candles can do. I was arguing that just feeding Aeron Shade of the Evening, yes, that opens his mind and makes him susceptible, but then Euron needs a way to actually get in his head, and he seems to be crafting the dream experience of Aeron almost exactly the same way that Quaithe is sort of fabricating a dream experience for Dany, like that fighting the Battle of the Trident dream on Dragonback. That is how I am proposing that Euron is going to reach out all the way to Slaver's Bay and call the dragon back to him. He's going to use a glass candle. So yeah, the question I'm asking here is, could Euron use a glass candle to enter Victarion's mind after he's been stuffed into Viserion? I really don't see why he couldn't. I mean, dragons are psychic themselves. They can communicate telepathically with their riders to some extent. And as I proposed in my Dreams Come From Dragons video, the dragons seem to be sending the dreams to the Targaryens, or at least acting as some sort of channel for the dreams to the Targaryens. So, for example, Daenerys the Dreamer had her dream of the Doom the night after she claimed Balerion the Black Dread, and that kind of implies that there's a connection there. And then even stronger evidence, Dany dreams of what seems to be Drogon twice before Drogon even hatches, which makes it seem like Drogon inside the egg is reaching out and contacting Dany. And this is why I think Rhaena Targaryen started the tradition of placing the dragon's eggs inside the cradles of the young Targaryens, because the eggs, the dragon spirits in the eggs can reach out and begin bonding even before they hatch. So if the dragons can reach out psychically to people, and people can form psychic links to the dragons, then yeah, why couldn't someone psychically reach out to a dragon especially Euron in this circumstance where he's got this connection to his brother. More importantly, dragons are directly linked to glass candles, which have only started burning again since Daenerys returned dragons to the world. And presumably that means they went out sometime after the last dragon died. That means that the magic of the candles is in some way directly connected to the dragons. So if one were looking for a way to psychically contact a dragon, a glass candle would seem like the thing, and it's almost certain that Euron has one. The idea that Victarion's spirit would be inside the dragon is key here, because it seems like Quaithe had to make contact with Dany with that little two-finger wrist touch thing before she could contact her remotely with her glass candle. Euron has obviously had physical contact with his brother, so once Victarion is inside Viserion, he might act as a kind of psychic anchor or receiver that Euron can reach out and find with his glass candle. Now, going back to what I think is a very important parallel, the one with Alysanne and Silverwing landing atop the high tower, notice that the dragon beats its wings to fan up the beacon fires, almost like it's lighting a candle. Because as many of you pointed out in the comments, the high tower is kind of like a big candle. It's a lighthouse. And like a glass candle, it enables you to see across very long distances. And there's even that saying about how you can see all the way to the wall from the top of the high tower. In other words, the high tower beacon lighting up when Silverwing lands could be foreshadowing for Euron using the beacon of a glass candle to call Viserion to the top of the high tower. So I mentioned earlier in the video the idea that Melora Hightower could sort of play the role of Alysanne at the top of the tower in the new version of the scene. And I think this makes more sense when you think about the idea of glass candle use atop the high tower. In my glass candle video, I explained why many people think that Leighton and Melora have a candle up there, Palantir-like, and also why I think they have been in contact with Euron, just as Saruman and also Denethor are contacted and corrupted by the Eye of Sauron through their Palantir use. If Melora has been the one talking to Euron through the candle, then that means that she could be the mysterious entity next to Euron in Damphair's nightmare, the shadow in woman's form, long and tall and terrible, her hands alive with pale white fire. The pale fire around her hands could be a reference to Melora lighting the candle, the piercing bright flame of the glass candle. She might be using the candle to enter that very vision that Damphair is having, so it makes sense that she would appear as a shadow in woman's form with hands alive with fire. And big hat tip to Grey Waste Tim, that was his find. I think that's a pretty good one. And so, just as Alysanne and her dragon fanned up the high tower's beacon fire when they landed, perhaps it will be Melora lighting the glass candle atop the high tower so Euron can call his dragon home. Speaking of Grey Waste Tim, I consulted with him while I was going over the script, and he reminded me that Cthulhu, who is described as being half kraken and half dragon, is pretty much the master of dream implantation and manipulation. Euron has very strong ties to Cthulhu, and is both kraken and dragon, since he's a man collecting and wearing Valyrian artifacts and aspiring to ride a dragon, who is also a Kraken of House Greyjoy, and who also appears as a tentacled kraken in basically every dream vision of him. And thus, it would make perfect sense if a big part of Euron's plan is to kind of lurk in the shadows and use glass candles to contact people through their dreams and basically corrupt them, or even enslave them. Because I do realize it's starting to sound a little conspiratorial as I'm like, Euron has a glass candle and he's using it to mess with Aeron's dreams, and also collaborate with Melora and Leighton, and also to keep an eye on Victarion over in Slaver's Bay, and now to call his dragon back to him in Westeros. However, this does fit Cthulhu's strategy, and these are all things that you can do with a glass candle. So yeah, I really do think the glass candle is kind of the hidden key to Euron's master plan, all his conspiring and plotting. And we do know he's plotting. Let me know what you think in the comments, and you know I do read them, so let me know what you think. But that is my answer to how Euron is going to trick Victarion, how Dragonbinder really works, how Victarion is going to end up inside Viserion, and how that will enable Euron to claim his dragon. So there you go, guys. Thanks. So Minor spoilers for leaks concerning Nettles and the character who some of her story may be given to, and also for one leaked on-set photo of someone who may be Nettles. So this rumor comes from Twitter account Wake the Dragon at WTDASOIAF and is described as a leak from a confidential source close to the show. And it basically just says, Rhaena Targaryen will claim a sheep-eating wild dragon during her stay in the Vale after tracking it for some time. That sheep-eating wild dragon can only be Sheepstealer, the wonderful brown dragon Sheepstealer, and that's why I got my brown Adidas tracksuit on, because Sheepstealer just gives me 70s vibes. And of course, Sheepstealer is the dragon that Nettles claims in Fire and Blood. So this rumor would seem to imply that Nettles will be cut and parts of her story given to Rhaena Targaryen, who is of course the daughter of Daemon Targaryen and Laena Velaryon. Now it's hard for me to assess how valid this supposed leak is. A lot of people online are treating it as valid, and this Twitter account is basically dedicated to leaking things from this supposed source close to the show. And it is certainly true that we've gotten seemingly just about every casting for season 2 with no Nettles in sight, save for this photo that I was talking about, which would seem to be of several people waiting in line to perhaps attempt to claim a dragon, or more likely put in their name with the Targaryens to try to claim one. You'll remember that Daemon at the end of last season was talking about trying to find riders for some or all of these six, the number of the beast, the 6 wild dragons on Dragonstone. Three of whom have had riders before, and 3 of whom are wild dragons who've never been ridden. Where's that Derek Zoolander school for people who can't math good? Anyway, that does indeed happen in an event called the Sowing of the Seeds, and we will see some version of that on season 2. That phrase, sowing of the seeds, comes from the name Dragon Seeds, which is given to all the people of Valyrian descent who live on Driftmark and Dragonstone, but who are not official Targaryens or Velaryons. So the Dragon Seeds are either going to be Targaryen or Velaryon bastards, or people descended from Targaryen or Velaryon bastards, or perhaps, in some cases, people who came with Aenar Targaryen or the first Velaryons over to Driftmark and Dragonstone, but who were not royals. So it's from this population that Rhaenyra and Daemon hope to find new riders for the dragons. And you can see several silver-haired people in this photo, with the bearded one having been confirmed to be Hard Hugh Hammer, and with this young woman with raggedy clothing basically fitting the description of Nettles perfectly. There were already questions about whether or not Nettles had been cut a couple of months ago when this photo got leaked, so a lot of people, including myself, got excited and took this as confirmation of Nettles, but now there is confusion because of this new rumor. Now, it could be that both things are partly true. Perhaps there is a Rhaena plotline with Sheepstealer in the Vale. Perhaps she tries but fails to claim Sheepstealer, or just tracks Sheepstealer, and then we do eventually get Nettles in season 3, with this photo of the person that looks like Nettles basically being a stand-in for Nettles on season 2 until she actually can be cast in a permanent way in season 3. Or maybe there's some other explanation for this photo and it's not Nettles and she has been cut. It's really hard to say until we see the show. But I did want to make a Nettles video anyway, like I said. And while there are some parts of Nettles' plotline that could be interesting if given to Rhaena, for the most part, there are issues because the characters are just so different, which we'll talk about at the end of the video. So let's tell the story of Nettles and how it impacts the dance, and then we'll be able to better assess how this change may or may not work. I'd also like to recommend my friend and fellow YouTube personality Gray Area's Nettles video, which is pretty much the best around for Nettles theories, I think. So the Nettles story starts with the sowing of the seeds, and with a vicious brown dragon known as Sheepstealer. Sheepstealer was hatched in the early days of King Jaehaerys' reign, so about 80 years before the time of the dance, but for some reason was never ridden, and instead took to living wild on Dragonstone and also ranging all around the lands of the Blackwater Bay to hunt and eat sheep. Like I said, Sheepstealer doesn't mind stealing sheep. And although Sheepstealer was only known for eating the sheep and not the shepherds, shepherd meat is a little stringy after all, Sheepstealer actually killed more dragon seeds, more would-be dragon riders than all of the other dragons combined, and was in fact described as a vicious, ill-tempered beast. Just wants to eat sheep, man. Leave Sheepstealer alone. Hashtag leave Sheepstealer alone. And by the way, Sheepstealer even left Alan of Hull, who will be played this season by Abukar Salim, aka Father from Raised by Wolves, with pretty severe burns over his body, although fortunately not his face. Although we don't know if that will happen on the show, since everything with Sheepstealer is up in the air. That's a dragons are up in the air joke. You're welcome. So Sheep Stealer is, of course, eventually claimed by Nettles. And what's funny about Nettles is that even though it's clear that the Maesters writing and collating Fire and Blood are essentially slandering Nettles and looking down their nose at her the whole time they're describing her, each word only makes her more likable and cool. The Maesters also slander poor old Sheep Stealer, whom they describe as a notably ugly mud-brown dragon. Laying it on kind of thick there, guys. And of course, my painted gold dragon from Tibet on my shelf looks a little brown. I mean, it's gold is really just shiny brown when you break it down. But yeah, the Maesters describing Sheep Stealer as notably ugly, to me, just makes Sheep Stealer more likable as well. So here's the passage. In the end, the brown dragon was brought to heel by the cunning and persistence of a small brown girl of 6 and 10, who delivered him a freshly slaughtered sheep every morning until Sheep Stealer learned to accept and expect her. Munkin sets down the name of this unlikely dragon rider as Nettles. Mushroom tells us the girl was a bastard of uncertain birth called Nettie, born to a dockside whore. By any name, she was black-haired, brown-eyed, brown-skinned, skinny, foul-mouthed, fearless, and the first and last rider of the dragon Sheep Stealer. Alright, so it kind of sounds like Nettles is claiming Sheep Stealer some amount of time after the other dragon seeds have claimed their dragons. As it says, she brought Sheep Stealer freshly slaughtered sheep every day until the dragon came to expect her. So that sounds like a few weeks at least. Thus, it could be that Nettles' inclusion on the show is being held off until season 3, whether or not Sheep Stealer has a Rhaena plotline in season 2. But that aside, there are several notable and unique things about Nettles. First off, of course, is the fact that she outwardly does not look like a Valyrian, bearing neither the silver hair nor the purple eyes that are the hallmarks of people with Valyrian descent. Now, obviously, genetics are fluky, and you don't actually need silver hair for the dragon to be nice to you. And of course, all of Rhaenyra's children with Harwin Strong ride dragons, but none of them have silver hair or purple eyes. We know they all have Valyrian blood, though, since they're Rhaenyra's kids, so their ability to bond with and ride dragons is not a mystery. But that's not the case for Nettles, whose parentage is uncertain. In Fire and Blood, all the other dragon seeds have either silver hair or purple eyes or both. So there's really no question with them whether or not they have Valyrian blood. But with Nettles, there's no way to know for sure. And because Nettles bonds with Sheep Stealer in a more conventional way, if you will, by using food, the question can be raised, and is in the story, of whether or not she is Valyrian at all. So why did Martin write the story like this? Well, there's two reasons that I can think of right away. The first is that he wanted to raise the question of, do you actually need Valyrian blood to ride and claim a dragon? Both in the minds of we the reader and in the minds of the people in the story, who see Nettles claim the dragon and then pose the question. As we know, the Targaryens have this mystique of being godlike and above normal men because it seems like they alone can ride dragons, right? So if that turns out to be not true, it potentially pokes a big fat hole in that doctrine of Targaryen supremacy. Now, as for us readers, Martin definitely does like to keep us guessing about the magical mechanics in his world. However, I really do tend to think that you do need Valyrian blood in order to ride a dragon, if only because we know that the Valyrians and Targaryens do have reptilian DNA because they pop out lizard babies sometimes that have scales, wings, tails, and claws. That's obviously the result of some weird, freaky Valyrian genetic blood magic experimentation, and that is exactly what the Valyrians are known for practicing. So it just seems silly to me for Martin to create an entire civilization of reptilian DNA lizard people dragon riders, only to later reveal that you don't actually need to have reptilian DNA to ride dragons. Too much of the story just falls apart in my opinion. So I tend to think that Martin wants to raise this question of do you need Valyrian blood more in the minds of the people of Westeros than in the minds of we the reader. But who knows, maybe the Valyrians did all that freaky blood magic and all the dragon sex that we see on the murals for nothing. Maybe it was all just for kicks, and they could have just fed the dragon's sheep. Now, joking aside, I actually do think that the first Valyrians would have fed their dragons sheep in order to befriend them, just like Nettles did. And I think this for two reasons. So one, the Valyrians, the first Valyrians, still would have needed a way to safely get close to the dragons to do whatever blood magic or dragon sex, it's probably blood magic, needed to create the dragon bond. The murals are just a stylization. It's not literal. They didn't really Okay, anyway. Yeah, they would have needed a way to safely approach the dragons at first to make the dragon bond, and food is the obvious way to do that. And then the second reason would be the insult that Astapori's slaver Krasna's Monaclaws gives to Daenerys that implies the first Valyrians were shepherds. That insult, and I'll just put this on the screen, was that old Gis ruled an empire when the Valyrians were still having relations with sheep. So what I think that Martin is actually doing with Nettles is showing us some of how the first Valyrians created the dragon bond, which is really freaking cool. Now, the other big reason why Martin might be creating this uncertainty about whether or not Nettles actually has Valyrian blood is so that he can explore the concept of prejudice in Westeros and the concept of Valyrian supremacy and Targaryen supremacy. We've already seen that the Dornish-looking Baelor Breakspear, who was as promising and competent a crown prince as one could possibly want, nevertheless did face resistance and criticism and bigotry because of his Dornish looks and Dornish heritage. And again, even though you don't actually need silver hair or purple eyes to ride a dragon, those features have become associated with the concept of Targaryen supremacy. And that's probably why we see the Targaryens still practicing incest to maintain their Valyrian looks, even fully 150 years after they've lost their dragons. Their unique look allows them to cling on to the idea that they are above other men and thus fit to rule, which of course is a kind of supremacist propaganda. After all, if they look like everyone else and don't ride dragons, then why shouldn't someone else be king?
Someone like me, Robert Baratheon.
Man, where's that voice coming from? Anyway, thus you can see why many people in universe and also in the fandom would choose to believe that Nettles is not of Valyrian descent, including Rhaenyra herself, which is a very important thing that we'll discuss in just a moment. Now, obviously on House of the Dragon, they've made the change that some people of Valyrian descent simply do have darker skin. So that part of Nettles's appearance won't be regarded as un-Valyrian, if you will, on the show. And since the show chose not to do the purple eyes, sadly, it's really only the silver hair that signifies someone as being of Valyrian descent. However, we still have roughly the same situation where Hugh the Hammer, Ulf the White, and also Adam of Hull, the other dragon seed who succeeds, people will, probably be more quick to perceive Ulf and Hugh and Adam as dragon lords and royals since they look the part, whereas that might not be the case with Nettles, for sake of her looks, her humble upbringings, and it actually says that she grew up homeless, motherless, and penniless on the streets, and for her lack of propriety, because remember, she's uncouth and foul-mouthed. That means that Nettles is actually a class issue, in addition to a Valyrian supremacy issue, which, again, is why I think the character is so interesting. So the fact that Nettles used food to tame Sheepstealer gives the people who want to believe that she is not Valyrian something to latch on to. But as I already said, you almost certainly do need Valyrian blood to bond with a dragon. So it probably is the case that Nettles is Valyrian and is only doubted because she doesn't look the part, which makes her a unique kind of underdog who's easy to root for, and also a very interesting part of the story considering that Rhaenyra's kids with Harwin again, also don't look the part, but do ride dragons. I also want to mention that it could even be that Nettles never bonded with Sheepstealer in the same magical way that the other Valyrians do, and thus never shared the sort of low-level psychic bond that we see in evidence with Daemon and Caraxes and with other dragons and their riders. Perhaps Nettle simply conditioned Sheepstealer to accept her on her back and then just sort of hung on for dear life, although I really do doubt this because I think you'd need the psychic bond in order to effectively fly a dragon into battle, which Nettles does do. And I think you'd need the official, Valyrian dragon bond in order to have a dragon follow you around in perpetuity and not just fly off and do their own thing, right? Sheepstealer, after all, has been wild her whole life and then suddenly starts following Nettles around and obeying her commands. So it seems to me that Nettles simply used the sheep to safely approach Sheepstealer, and then her Valyrian blood did the rest and formed a normal Valyrian dragon bond. Because remember, simply having Valyrian blood is not a guarantee that a dragon will accept you as a rider. And in fact, the riderless dragons did reject and eat or burn people who tried to ride them who were definitely of Valyrian descent. Shout out Silver Denys, rest in peace. And since wild dragons are even more ferocious than the ones who've been ridden before and who are accustomed to people, it's actually a fabulous idea for Nettles to use the sheep to safely approach Sheepstealer. Again, Sheepstealer killed more other would-be riders than all the other dragons combined. Sheepstealer is no hatchling. This is not a young dragon under the supervision of the Dragon Keepers. This is a wild-ass, freedom-loving, vicious dragon. And in fact, Nettles is the only person in all of A Song of Ice and Fire history to tame an adult wild dragon, which is pretty dang impressive. So you see what I mean. Nettles is a very unique and awesome dragon rider, and her having used sheep to tame Sheepstealer in no way implies that she is not of Valyrian blood. It implies that she's smart and didn't want to get eaten by a dragon, or at least didn't want to leave it to chance, like those other suckers. And this is yet another reason to love the character. She has common sense. At least that's why I like her. So yeah, moving on to what Nettles does during the war. We have her participation in the Battle of the Gullet. Team Black wins, technically, but as with most battles in the dance, they suffer heavy losses, and there are horrors on both sides. Corlys Velaryon says afterward, "If this be victory, I pray I never win another." To which I say, bad news, my friend. So here is how the other dragon seeds, including Nettles, reacted to their first taste of burning people alive with dragonfire. Mushroom tells us that there were 2 men on Dragonstone that night who drank to the slaughter in a smoky tavern beneath the castle. The dragon riders Hugh the Hammer and Ulf the White, who had flown Vermithor and Silverwing into battle and lived to boast of it.
"We are knights now, truly,"
Hard Hugh declared, and Ulf laughed and said, "Fie on that, we should be lords." The girl Nettles did not share their celebrations. She had flown with the others, fought as bravely, burned and killed as they had, but her face was black with smoke and streaked with tears when she returned to Dragonstone. And Adam Velaryon, lately Adam of Hull, sought out the sea snake after the battle. What they spoke to each other, even Mushroom does not say. Alright, now we don't really have time to talk about Adam Velaryon, although we certainly will this season. And of course, don't miss our post-game coverage with the one and only girl Nettles, the YouTuber, right after each episode, each and every Sunday. But yeah, Nettles' reaction here is unique and has always struck me as a very important story beat. George Martin, after all, never hesitates to describe and emphasize the horrors of war. This is a man who named a book A Feast for Crows, and it really is shoving our nose in the fact that this War of the Five Kings, this clash of kings, this storm of swords has now left a feast of the dead for the crows. So yeah, Martin never hesitates to describe the psychological and physical horrors and effects of war. And it occurs to me that Nettles is reacting to the experience of going to war on a dragon the way most of us would, with horror and revulsion, unless you're capable of just burning people alive casually and without sorrow. So Nettles never fought in another battle after the Gullet, although she did accompany Daemon when he was flying around hunting for Aemond One-Eye and Vhagar in the Riverlands, which I guess did potentially expose Nettles to battle. But yeah, she never did participate in another battle after the Gullet. So I have to think Nettles' unique reaction is something that the author wants us to notice, especially given the sharp contrast between Nettles' reaction and the reaction of Ulf and Hugh, which is full of hubris and joy and slaughter, and they're very different characters. I also think it's no coincidence that this reaction comes from Nettles, who is the dragon rider of the most humble birth, and therefore she's one of the few who has not been inculcated into the ways of the Game of Thrones and desensitized to its violence, since childhood. So the other main thing that Nettles does during the war is the thing I just alluded to. She pals around with Daemon while he's hunting for Aemond One-Eye and Vhagar in the Riverlands. And by palling around, I mean that it appears to be, and is rumored to be, a love affair, despite the large age gap. Stop me if you've heard this before, specifically with Daemon. Alrighty. I just don't think it's very believable that Daemon was just paternalistically teaching Nettles the ways of dragon riding as well as the ways of being civilized, including washing the dragon stink off of one another in the bath at the end of their rides each day. All of that in a purely non-sexual way. It just really doesn't sound like Daemon's style, does it? And of course, someone who tamed a wild dragon would obviously have a certain kind of appeal to Daemon, who is, the most into the dragon lore of all of the Targaryens on the show. And then there's this passage from Fire and Blood cataloging Nettles and Daemon's parting.
How the prince and his bastard girl spent their last night beneath Lord Mooton's roof is not recorded, but as dawn broke, they appeared together in the yard, and Prince Daemon helped Nettles saddle Sheepstealer one last time. It was her custom to feed him each day before she flew. Dragons bend easier to their rider's will when full. That morning she fed him a black ram, the largest in all Maidenpool, slitting the ram's throat herself. Her riding leathers were stained with blood when she mounted her dragon, Maester Norrin records, and her cheeks were stained with tears. No word of farewell was spoken betwixt man and maid, but as Sheepstealer beat his leathery brown wings and climbed into the dawn sky, Caraxes raised his head and gave a scream that shattered every window in Jonquil's tower. High above the town, Nettles turned her dragon toward the Bay of Crabs and vanished in the morning mists, never to be seen again at court or castle. Alright, so we do know that dragons absorb the loves and hates of their riders, such as with Vermithor and Silverwing, who are mated for life because Jaehaerys and Alysanne were, and who continue their pair bonding activity and behavior long after Jaehaerys and Alysanne are dead. Therefore, this window-shattering scream from Caraxes when Sheepstealer leaves really seems like a clue that Daemon and Nettles were having a love affair. And in fact, this entire passage seems written like a romantic story, especially since we're talking about Jonquil's Tower, and Florian and Jonquil is the most famous love story legend in all of Westeros. And in fact, Maidenpool, where this is taking place, is where part of the legend of Florian and Jonquil supposedly took place. Maidenpool is the place where Florian supposedly saw Jonquil and her sisters bathing, and that's why it's called Maidenpool. And then we have Daemon and Nettles bathing, at Maidenpool. Now, as to the reason why Nettles stopped helping Daemon in his hunt for Aemond and Vhagar, and instead flew off never to be seen again at court or castle, although there's more to that story, we'll talk about that in a moment. Well, this is another huge plot point that is shaped by Nettles and the other dragon seeds. So after there are some issues with betrayal with one of the other dragon seeds, I won't say which or when or how, just so as not to spoil any more than need be, Rhaenyra then becomes suspicious of the remaining dragon seeds, including Nettles. Rhaenyra's turn towards increasing paranoia, although not quite Cersei level, is an important plot point, because Rhaenyra actually turns on her dragon riders and orders the arrest of one of them and the death of Nettles. And in this, Rhaenyra is encouraged by Mysaria, the White Worm. Then the White Worm raised her eyes and said in a soft voice, "The girl has already betrayed you, my queen. Even now she shares your husband's bed, and soon enough she will have his bastard in her belly." White Worm voice, easier than Old Nan voice. In any case, Rhaenyra's response is recorded by Septon Eustace as being the following. "She is a common thing with the stink of sorcery upon her," the queen declared. "My prince would never lay with such a low creature. You need only to look at her to know she has no drop of dragon's blood in her. It was with spells that she bound a dragon to her, and she has done the same with my lord husband." So that's a little hypocritical, isn't it? Since none of Rhaenyra's 3 eldest dragon-riding sons look like Valyrians either. And it's also interesting that Rhaenyra thinks that it is possible for a non-Valyrian to use spells, meaning sorcery, to bind a dragon. Although obviously this could simply be Rhaenyra's denialism because she doesn't want to believe that, Nettles is Valyrian, but rather that she's common. In any case, Rhaenyra writes to Lord Mooton of Maidenpool and commands him to put Nettles to death. To sneak up on her at table or bed specifically and cut her head off, which kind of sounds like a specific way to kill a witch, maybe? I don't know. But regardless, Lord Mooton took a look at the dragons and hesitated to obey. Instead, he consulted with his maester, his brother, and an old knight who, coincidentally, was named Sir Florian, although I bet there's probably a lot of Sir Florians running around Maidenpool. And by the way, Sir Florian is the one who points out that the old King Jaehaerys would never command one of his vassals to do such a dishonorable thing. Because, of course, Daemon and Nettles had eaten of Lord Mooton's food and accepted his hospitality, which means they're covered by guest right. So Rhaenyra is asking Lord Mooton to violate guest right, which is like one of the oldest customs, if not the oldest custom in Westeros. Lord Mooton considered this and further reasoned that, it'd be kind of risky to try to kill a dragon rider in front of her dragon rider boyfriend. So
they think about it and decide that mayhaps they never got the letter from Rhaenyra. Daemon and Nettles are warned instead, and they part ways the next morning. And Daemon actually never returns to King's Landing and never speaks to Rhaenyra again after this. So this is the last communication between Rhaenyra and Daemon. Furthermore, Lord Mutin is now in a bind because he's refused Rhaenyra's dishonorable command, and so he feels that he has no choice but to go over to Team Green, which he does. So it's easy to see why this is a huge plot point, this rumored affair between Nettles and Daemon. It undermines and actually finishes destroying the decaying relationship between Rhaenyra and Daemon. And it's a huge part of Rhaenyra's turn towards misrule and dishonor. The actions that Rhaenyra takes, in part because of this rumored affair, have wide-ranging ramifications, which then further drive the plot, and specifically the rest of Rhaenyra's arc. Daemon and Rhaenyra's choices in this also reflect several things about their character, a lot of which isn't nice, specifically in the case of Rhaenyra. And as for Nettles, I really do think having the queen and dynasty whom she fought for turn against her when she wasn't useful anymore, with Daemon unable to protect her if she were to try to remain in polite society, well, it just seems like the perfect poetic ending for Nettles' story, since she was never really invited into polite society anyway, but was instead only tolerated as long as she was useful. Alright, so there's one more part to the story, which happens after the war. There's a really great quote summing it all up from Fire and Blood, so I will just read that to you. And this is the tale of Sir Lancelot. No, the tale of Sir Robert Rowan, who is struggling to get through severe snowstorms on the high road to the Eyrie. High in the mountains, the unthinkable happened one night as Sir Robert and his men huddled about their campfires. In the slopes above, a cave mouth was visible from the road, and a dozen men climbed up to see if it might offer them shelter from the wind. The bones scattered about the mouth of the cave might have given them pause, yet they pressed on and roused a dragon. 16 men perished in the fight that followed, and 80 more suffered burns before the angry brown worm took wing and fled deeper into the mountains, with a ragged woman clinging to its back. That was the last known sighting of Sheepstealer and his rider Nettles, recorded in the annals of Westeros, though the wildlings of the mountains still tell tales of a fire witch who once dwelled in a hidden vale far from any road or village. One of the most savage of the mountain clans came to worship her, the storytellers say, and were only accounted men when they returned with burns to show that they had faced the dragon woman in her lair. So yeah, obviously we readers are meant to think that this fire witch is probably Nettles, although there is a theory that this could be Alice Rivers in her post-Witch Queen of Harrenhal era. Now, I do tend to think that this is Nettles, as the maesters speculate, and obviously this would be the origin of the Burned Men clan of the Mountains of the Moon, which is currently led by Timett, son of Timett, who put out his own eye with a hot knife. Pretty hardcore. So yeah, whether this is the ending to Alice Rivers' story or Nettles' story, it's a pretty cool ending. And Gray Area actually goes further into the Nettles part of this theory in her video, so check that out. And I've got a big fat section on Alice Rivers in my Harrenhal video, which may or may not be out by the time you watch this. In any case, this is the last we hear of Nettles, possible dragon mother of the burned men of the Mountains of the Moon. Now, fans of classic mythical astronomy symbolism might be noticing and yet another occurrence of a familiar repeating pattern here, since Daenerys is the moon of Drogo's life and also a dragon mother and also the leader of a band of ragtag free men. And of course, Dany also grew up homeless, motherless, and penniless, and occasionally dressed in rags, just like Nettles. And Dany's intuitive and miraculous hatching of her dragons and her subsequent forming of a bond with Drogon in the wild without any dragon horns or instruction. Well, the only thing you can really compare that to is Nettles' unique bonding with an adult wild dragon with what seems to be intuition and creativity. Both Nettles and Daenerys are potentially recreating parts of the original process of creating the Valyrian dragon bond, and that's a pretty cool parallel if you ask me. Alright, so that's Nettles' story, and we're sticking to it. Or are we? Or are we? That's the question here, right? And the first thing that I want to say is, again, that it could be that Rhaena tries to ride Sheepstealer and fails, or simply tracks her through the Vale, all to set up Nettles' appearance in Season 3. The person who looks like they could be Nettles in that photo could be a minor actor that they've cast to plant the seed for Nettles' appearance next season, when they will cast someone permanent for the role. The shabby clothing in particular just makes it really hard for me to imagine that this isn't meant to be Nettles in some sense, but maybe there's another explanation. Maybe they're going to cut Nettles and then just give us a random extra who looks like Nettles just to torment us. The second thing is that rewrites and reshoots can and did happen on season 2 of House of the Dragon. So perhaps they originally did cast this person as Nettles and then decided later to scrap Nettles and give her plot to Rhaena, or perhaps the leak is the old news, giving the plot to Rhaena and cutting Nettles, and they later changed their mind and actually said, no, we gotta cast Nettles, and that's why we see this photo. We'll have to wait to see, of course, but if anyone has information to confirm or deny any of this, by all means, leave a comment or contact me on social media. David Lightbringer on Instagram and @TheDragonLML on Twitter. So let me quickly make the case that this change would be a bad idea, or if you prefer, we can call it highlighting the things that this change might cost the story. So going in reverse order, Rhaena obviously can't live on to be a fire witch in the Mountains of the Moon, since Rhaena has a completely different destiny, which is important to Westerosi history. So the fire witch idea is gone. Next up, Rhaena is Daemon's daughter, and even for Game of Thrones, a father-daughter love affair is probably a little too much. It doesn't really happen very often, if ever, even in Targaryen history. So we'd have to wave goodbye, obviously, to the idea of Rhaenyra getting jealous over a rumored affair between Nettles and Daemon, because Nettles is now Rhaena, and thus no one's going to think that there's an affair going on. I suppose they could come up with a different person for Daemon to cheat on, but not sure how Daemon would carry on a relationship with someone at this point in the story who, if they weren't a dragon rider he was palling around with. And if he does have Rhaena and Sheep Stealer with him, then I just really don't know how he'd be carrying on an affair at the same time. I mean, that would just be awkward. Now, some people have pointed out that it would be nice to see a wholesome father-daughter dragon riding bonding event between Daemon and Rhaena, and in a vacuum, I don't disagree. Since Rhaena, of course, felt a little ignored by Daemon when she was younger, since she didn't have a dragon and Baela did. However, a Rhaena-Daemon father-daughter dragon hunt just really wouldn't drive the plot in any of the ways that the rumored Daemon-Nettles affair did. So then we have Nettles' unique reaction to her first and only experience of burning people with dragonfire in war, which would seem a little different if it's coming from Rhaena, who is highborn and fully committed to the family struggle of the Game of Thrones, since, ever since she was old enough to know what was going on. And that's in contrast to Nettles, of course, who is not a member of the Team Black family, and obviously comes from much more humble beginnings. This is definitely the least impactful consequence of this potential change, because you can easily have other people be horrified by dragon warfare, and then the plot point is basically hit. Now, Rhaena's highborn status, however, in and of itself, is kind of a big problem. It's the major reason why we basically lose all of the character of Nettles if her plot is, in some sense, given to Rhaena, as I'm sure you can already see. All of the class struggle aspects disappear, the charm and uniqueness of basically a homeless girl taming a wild dragon is gone, and the prejudice issues disappear entirely since Rhaena is known to be Daemon's daughter and has signature Valyrian looks, whereas Nettles is of uncertain birth and does not look Valyrian. As the self-appointed standard bearer for Team Smallfolk, although everyone's welcome to rep the Team Smallfolk, this is by far my biggest issue of protest. Those small folk are known for protesting. That's what we do. Rabble, rabble, rabble. I'll get my broom. So another issue is believability, right? To me, it's simply not believable that Rhaena, who is portrayed as kind of timid, who is castle raised, and who is, for lack of a better word, spoiled and privileged in the way that all of the highborn royal kids are, to tame a wild, huge, vicious dragon who's never been ridden before, which again is a feat only accomplished by Nettles in the entire history of A Song of Ice and Fire. Nettles has a very unique background, and it sort of makes sense that she was the one to figure this out. Whereas I would very politely argue that really nothing in Rhaena's background, personality, or experience suggests that, she's the type of person to track down Sheep Stealer and figure out how to tame her by feeding her sheep. Has Rhaena ever stolen or caught a sheep or slaughtered a sheep? Probably not. And, I don't know, maybe she befriends a shepherd, or there's some other way to make this plot believable. I always do, again, like to give the story writers the leeway to make something work, but it's just kind of hard for me to see. In Fire and Blood, for example, Rhaena's time in the Vale is spent doing things that match her character a little better. She's doing highborn noble stuff like drinking wine and being courted by all the nobles of the Vale. And by the way, she also does actually hatch a dragon's egg, which we'll talk about in just a second. And look, no hate to Rhaena here. Nothing in my background qualifies me to tame and catch a wild dragon. I've never slaughtered a sheep or caught a sheep or slaughtered any kind of animal. And the same is probably true for most of you watching this video. I mean, I have little doubt that I would wet my pants in about 2 seconds if I were to try to approach a live dragon. So I'm not trying to do some kind of tough guy routine here. I'm just saying it doesn't really match Rhaena's character to be the one to pull off this uniquely kind of incredible thing of taming a wild dragon. It's really Nettles who is the unique figure here, right? She's just an entirely different person than Rhaena, like from the ground up. Nettles and Rhaena really have nothing in common besides the fact that they are both young women who ride dragons, and obviously who both have darker complexions. But of course, in the show House of the Dragon lore, this isn't even a thing, since all the Valyrians have darker complexions. Now, some people online have pointed out that there could be some unfortunate sort of accidental commentary here if it is perceived that this change is implying that these two characters are interchangeable, or that there's no need for Nettles because we already have black dragon riders, so I am not really the person to wade into that conversation with really strong takes. However, I did want to point it out. And what I do also want to point out is that obviously there's a lot more to Nettles than her skin color. Her story is very complex, and a lot of that complexity is lost if you flatten down the character and say that you can just swap her with Rhaena. Now, I think some people, including myself, are also asking the question, why does Rhaena need a dragon to be important? For one thing, in the books, Rhaena does actually hatch a dragon's egg while she's staying in the Vale. I actually thought that's what this clip of the 3 eggs in a fire from the last trailer was. The hatching of morning, since in Fire and Blood, Rhaena brings 3 eggs to the Vale. And maybe that's still what this is. Maybe the rumor's wrong, or maybe they'll still work in the 3 dragons and morning plotline somehow. Now, obviously, Rhaena's hatching of a dragon's egg would be very special in its own way and very emotionally impactful for Rhaena, who, as we know, has been troubled for years by her first dragon's egg never hatching. Rhaena's hatchling in Fire and Blood, as I mentioned, is named Morning for her pink scales. She has black horns and pink scales, by the way. So she's named Morning after the pink sunrise. And actually, this hatchling strikes a bit of fear into Team Green when word of it spreads, because at that point in the story, a lot of the dragons have died on both sides, and this hatching of Morning is seen as a sign of increasing legitimacy for Team Black. So yeah, what about Morning? What about Morning? And shout out to FKA Daenerys and all the other great artists who have depicted Morning and Rhaena and Sheepstealer and Nettles and all the other cool art that I have used today. And then another question is that, since Rhaena has a different future and can't go on to be the Fire Witch in the mountains, what happens with her bond to Sheepstealer? How is that severed? Why is it severed? Why would she sever her bond with a big ferocious dragon that she was riding in the war? Are we back to throwing rocks at dragons like Nymeria the Wolf? We talked about that with Sea Smoke. We'll see what happened with Sea Smoke this season, I guess. So perhaps they'll make further changes here, and Sheepstealer will somehow die in the war, but Rhaena won't, and then later she'll get Morning, or won't have a dragon at all after that. I'm not sure. It all just seems kind of unnecessary to me to give Rhaena Sheepstealer, and it also makes Rhaena less unique. So there you go. The Children of the Forest, in all honesty, seem to be a jumble of all kinds of animals. They are not regular elves. They are very strange. They are animal people. And it is the whole point of the Great Empire of the Dawn coming to Westeros before the long night really is that the dragon bond is a result of Green Seer magic. So I'm going to show you 2 pictures of Nissa Nissa that were both drawn by fans of this program, as you will be able to tell. This one is by Rodora Jacob, and as you can see, she has wed the idea of Nissa Nissa being both child of the forest and some sort of proto-Valyrian with silver hair and a connection to dragons. And it kind of makes sense. It doesn't look crazy, does it? That's because this is a thing. The children of the forest are goddamn lizard people. Nimbledick is right. The children of the forest might be lizard people. And in all seriousness, James of Thrones is the YouTube channel to check out. I'm not muted now. I'm good. Okay, yeah. So the serious theory here, guys, is that the children of the forest, in all honesty, seem to be a jumble of all kinds of animals. They are not regular elves. They are very strange. They are animal people. And it is the whole point of the Great Empire of the Dawn coming to Westeros before the long night really is that the dragon bond is a result of Green Seer magic. Somehow the ability to send your spirits into animals was modified to be able to be used on dragons, creatures of fire. Now, I don't think that a regular Green Seer could just hop into a dragon, because a dragon is fire-made flesh. And the Valyrians, we've seen, the Valyrians have an affinity for fire. Dany's ability to survive the pyre, it is a miracle, but it's also not a random miracle. It's a miracle pulled out by a Valyrian who have the blood of the dragon in their veins. So we know there's been weird genetic experiments. We know that the Valyrians have lizard babies. They are part reptile. There is a kinship there. Check out my video, Damon's Song Decoded, where I said that the 3 heads of the dragon is referring to how we make a dragon bond. It involves stuffing a Valyrian ancestor spirit into the dragon. This is lemur theory. If you know what the Valyrian lemurs are about, that's lemur means ghost. Lemurs, they're animals. They're called Valyrians. It's like, oh, are the Valyrians ghosts inside of animals? Yes, they are, but they're not in lemurs. They're in dragons. So how did the Valyrians send their spirits into dragons? Maybe it has nothing to do with Green Seer and Skin Changer magic, but again, George is suggesting to us that the Great Empire of the Dawn, the ancestors of the Valyrians, that they came to Westeros. They built infused stone. So at some point while they were in Westeros, they had the dragon bond. They made fused stone. They were controlling dragons and stuff. And George is telling us, why did they come here? Maybe it was to learn the magic of the children of the forest. Hey, I don't know, just throwing things at the wall. So there you go. I do think it will turn out that the dragon bond, the dragon magic, is a modified version of skin changing. And that the blood of the dragon, like, the children of the forest could know what's up with that, how we did that. Like, this could be some pretty freaky shit that's at the result of this, or at the heart of this. So, and I didn't even get to my second Nissa Nissa. Atlantis Morissette is dying wherever she is watching the stream. This is Nissa Nissa, Our Lady of Sorrows by Atlantis Morissette. And you can see here, she has the 4-fingered, black-clawed hands of the children of the forest. She has the white hair of a Valyrian. So, just like the other artist, we're splitting the difference between Child of the Forest and Valyrian. And then we've got the moon breaking in the background. We've got the weirwoods. So, very cool. And this is the point. Like, the Great Empire of the Dawn, to some extent, was probably hybridizing with green men and Children of the Forest and stuff, because the Great Empire of the Dawn, not only were they visiting Westeros to learn the magic of the Children of the Forest, they also included in their empire the Isle of Lang, which has on it the Old Ones, who are green men. Check out The Secret Origins of Green Men, Isle of Lang, to know why I say that with such certainty, because it's definitely true. So they, the god empresses of Lang, who are like green women, essentially, did they marry the god emperors of the Great Empire of the Dawn? Quite possibly so. It's kind of implied in the title. So, the god emperors carried around on a pearl palanquin. Is that Green Seer talk? I don't know. But yes, you can see there's a lot of clues that the original dragon bond, which would have been created in the Great Empire of the Dawn, not Valyria, was involved with Green Seer stuff, both on the Isle of Lang and in Westeros. So probably the dragon bond and all this hybridization goes back to Green Seer magic. Because of course it does. The others and all the ice magic is heavily wrapped up with the weirwoods. So, yeah, I mean, ice and fire are just different kinds of nature magic. They're just extreme forces of nature.
Few fictional characters of our time have inspired love and devotion like Daenerys Targaryen. I think it's safe to say. That's still true even though the writers of the TV show version of the story failed the character in epic fashion by turning into a tyrannical butcher of innocent people, only a mere 2 episodes after she just risked everything she had to save the Northerners and all of Westeros from the White Walkers. We're not here to dwell on the failures of the HBO show regarding Daenerys, though. You can find that analysis, well, all over the internet, quite frankly, but also on my channel in videos like Azor Ahai the Bad Guy, Born to Burn the Others, and my entire Who's the Real Daenerys Targaryen playlist. Instead, I'm here to show you how George R.R. Martin created the most compelling character in modern fiction by drawing on the attributes and symbols of the Earth's oldest mother goddesses. And doesn't that sound like more fun? In particular, we'll be diving deep into Vedic Hindu myth, which kind of took over this mother goddess essay as I was writing it. I'm quite honestly taken aback a little bit at what George has done here, working with some of the most interesting and complex mythology ever invented by human beings, and finding brilliant ways to work it into a song of ice and fire. So I think you're gonna like it, friends. So hey there, friends and myth heads, it's Lucifer Means Lightbringer, and let me welcome you to the mythical astronomy of ice and fire, and possibly the most in-depth symbolism and mythology video that I have ever made on a Song of Ice and Fire. And I was tempted to cut it down or edit things out, but I just didn't want to, so here we have an hour video on the Vedic Hindu origins of Daenerys Targaryen and House Targaryen. I promise, you won't find this analysis anywhere else on the internet, so if you like what I'm doing, please help support the program. All the links are down below. And of course, a very heartfelt thank you to all of you who support the program, leave comments, like and share the videos. And of course, if you're new to the channel, I'll thank you right now ahead of time. Oh, it's over here. For subscribing. Thank you very much, guys. Enjoy the video.
Fire!
First off, I hope the premise of this essay, that Daenerys is a mother goddess, is surprising exactly nobody. By now, it's well known that George R.R. Martin draws heavily from real-world mythology to construct the characters and legends of A Song of Ice and Fire. And Daenerys is one of the most obviously godlike characters in A Song of Ice and Fire, along with people like Euron, Bloodraven, and of course Bran. Dany's role as a mother is a central part of her identity. She's both the mother of dragons and the mother to a growing nation of refugees and freed slaves. Daenerys is a natural place to look for mother goddess mythology, and it just so happens that many real-world mother goddesses are connected to dragons and sea serpents, and those are the ones that George is working with primarily. And lying beneath the idea of a mother goddess, sea serpent, or dragon is the more fundamental concept of the primordial chaos ocean of creation, the cosmic womb of all life. All of these ideas can be found in the story of Daenerys, along with many interesting and specific correlations to several mother goddesses. Like I said, we're mostly going to be talking about Vedic Hindu myth today, but first, we need to start by discussing a concept from comparative mythology called the Chaos Kampf myth, which is the widespread archetypal legend of a storm god who slays a dragon, often a multi-headed dragon, like the one on my shirt, in order to release a great flood and either create the earth or remake it. Those of you who watched my recent Chaos Mother real-world mythology livestream definitely know what I'm talking about. That's a great one to check out for deeper background on the things that we're going to talk about today, if you're interested in that. Now, the German word Kampf means struggle, so Chaos Kampf means struggle against chaos. And the idea underlying these myths is that the creation and the existence of the universe can be perceived as the interaction between order and chaos, between creation and decomposition, between matter and spirit, and other such dualities. It's a struggle in the same sense that George uses the word song to describe any sort of coming together of opposites, such as the Song of Ice and Fire, or when he uses the Song of Swords as a phrase to describe battle. A song is, of course, a harmonization of vocalists or musicians, whereas a battle is a struggle to kill or be killed, but both are similar in that the energy of the two things comes together and harmonizes to create a new third thing, the song or the battle, or the creation of a new world or kingdom in the case of the Chaos Kampf myth. Now, two Chaos Kampf legends that you're probably already familiar with are from Norse and Greek myth. The Norse storm god Thor is, of course, supposed to slay the world-encircling chaos sea serpent Jormungandr during Ragnarok, which is a remaking of the world. And the Greek storm god Zeus, must use all of his lightning bolts to slay the monstrous, multi-headed dragon Typhon in order to cement the ascendance of the Olympian gods over the Titans. Some of you may even found those verses tucked away in the Old Testament of the Bible, which depict Yahweh, who has many attributes of a storm god, slaying the Leviathan, which seems to be a retelling of an older Canaanite myth, where the storm god Baal-Hadad slays Lotan, the seven-headed water dragon. The dragon has 7 heads in this case. But then there's also the Vedic Indian storm god Indra, who slays the fearsome Varitra, an Asura demon and the firstborn of dragons. And Varitra is most commonly depicted as a snake or a 3-headed dragon. Varitra is actually the one we're going to talk the most about today, and not just because he has 3 heads. The oldest version of the Chaos Comp story is probably Marduk and Tiamat, who come from Babylonian and Sumerian mythology, with Tiamat being pretty much the prototype of a primordial chaos ocean mother goddess that can manifest as a terrifying sea dragon, and Marduk is pretty much an uber-manly warrior storm god par excellence. Marduk, with powerful incantation, harnesses the storm winds and uses them to inflate the body of Tiamat so that her mighty jaws cannot close, whereupon he's able to slay her with an arrow. That being done, Marduk splits the body of the great dragon in twain like a fish and uses the 2 halves to fashion the heavens and the earth, with her weeping eyes becoming the sources of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, and her tail becoming the Milky Way. We actually read several passages from the Enuma Elish Babylonian creation myth, which this story comes from, on the Chaos Mother livestream, and it's really quite something. Extremely violent, yet kind of beautiful, and of course, as epic as a legend can be. So, manly, swaggering storm gods. Again, think Thor and Zeus, who slay dragons or sea dragons to ascend to the throne. Is any of this ringing any bells yet in terms of A Song of Ice and Fire? And yes, that's a Battle of the Bells joke, because I'm talking about Robert Baratheon, the drunken, swaggering Storm Lord, who hails from Storm's End, and of course, won his throne and kingdom by slaying the dragon prince Rhaegar Targaryen in the River Trident. That's right, it's George's own version of the Chaos Comp myth. As is well known by now, Ned describes Robert as looking like a horned god when he dons his antlered helm and mounts his warhorse, such as he did when he slew Rhaegar. And his parallels to the drunken, hammer-wielding Thor and the drunken, lightning god Zeus have been obvious to pretty much everyone since people started analyzing A Song of Ice and Fire. The Canaanite Baal, whom I just mentioned, is actually sometimes depicted as a horned god, like Robert, and he's also seen as dying and resurrecting with the seasons like a Cernunnos-type European green man horned fertility god. And of course, Robert is based on Garth the Green, who is A Song of Ice and Fire's version of Cernunnos and the Green Man. The Canaanite Baal, or Baal-Hadad is the longer form, also wields a club that spits lightning, which would be an obvious parallel to Thor's Mjolnir, and in turn, Robert's Warhammer. Now again, it's not just the fact that Robert is a storm lord slaying a dragon in a body of water, and not just the fact that Rhaegar's sigil bears a 3-headed dragon, and remember, many of the Chaos Conf dragons are multi-headed dragons, but specifically I'm keying in on the fact that Robert ascends to the kingship with this act, which is a hallmark of all the Chaos Conf Dragon Slayer myths. The storm god becomes the king of gods. Now, George has said many times that the names of his characters are tremendously important, so let's unpack Robert Baratheon. The house name Baratheon contains an allusion to God. The Latin word theos means God, and theon is the accusative singular form, which is used for an object. So, for example, Robert's hammer, or Thor's hammer, is a divine object of a storm god, so it's a wrathful Theon. And of course, Theon Greyjoy is becoming an instrument of Bran and the old gods, so you see how George is using this word. Now, going further, Bera, first half of Baratheon, is actually a Hebrew word which means to create or shape by cutting out or carving, which very nicely complements the idea of Robert, the Storm Lord, carving out a kingdom for himself. Finally, the name Robert is of Germanic origin and means fame, glory, renown, or even fame bright, glory bright. Put it all together, and you have Robert's name amounting to a god who wins fame and exaltation when he carves out a divine kingdom with an object that is like the wrath of the storm god incarnate, or something like that. And just so you know, many of the names in A Song of Ice and Fire do break down in detail like this, so I'm not just pulling things out of thin air here. Now, before we get to the Daenerys stuff, I will just quickly point out that there is one other obvious nod to the Chaos Conf myth in the A Song of Ice and Fire backstory, and that's the ancient Ironborn legend of the Grey King slaying the sea dragon Naga. The one thing that's a little bit off here is that the Grey King is not a Storm Lord or Storm King, although in a different legend he does contest with the Storm God and steal his fire, which means you could think of Grey King as usurping or stealing the power of the Storm God, something like when Euron says, "I am the Storm," despite the Ironborn fearing the Storm God as an evil god. I guess Euron likes evil gods. But apart from that one detail, it's pretty much a perfect Chaos Conf story. Naga is explicitly a sea dragon, and the Grey King is a god king, and supposedly the first king of the Ironborn. And the Grey King creates a long hall, throne, and crown from Naga's bones. It's not quite making the world out of the slain dragon, but it gives us both the idea of ascending to the kingship and making a place to live, at the very least, from the body of the slain sea dragon. So it's a pretty good match. All right, we've established that George is aware of the Chaos Conf mythology, and we see that it's applied to Dany's brother Rhaegar, whom Dany very much sees as a role model and a person whose shoes, or night black armor, she is stepping into. And saw her brother Rhaegar mounted on a stallion as black as his armor. Fire glimmered red through the narrow eye slit of his helm. "The last dragon," Ser Jorah's voice whispered faintly. "The last, the last." Dany lifted his polished black visor. The face within was her own. That was from Dany's Wake the Dragon dream, which comes near the end of A Game of Thrones, one chapter before she wakes the dragons in Drogo's pyre. As you can see, Dany's own prophetic dreams have cast her in the mold of Rhaegar, as the heir to Rhaegar's mantle of the Last Dragon. And as the Last Dragon, and as the Mother of Dragons, and as the Great Mysa, you better believe that Dany is cast in the role of a divine dragon mother. In fact, we're about to see that the Chaos Conf mythology is found all throughout Dany's arc, both in terms of general themes and in terms of specific parallels to the Vedic Indian version of the Chaos Conf, which is the story of Indra and Varitra. From the south side of the sacrificial fire came a fearful personality who looked like the destroyer of the entire creation. Tall and blackish, he appeared like a burnt hill and was as lustrous as a bright array of clouds in the evening. His eyes were piercing like the midday sun. He made the entire surface of the earth tremble as if from an earthquake. As he yawned again and again, he seemed to be trying to swallow the whole sky with his mouth, which was as deep as a cave. He seemed to be licking up all the stars in the sky with his tongue and eating the entire universe with his long, sharp teeth. Seeing this gigantic demon, everyone, in great fear, ran here and there in all directions. All right, it's a black dragon known for throwing the world into shadow and causing great dread, who was born from a sacrificial fire. Do we have any guesses? Nope, it's not Drogon the Winged Shadow, and no, not even Balerion the Black Dread, but Varitra the Enveloper. Those quotes were taken from the Mahabharata, which also says, that very fearful demon, who was actually the son of Dvashta, covered all the planetary systems by dint of austerity. Therefore, he was named Varitra, or one who covers everything. One who covers everything and the Enveloper are both translations of Varitra. And as you can see, he's threatening to eat up the entire universe. Similarly, the Rig Veda says that Varitra grows from the sacrificial fire in all directions until he had forced back the oceans and enveloped the worlds, which is very similar to Jormungandr being thought of as encircling Midgard, which is more or less the world. Varitra is a dragon who has 3 heads, as I mentioned, specifically in the story where he's slain by the storm god Indra, who has to cut off all 3 heads to win. Varitra sure does have the brimstone stink of House Targaryen about him, does he not? Check out this passage from A Game of Thrones, and notice that the dragons are named after gods. Aegon's dragons were named for the gods of old Valyria, she told her blood riders one morning after a long night's journey. Visenya's dragon was Vhagar, Rhaenys had Meraxes, and Aegon rode Balerion, the Black Dread. It was said that Vhagar's breath was so hot that it could melt a knight's armor and cook the man inside, that Meraxes swallowed horses whole, and Balerion, his fire was as black as his scales, his wings so vast that whole towns were swallowed up in their shadow when he passed overhead. The Dothraki looked at her hatchlings uneasily. The largest of her three was shiny black, his scales slashed with streaks of vivid scarlet to match his wings and horns. "Khaleesi," Ego murmured. "There sits Valyrian. Come again." "It may be as you say, blood of my blood," Dany replied gravely, "but he shall have a new name for this new life." Indeed, swallowing the world in shadow, or enveloping it in darkness, you might say, is a trick that Drogon seems to have learned in his past life as Balerion the Black Dread, such as in A Dance with Dragons, when it says of Drogon that the second time he passed before the sun, his black wings spread and the world darkened. The reason for using such hyperbolic language of darkening the entire world is to portray Drogon as a world-encircling dragon, like Varithra or Jormungandr. Alright, well, so far it sounds like Varithra, a three-headed black dragon who's kind of like a god and kind of like a demon, and who springs forth from a sacrificial fire, and who envelops the world in shadow and dread, just might be somewhat of a source of inspiration for House Targaryen and their black dragons. And that's before I tell you that Varithra's mother is named Danu. That's right, Danu. Might as well call her Danu Targaryen, mother of the three-headed dragon. The Vedic goddess Danu is a supreme mother goddess figure, the mother of the gods in some versions, who is strongly associated with rivers and bodies of water, and represents the exact primordial chaos ocean of creation concept that we're looking for. Danu actually appears to be derived from the older Proto-Indo-European religion, which was carried across the better part of 2 continents by the common PIE ancestors of cultures all the way from Vedic India to Celtic Ireland. According to PIEreligion.org, the name Danu of various forms is found in most Indo-European languages as a word for a river. Linguists generally reconstruct it as the PIE Dihanu, which means run or flow. And sorry if my Proto-Indo-European pronunciation is a little bit off. Now, many river names in PIE descendant lands use this word, such as the River Danube in Europe or the River Danu in Nepal, which gives evidence to its universal use within Proto-Indo-European areas. Along the same lines, we find a watery mother goddess named Danu, not only in Vedic India, but all the way across the better part of 2 continents on the British Isles. And I'm talking about the Danu of Celtic folklore here. She's similarly known as a mother of the gods, like the Vedic Danu, and is similarly associated with water, rivers, and creation. The phrase Tuatha de Danann actually means the tribe of Danann, or the children of Danann, with Danann being a form of Danu. And of course, we already know that the Tuatha and their accompanying Celtic mythology is a huge influence on A Song of Ice and Fire. All of which is to say that the idea of a great mother goddess named Danu is actually one of the world's very oldest conceptions of the primordial ocean of creation, right up there with Tiamat herself. And this is the mother of the three-headed dragon. I don't want to keep repeating myself, but how cool is that? Now, Vedic mythology, it must be said, is vast and complex, and there are many versions of everything. So, in this case, the tale of Varithra springing from the sacrificial fire is actually a later version of the story. I mean, one might wonder how a dragon can be both the child of the sea goddess, but also born from a fire, right? Well, these 2 ideas actually can harmonize if we treat them as concepts, which for the most part is how many Vedic deities are to be understood. Thinking in these less literal terms, we can understand the sacrificial fire as a means of channeling divine power from the primordial chaos realm to create the shadow dragon Varithra. I think this is exactly the right idea, because the dragons in these Chaos Conf myths always appear as chaos given form. For example, in the Tiamat story, Tiamat simply shifts from being the ocean of chaos creation mother to the chaos dragon who comes from the ocean. While the 7-headed Lotan of Canaanite myth is sometimes a servant of the chaos ocean god Yam, but sometimes actually looks more like an incarnation of Yam himself. Jormungandr embodies chaos and lives in the ocean that encircles Midgard, so that's a similar concept as well. The dragon always emerges from the chaos ocean, in other words, but in this version of the Varithra story where he's born from a fire, the chaos ocean essentially is being channeled through the fire. This idea would essentially place Danu, the mother of Varithra, in the fire of Varithra's creation, very like Daenerys in the sacrificial fire which birthed her dragons. And even without that level of interpretation, we can simply say more broadly that Dany is the mother of 3 dragons, just as Danu is the mother of a 3-headed dragon. And in both cases, the dragons emerge from a sacrificial fire to threaten the world. Of course, one of Dany's dragons born from the fire is the Green Rhaegal, who is named, quote, for her valiant brother who died on the green banks of the Trident, who of course was slain by a Stormlord in classic Chaos Comp fashion, just like Varitra was. Another interesting place where Varitra mythology and some related ideas have influenced A Song of Ice and Fire is in the name and character of Azor Ahai, who according to me is the very direct ancestor of Daenerys and all of the Valyrians, which of course you can find out all about in my Great Empire of the Dawn videos. Varitra is what's known as an Ahi, which means serpent or dragon, except Varitra gets a capitalized Ahi, like he's the dragon, which he certainly is. That same word appears as Azi in Avestan, which is Old Persian, and that's closely related to Vedic Sanskrit because both languages actually share a recent common ancestor language which itself descended from Proto-Indo-European. So right there we're pretty close, right? Azi and Ahi. Azi Ahi sounds like Azor Ahai already, and using those same terms, the Avesta, which is the holy book of Zoroastrianism, speaks of a villainous snake dragon man called Azi Dahaka, whose Vedic equivalent is Ahi Dasaka. Meanwhile, the Zoroastrian word for the holy fire of Ahura Mazda, who is the good god in their very dualistic religion, is Atar or Azar. So, Azor Ahai basically sounds like Azar Ahi, which would be Holy Fire Dragon. And overall, you can see that basically his name is cobbled together from all of these words, which refer to fire, dragons, demonic dragon villains, or even holy fire entities. And that pretty much paints a picture of Azor Ahai, doesn't it? Now, George has actually said that he drew inspiration from Zoroastrianism when fashioning Relorism in particular. And the Relorists, of course, worship Azor Ahai and now see Dany as his reincarnation, as the fulfillment of the prophecy of his return. So this seems to fit pretty well. We can also clearly see that George drew from Danu and Varitra of Vedic mythology to create Daenerys and House Targaryen as a whole. And then it turns out that all of this is somewhat overlapping mythology and etymology rooted in dragon folklore. So I think it makes a lot of sense. And you thought George R. R. Martin made all this stuff up? Of course not. Instead, he's actually doing something much cooler and more ambitious by attempting to retell the world's oldest stories in his own setting, with his own spin and commentary, and thereby placing A Song of Ice and Fire in the grand literary tradition of symbolic storytelling, which has gone on since the beginning of time. I don't mean to sound grandiose, but it is pretty cool when you think about it. Well, it's certainly gotten very dragony around here. Let's see if we can turn up the goddess factor a little bit. So both the Vedic and Celtic Danu are water goddesses, and never doubt that Daenerys is too. Dany's very first scene in the whole story opens up with her being given a beautiful gown, one which was so smooth that it seemed to run through her fingers like water. Who else can wear a gown of flowing water but a water goddess, I ask you? Then when Dany emerges from her hot bath, which is her favorite ritual, it should be noted, her hair is like molten silver. And later in A Game of Thrones, after a different bath, it's a river of molten silver. Aha, now it all makes sense. You have to wear gowns made of water when your hair is a river, else it's just a mess. Now, when Dany sails the summer sea in a storm of swords, the sea dragon symbolism comes on thick, oh yes. First, Dany names her 3 ships after Aegon's 3 dragons, Balerion, Vhagar, and Meraxes, then watches from the decks of her sea dragon ships as her actual dragons take turns dive-bombing into the ocean. That chapter then gives us an amusing diatribe about just how much Dany loves the sea, so check it out. The narrow sea was often stormy, and Dany had crossed it 100 times as a girl, running from one free city to the next, half a step of the usurper's hired knives. She loved the sea. She liked the sharp, salty smell of the air, the vastness of horizons bounded only by a vault of azure sky above. It made her feel small, but free as well. She liked the dolphins that sometimes swam along beside Balerion, slicing through the waves like silvery spears, and the flying fish they glimpsed now and again. She even liked the sailors, with all their songs and stories. Once on a voyage to Bravos, as she'd watched the crew wrestle down a great green sail in a rising gale, she had even thought how fine it would be to be a sailor. But when she had told her brother, Viserys had twisted her hair until she cried. "You are the blood of the dragon," he had screamed at her. "A dragon, not some smelly fish." She just loves the sea, you guys. She might be a fish, or maybe a sea dragon, or maybe just a beautiful lady made of water. More important is the scene of Dany's birth, which she describes thusly in the very same chapter. No squall could frighten Dany, though. Daenerys Stormborn, she was called, for she had come howling into the world on distant Dragonstone as the greatest storm in the memory of Westeros howled outside. A storm so fierce that it ripped gargoyles from the castle walls and smashed her father's fleet to kindling. Aha, so Dany was literally born from a chaotic sea, a very chaotic sea, in fact. Of course, the Narrow Sea is actually the same sea where Durin Godsgrief famously battled the storms sent by the gods. So it's definitely the realm of the storm god around here. In fact, with the furious storm actually tearing the stone dragons and gargoyles off of the dragon-shaped castle, and with the island itself being named after a dragon, it's a dragon stone, it's essentially another Chaos Conf myth scene, with the storm god attacking the dragon that's rising from the chaotic sea, which means it's also a mirror to her brother Rhaegar's battle with Robert in the River Trident. Dragonstone is also functioning as a symbol of the primordial mound of creation, which is another universal creation myth symbol often found in cosmogenic myths. In one version of the Egyptian creation myth, for example, the primordial mound rises from the chaos ocean, and then from this mound arises the sun, or sometimes a lotus that then gives birth to the sun. And in case you're wondering, yes, mound is intended as a female sexual symbol, because this is creation we're talking about. The cosmic ocean is seen as a womb, and the primordial mound is how things are born from that womb, the yoni of the goddess. Think of the black lake that the Dothraki call the womb of the world, from which the first horse and rider supposedly emerged. It has a giant, impossible-to-miss primordial creation mountain symbol right beside it, which is, of course, the Mother of Mountains. A mother mound, if you will. We'll be visiting the Womb of the World and the Mother of Mountains later in the video, but I just wanted to point out first that Dragonstone is a primordial creation mound rising from the Chaos Ocean, and from this mound is born Daenerys, future savior of the world, and dragon mother to everyone who wants to survive the long night. Plus, we've made more than our share of Lightbringer is a dick jokes around here, so it's high time we even things out a bit. Here in the Mother Goddess episode of Mythical Astronomy of Ice and Fire. Mound, mound, mound. Next, we come to the scene of Dany's rebirth, which also takes place in the sea, just not quite as literally. As Illyrio put it in A Dance with Dragons, Dany, quote, died on the Dothraki Sea, died on the Dothraki Sea and was reborn in blood and fire. It's my Illyrio voice. So, reborn from the sea, and yes, that's very intentional wordplay there, as Azor Ahai Reborn is prophesied to be reborn from the sea. The prophecy wasn't talking about Azor Ahai being a merling, or even an Ironborn devotee, but rather alluding to the centuries-old notion that chaos dragons come from the sea. Using the grass sea as a proxy for an actual sea is really just a sneaky way to have Dany fulfill that part of the Azor Ahai prophecy. And of course, George has said many times that he enjoys doing just that very thing, fulfilling prophecies in unusual ways. Now, Dany is, of course, roaming around this great grass sea for the entire first book, and she did it riding on a horse with a silver mane and a coat as gray as a winter sea. So it's a seahorse for the grass sea, in other words. A fit mount for a sea goddess. Trust me, it's very intentional wordplay, and there's a lot more where that came from, which you can find in the Weirwood Compendium videos titled The Devil in the Deep Green Sea, Daenerys the Sea Dreamer, and A Silver Seahorse. Like, you won't believe how much more of this wordplay there is, and shout out to Ravenous Reader, of course. Now, just as Dany is reborn in the Grass Sea, Dany's dragons are also themselves born from the Great Grass Sea, which works as a mirror to Varitra and Tiamat and all the other dragons which come from the sea or act as avatars of the primordial sea. Going back to the paradox of Varitra having been born from a sacrificial fire in one story, but somehow also having been the child of the sea goddess Danu, well, again, Dany's dragons hatched from a sacrificial fire in the Dothraki Sea. Even better, their mother, Dany, expresses both ideas. She's part symbolic sea goddess like Danu, but is also the avatar of holy fire, who is called the Bride of Fire, and who has the fire inside her when she hatches the dragons in the pyre. She's reborn in blood and fire, as Illyrio said, but also reborn from the sea. See, it's not that much of a paradox. Then later in A Dance with Dragons, Dany returns to the Grass Sea on Drogon's back, and she finds Drogon living in a cave atop a rocky hill in the Grass Sea, which she names Dragonstone. And just to make sure we're thinking of the Grass Sea as an actual sea, it says, "The hill was a stony island in a sea of green." So it's another primordial mound rising from the sea from which dragons emerge. Dragons and dragon goddesses, anyway. Then at the end of that chapter, when she flies on Drogon's back again, it says, "To the right and left, Dany glimpsed places where the grass was burned and ashen. Drogon has come this way before," she realized. "Like a chain of gray islands, the marks of his hunting dotted the green grass sea." Look, more islands in the sea, and these were explicitly spelled out as being made by the dragon. Drogon made the islands by burning the grass, too, so it's creation through destruction, which is, of course, part of the bigger theme of the Chaos Comp mythology. These direct parallels between the Dothraki Grass Sea and the seas that surround the real island of Dragonstone work to highlight Dany's water goddess status, showing us that in all ways she is born and reborn from the sea, makes her home in the sea, and so on. Finally, we can observe where things left off at the end of A Dance with Dragons and see that Daenerys is set up to fashion a new Dothraki nation from the Grass Sea. So she's actually birthing all kinds of things from her ocean, as a creative mother goddess should. It seems likely that Dany will take command of the Dothraki nation at Vaes Dothrak, where the womb of the world and the mother of mountains are. So we should expect more Chaos Conf and birthing symbolism there, which will probably mirror scenes like Dany's dragon birthing, or her climactic scenes with Drogon in Slaver's Bay, such as at Daznak's pit and the freeing of the Unsullied. Friends, I think you'll be hard-pressed to find any scene anywhere in fantasy fiction that is more epic and awesome than Daenerys Targaryen climbing onto the funeral pyre of Khal Drogo, her husband, and not dying, but instead waking the dragons from stone and being reborn as the Khaleesi. Now, as it happens, this epic scene didn't come from nowhere. Oh no, it came from Vedic Hindu mythology. Surprise, surprise. That's right, there's an ancient Hindu custom now outlawed called sati, where a grieving widow might choose to sacrifice herself by sitting atop her husband's funeral pyre and self-immolating in a display of devotion and grief. That practice is in turn based on the story of the goddess Sati, who immolated herself in a sacrificial pyre because she simply could not bear the humiliation of her father after she married Shiva against her father's wishes. And self-immolation was seen as a way to both protest and to protect hers and Shiva's honor. That's not the end of the story though, so take heart. Sati reincarnates as the goddess Parvati, who also becomes the wife of Shiva. And Shiva and Parvati are two of the most powerful and famous and most worshipped of all the Hindu deities. Parvati in particular is probably the most quintessentially mother goddess figure of all the Hindu deities, and can be described as the gentle and nurturing form of the supreme Hindu goddess Adi Parashakti. Sati herself was actually just a human incarnation of Adi Parashakti, so when she walked into the pyre, it was really just a way of returning to her god form. She even got her beloved Shiva back, so it's a happy ending after all. Now, as to the not-so-gentle and nurturing form of the supreme goddess, Adi Parashakti / Parvati, well, that, my friends, would be Kali, or sometimes Mahakali, or even another goddess named Durga, who is the Hindu war goddess. And ladies and gentlemen, I am here to tell you that Kali mythology is all over Dany's story, and actually there's some Durga mythology tossed in there too. Just in case you haven't put it together on your own, Dany is the Khaleesi, and the wise women of the Dothraki are called the Dosh Khaleen. Khaleen, yes. It's like Sesame Street. Khaleen. Colleen, hey, who's Colleen? So as you can see, George kind of left that one right out in the open for us to find. So Dany climbing on the pyre of her dead husband is essentially a perfect example of the Sati ritual. And like the original Sati, Dany is reborn in power and splendor, with her people now bowing down before her to acknowledge the miracle that she's wrought. As I mentioned, Sati's reincarnated form is Parvati, and as it turns out, Parvati is perhaps the perfect analog to Dany. Just have a look at how many of these aspects of Parvati Dany embodies as I read them to you. Parvati is associated with encouragement, reason, freedom, strength, as well as resistance, power, action, and redistributive justice. Her epithet Annapurna describes her ability to nourish and nurture, while her Mahakali form is the one she takes to destroy evil and protect. That's pretty much Dany's Slaver's Bay arc in a nutshell, isn't it? Destroying the wicked, bringing redistributive justice, helping the slaves to resist and throw off their masters, giving freedom, feeding and protecting people, and of course, showing incredible wisdom and strength in doing it all at the age of 16 or whatever it is. All in all, it's an incredibly close match. The closest match to Dany's character that I've found anywhere. So I'd have to say that Dany is Parvati. Now, the idea of Parvati and Kali being two sides of the same goddess, and of Dany reflecting them both, is very similar to the overwhelming truth that leapt out at me as I reread all of Dany's chapters for the Who is the Real Daenerys videos. What is that truth? Well, just simply that there's actually no conflict between her motherly Mysa aspect and her fire and blood dragon aspect, as many believe there to be. Dany's dragon side only ever wakes when she needs to destroy evil people and protect the weak. It's actually very consistent through her entire arc, unlike the show. Dany is basically walking her talk where it regards the responsibility of those given the power to rule, which she expresses thusly in A Storm of Swords. Why do gods make kings and queens if not to protect the ones who can't protect themselves? You know who likes protecting the weak even more than good kings and queens? Mother goddesses, or any mother for that matter. Human mother, animal mother, Mother Nature. You don't mess with mama. I think everyone knows that. So here's how this works. Parvati's destructive aspects can take the form of Kali, as I mentioned, as well as the Hindu goddess of war, Durga. Daenerys is like Parvati, and her dragons, Drogon in particular, should be seen as her Kali aspect, as her righteous wrath incarnated into dragon form. In one tale, Parvati is incarnated as Durga to battle a fearsome buffalo demon called Mahishasura when she becomes so angry that her face turns dark, and out of her forehead springs the monstrous Kali, clad in tiger skins and tongue lolling out, thirsty for blood. The tiger skins part in particular makes me think of the costly and oft-mentioned tiger skins which were gifted to Dany. And more importantly, Kali wearing tiger skins is probably intended to make us think of Dany wearing the lion pelt. As a matter of fact, Durga often rides a lion, so the lion pelt could actually work as a reference to both Kali and Durga, as well as a very ancient Anatolian mother goddess that we'll have to discuss another time, named Cybele, who is served by a priesthood of eunuchs. Which sounds kind of like Dany and her Unsullied. Now, getting back to the story of Kali springing from Durga's forehead to do battle, it seems that Kali destroys not only the buffalo demon she's set against, but actually every demon in sight. Now, with that in mind, Kali emerging from Durga's forehead, check out this line from Dany's House of the Undying dream vision sequence. Faster and faster the visions came, one after the other, until it seemed as if the very air had come alive. Shadows whirled and danced inside a tent, boneless and terrible. A little girl ran barefoot toward a big house with a red door. Miri Maz Dur shrieked in the flames, a dragon bursting from her brow. Yikes! Miri Maz Dur or Miri Maz Durga? This is a sure sign that George knows the mythology here, and there's even a little line that says, Miri Maz Dur's voice was like a funeral dirge, as if George is trying to get our mouths to say, Durga. Even the Maz before Dur could be a Kali clue because Kali is often called Kali Ma or Ma Kali, and the same goes for Durga. She's called Ma Durga or Durga Ma. So Ma Durga, Maz Dur. Pretty close. This vision directly equates Drogon with Parvati's Kali aspect, just like I was saying, and this acts as another way of expressing the idea that Drogon is a dragon summoned from the primordial chaos energy that underlies the universe, which is of course a major part of what Kali represents. So, just when you think Drogon couldn't get any more fearsome, just like the three-headed dragon Baritra, Drogon is a pure incarnation of the realm of chaos, which exists beyond death. Spooker. The Faceless Men would probably just call Drogon another aspect of the many-faced god of death, in fact. Miri Maz Durga also channels Kali when she delivers Dany's lizard baby in the Tent of Dancing Shadows, a very important scene that we're going to talk a lot about. Basically, everything about shadows dancing and the way magical darkness is used here is pure Kali mythology, more or less. So let me tell you a little more about Kali so we can appreciate what's going on in that tent when Danny's baby is fed to the darkness. So the key thing to understand here is that Kali is kind of the ultimate shadow. Kali means the black one and is always depicted with black or dark blue skin because the main thing she represents is that cosmic womb/tomb idea, which is the primordial chaos ocean. Kali is considered both the origin of all things, but also the devourer of all things, because she exists before and after everything else in the universe. Kali is also called Kala, which means the force of time, because time is created out of Kali. That's how freaking primordial she is. Also, shout out to one of my favorite artists, MIA, and her album Kala. I'd like to read for you my favorite description of Kali, which comes from Sri Ramakrishna, a 19th century Bengali saint, yogi, and mystic. This is the one that really made it clear for me. My mother is the principle of consciousness. She is Akhanda Satchidananda, indivisible reality, awareness, and bliss. The night sky between the stars is perfectly black. The waters of the ocean depths are the same. The infinite is always mysteriously dark. This inebriating darkness is my beloved Kali. A more lovely description of darkness does not exist, it's safe to say, and I hope that gets the point across. The blackness of the ocean below and the blackness of space above both represent the infinite chaos of what came before creation and what will be left after the destruction of the universe. Kali is this darkness, the cosmic womb and the cosmic tomb of the universe and all that lives. Now, as for dancing, well, Kali is most often depicted dancing atop her husband Shiva. You see, after getting her bloodlust up to kill the buffalo demon and all the other demons, Kali just couldn't stop her rampage. It's not that simple, man. In order to save the world from being destroyed by Kali's wrath, Shiva then lay down beneath her feet, and when Kali saw that it was her husband Shiva that she was trampling, she stopped dancing, calmed down, and returned to her Parvati form. And the world was saved. By the way, the deeper concept being expressed here is the dance of matter and spirit. Shiva represents matter, which would be dead if not for the animating dance of spirit. So here's how we know for a rock-solid fact that George is definitely thinking about Kali when he talks about shadows dancing, especially in a magical sense. Another of Kali/Parvati's epithets is Shaila, or Shailaja, which means daughter of the mountain. And the boat that fishes Davos out of the narrow sea after the Battle of the Blackwater is Shaila's dance. Davos, stranded on a tiny rocky spear in the sea and dying of thirst, actually calls out to a god right before Shaila's dance shows up. Specifically, he called out to the mother. Mother Kali, it appears, was listening and danced her way to Davos's rescue. Davos was also in the room on Dragonstone when Patchface sang, "The shadows come to dance, my lord, the shadows come to stay, my lord, ha 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 ha, I know, oh, oh, oh," which, you will note, took place right around the same time that Miri's shadows were dancing and getting ready to power Dany's dragon hatching. The red comet is visible overhead in both the Patchface scene and the dragon birthing scene, so in my mind, there's little doubt that Patchface was somehow detecting the birth of the dragons through the chaos realm that he does seem to have 1 foot in, or maybe 1.5 feet. He's pretty crazy. Shadows coming to dance and stay probably also refers to the others, who in almost every way are symbolic opposites to the dragons. So, now that we understand Kali's shadow dancing a little better, and now that we've found George's, hey, y'all should really Google this clue about Shaila's dance, answering prayers to the mother to save people from the sea, we're ready to take a look at Mirri Maz Dur's sorcery in the Tent of Dancing Shadows. First off, Mirri actually starts out doing a resurrection spell for a dying man, Drogo, but was then interrupted to midwife a birthing, which perfectly demonstrates Kali's creator and destroyer principle at work. The death of baby Rhaego seems to have in turn helped awaken the dragons. Only death can pay for life, as Mirri says, so there's actually a constant churn of creation and destruction happening here in the tent. One of the main techniques that Mirri Maz Durga uses to channel the shadow magic that she learned in A Shy by the Shadow is, of course, through her dancing and singing. Before the ritual, Mirri gave these words of warning, which really should have been followed, quite frankly. "Once I begin to sing, no one must enter this tent. My song will wake powers old and dark. The dead will dance here this night. No living man must look on them. Again, this mirrors a Patchface rhyme. In A Dance with Dragons, Patches says, "In the dark, the dead are dancing." And then he says, I know, oh, because that's what he always says. But again, the dead were dancing in the dark of the tent. So it seems like Patches knows what's up. Ser Jorah and Dany do both see and describe shadows dancing in the tent several times. And Miri explains in response that the grave casts long and dark shadows. That's when Dany has the horrific realization that her baby has been fed to the darkness. Yikes, what a line. Rhaego was effectively fed to the darkness of primordial chaos, to the cosmic womb tomb. But then he was, in a sense, reborn out of that darkness as the dragons, because it does seem like the three deaths who paid for the lives of the dragons were Mirri Maz Duur, baby Rhaego, and Drogo. Kali symbolism was also present right outside Mirri Maz Duur's tent of dancing Shaialas, in the form of Kotho, a blood rider trying to fight Ser Jorah and put a stop to the blood magic in the tent. First, I need to tell you that Kali's primary physical description gives her 4 arms, like Goro from Mortal Kombat, and has her holding one object in each hand: a scimitar, a trident, a severed head, and a skull cap to catch the blood from the head. The Dothraki Arak is essentially a kind of scimitar, a scythe sword as it's called, and so now here is Kotho outside the tent fighting Ser Jorah. Kotho danced backward, Arak whirling around his head in a shining blur, flickering out like lightning as the night came on in a rush. Ser Jorah parried as best he could, but the slashes came so fast that it seemed to Dany that Kotho had 4 Araks and as many arms. The bowl to catch the blood is inside the tent. It's a tub, actually, filled with the blood of Drogo's slain stallion. But outside, we have a dancing, 4-armed fighter with a curved sword. I think this is done mainly to get our attention, as opposed to suggesting Kotho is a mother goddess. Anyone familiar with the Kali statues might see someone with 4 arms and a curved sword while both dancing and fighting and think, hey, wait a minute. By which time they'd notice someone calling Dany Khaleesi, and then pretty soon they'd start a podcast and a YouTube channel, and that's how it happens, folks. Honest, it's a slippery slope. Now, before we move over to the womb of the world and the mother of mountains, let's visit a bleeding, sick, starved, and dehydrated Daenerys in the Dothraki Sea at the end of A Dance with Dragons again, where we find Dany again floating in a black sea of space, and getting a visit from another Kali mother figure in Dany's arc. As the moon rose above the grasslands, Dany slipped at last into a restless sleep. She dreamed. All her cares fell away from her, and all her pains as well, and she seemed to float upward into the sky. She was flying once again, spinning, laughing, dancing as the stars wheeled around her and whispered secrets in her ear. To go north, you must journey south. To reach the west, you must go east. To go forward, you must go back. To touch the light, you must pass beneath the shadow. Quaithe? Dany called. Where are you, Quaithe? Then she saw. Her mask is made of starlight. Remember who you are, Daenerys, the stars whispered in a woman's voice. The dragons know, do you? If the mask is made of starlight, well, that means Quaithe's face is made of the darkness between the stars. Ding, 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 ding. It's a dead ringer for Kali. Quaithe makes a lot of sense as channeling Kali energy here, I think. She's encouraging Dany to remember that, for all her good intentions and ruling through compromise with the slave lords, sometimes you just have to be the dragon and you have to destroy evil and embrace the dragon nature. And again, remember, these are all the things that Parvati represents in her Kali form: redistributive justice, protecting her children, destroying evil. The divine mother goddess, but one who can channel her Kali form when the wicked need smiting. I think that's pretty much the perfect encapsulation of Dany's role as a dragon mother goddess. All right, here we are at last. Come to Base Dothrak, the womb of the world and the mother of mountains. I've just shown you a couple of quotes where Dany is floating in space or floating on a black sea that knew no shore. And in this next quote, Dany will immerse herself in the most literal version of this Black Sea symbol, which is of course the Black Lake known as the womb of the world. They rode to the lake the Dothraki called the Womb of the World, surrounded by a fringe of reeds, its waters still and calm. 1,000 years ago, Cheekwe told her, the first man had emerged from its depths, riding upon the back of the first horse. The procession waited on the grassy shore as Dany stripped and let her soiled clothing fall to the ground. Naked, she stepped gingerly into the water. Eerie said the lake had no bottom, but Dany felt soft mud squishing between her toes as she pushed through the tall reeds. The moon floated on the still black waters, shattering and reforming as her ripples washed over it. Take notice of the fact that the moon's image is reflected and doubled on the black waters of the lake to effectively create that link between the sea above and sea below. It's important to realize that Dany is mirroring the moon here as she immerses herself in the pond along with the reflection of the moon. Never forget that Dany, inside of A Song of Ice and Fire mythology, is first and foremost a moon goddess figure. As the mother of the dragons, she's a symbolic parallel to the legendary second moon, which cracked like an egg to give birth to dragons in the ancient past. That's the entire point of Khal Drogo calling her Moon of My Life, all through a Game of Thrones. One could even notice that the reflection of the moon on the waters would create the image of two moons, just like the origin of dragons myth. And of course, it makes sense to give a nod to the creation myth of dragonkind, here as the mother of dragons bathes in the womb of the world. So here we have a moon shattering and reforming in the primordial black waters of the womb of the world, which is a nice demonstration of how the cosmic womb-tomb principle works. Kali is both creator and destroyer, and that's exactly what the womb of the world is doing for the moon, as it shatters, breaking apart, but then reforms in its black waters. More importantly, the same action is happening with Daenerys, whose reemergence from the waters, pregnant with her stallion son, reenacts the emergence of the very first Dothraki horse and rider. Daenerys is like the primordial mound, essentially, rising from the dark ocean, ready to give birth to the first race of beings. That's why she's naked in this scene, probably, and her and Drogo's act of copulation, right after she emerges, essentially depicts them as the first gods who begin creation. Now, when Dany went into the lake, on the other hand, she was covered in the blood of the dead stallion, whose heart she ate to give strength to the stallion baby inside her. So again, it's womb-tomb imagery. The blood of a dead stallion goes into the lake, and a baby stallion, or at least an about-to-be-born baby stallion, comes out of the lake. It's actually double symbolism because the strength of the blood of the dead stallion goes into Dany's womb, and the actual blood goes into the womb of the world. Why? Because Dany's womb mirrors the womb of the world, because Dany is the mother goddess of A Song of Ice and Fire. Now, as it happens, there's actually a perfect twin to this quote about the moon shattering and reforming in the lake, back over in the Tent of Dancing Shadows. After the horrific events of the Shadow Dance, Dany has been drifting in and out of a long sleep, and as she wakes, it says, "The tent was drenched in shadow, still and close," which is a great way to tell us that this tent is equivalent to the primordial chaos ocean, drenched in shadow, a sea of darkness, same idea. So this is yet another match to the womb of the world symbolism here. And indeed, when Dany goes back to sleep, her dream confirms that that's what we're talking about, the primordial chaos ocean. The tent grew dimmer, and sleep took her again. This time, she did not dream. She floated, serene and at peace, on a black sea that knew no shore. A black sea that has no shore. It's basically a perfect description of the infinite darkness of the primordial chaos ocean. And this is where Goddess Daenerys returns to rest and recuperate and gather strength, to reform after being shattered. Along the same lines, when she woke the first time, it says that it was as if her body had been torn to pieces and remade from the scraps, just as the moon was shattering and reforming in the womb of the world, as Dany immersed herself there. It even says, the world swam dizzily as Dany wakes in the tent, just so we know to think of all this on a titanic, universal scale, like a world-changing Chaos Conf event. So at this point, I think we can all see how consistently Martin is using the cosmic ocean symbol to depict the creation-destruction cycle. And as you may recall, Dany and the moon are not the only ones we find re-emerging from the womb of the world. Beneath the mother of mountains, a line of naked crones crept from a great lake and knelt shivering before her, their gray heads bowed. 10,000 slaves lifted blood-stained hands as she raced by on her silver, riding like the wind. "Mother," they cried. "Mother! Mother!" Those are the crones of the Dosh Khaleen, of course. And as crones who are confined to living right by the womb of the world, they are symbolically living in the Chaos Realm, or you could say with one foot in the Chaos Realm. The Dosh Khaleen are therefore embodying the death aspect of Kali, which is beyond life, outside of time. Thus, when they emerge from the womb lake in Dany's undying vision that we just quoted from, we can see them as being reborn into the world. And that makes perfect sense in the context of what I think we can expect to see from Dany in the Winds of Winter. The crones emerge from the womb with heads bowed to their Khaleesi, presumably, and I believe Dany will indeed give them new purpose, likely changing the rules, confining them to Vaes Dothrak as a part of the new Dothraki nation that she will create. The most logical way to make use of their expertise is actually spelled out right in the second line of the quote we just read. What about all those freed slaves and refugees in Slaver's Bay, and the general instability there, which Dany needs to solve in order to free her to return to Westeros? I mean, don't the crones of the Dosh Khaleen, who aren't all old women by any means, some of them maybe as young as Dany, I mean, don't they make sense as part of the solution there in Slaver's Bay? Remember again all of Parvati/Kali's associations with redistributive justice, freedom, and, when necessary, putting the smack down on the evildoers. The Dosh Khaleen themselves specifically evoke Kali in the scene where Dany eats the horse heart. I'm sure that comes as no surprise to you. Unlike the show, the scene in the book doesn't just take place in a tent, but rather in a pit. And it's covered in the blood of the sacrificed stallion, which looks black by night. This honestly sounds more like a Kali scene from the Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, which of course had that incredibly violent and probably fairly racist scene with the Kali Ma idol and the priest ripping the guy's heart out and eating it. Yeah, there's a scene people of my age probably should never have watched as young children, but all of us did somehow. Yeah, talk about bad dreams, man. Anyway, the Dosh Khaleen Seeress has one black eye, which strikes me as a symbol of the Black Lake, and she uses that black eye to peer into the void to see the future. As the smoke ascended, the chanting died away, and the ancient crone closed her single eye, the better to peer into the future. The silence that fell was complete. Dany could hear the distant call of night birds, the hiss and crackle of the torches, the gentle lapping of water from the lake. The Dothraki stared at her with eyes of night, waiting. Aha! All of the Dothraki have eyes of night. So it seems like the crone's black eye is indeed a symbol of the infinite darkness that she is peering into. The Dosh Khaleen are essentially mother goddess avatars of the primordial chaos sea by which they live and rule, the ones who can see beyond the veil and perceive some part of that realm. The Dosh Khaleen, indeed. By the way, the word dosh only turns up a translation in Hindi that I could find. And the meaning of dosh is mistake, blame, flaw, or fallacy, and other such synonyms. So what is George saying here? That confining the wise women to Vaes Dothrak to waste their lives is, well, a mistake? That it's like blaming them for the death of their calls? This could make sense, especially if Dany decides that forcing them to live out their lives in Vaes Dothrak is in fact a mistake that needs rectifying. Then they can drop the Dosh and just be the Khaleen, which essentially sounds like a priesthood of Kali, and that's more or less the right idea. Hey there, friends. It's post-production LML, and I'm embarrassed to say that I missed the most obvious Kali wordplay of all. The word Khaleesi breaks down to Kali Sea, as in the Sea of Kali, the primordial sea that Kali represents. So Dany being the Khaleesi means she's literally an avatar of the primordial chaos sea, which is basically what I've been saying 17 different ways, but I just thought I'd point that out. She's the Kali Sea, the Sea of Kali. Very nice, yes. It was right there, on the tip of my nose, tip of my tongue. Just couldn't say it. All right, now we come to the Mother of Mountains itself, which, as I mentioned, is a perfect symbol of the primordial mound, expressed as a feminine yoni. Only men are allowed to go there, as we learn in A Game of Thrones, which would seem to suggest a layer of fertility rite when the men do ascend the mother. Khaleesi, Koholo told her in Dothraki. Drogo, who is blood of my blood, commands me to tell you that he must ascend the Mother of Mountains this night to sacrifice to the gods for his safe return. Only men were allowed to set foot on the Mother, Dany knew. The Khals' blood riders would go with him and return at dawn. Pyramids and sacred mountains are places where man can communicate with the gods, basically in cultures all around the world, for the simple fact that climbing the mountain puts you up in the sky, where the gods are often thought to live. The Dothraki, as you probably remember, believe that their ancestors become the stars when they die, so they're forever galloping across the Sea of Stars, just as the Dothraki gallop across the Great Grass Sea. Drogo is essentially ascending to a place where he's closer to both his gods and his ancestors. That's why he has to go at night, you'll notice. So he's basically immersing himself in the cosmic sea above, in a perfect mirror to Dany immersing herself in the womb of the world below. There's actually a line in Dany's undying vision which says, "Her silver was trotting through the grass to a darkling stream beneath a sea of stars," which is a quote I probably could have used earlier in the script. But the point is that everything about Dany's Dothraki arc essentially works to paint that picture of a sea above and a sea below. And therefore, we're on pretty firm ground talking about Drogo ascending the Mother Mountain as immersing himself in the cosmic sea above. As I mentioned, there's potentially a layer of fertility rite going on here. Just as Drogo copulates with Dany when she emerges from the womb as an avatar of the goddess, Drogo is ascending, or you might say, mounting, the Mother of Mountains, as if he were the god whose divine right it is to give his seed to the primordial mother, just as he did to Dany when she came out of the lake. Drogon, meanwhile, will be the stallion who mounts the world, which, in light of all this symbolism, well, let's just say it sounds more apocalyptic than sexy. But the implication is there. Now, kidding aside, I wouldn't be surprised to see Drogon ascend the Mother of Mountains too, like his namesake Drogo, but with Dany on his back. Breaking this taboo would be a powerful way for Dany to exert supremacy over the Khals and the previous order. Drogo does kind of work as a loose analog to Shiva, the divine consort of Parvati and Kali. In benevolent aspects, Shiva is depicted as an omniscient yogi who lives an ascetic life on Mount Kailash. And while Drogo isn't a yogi or an ascetic, his going up the mountain here may be an echo of Shiva living on the mountain and communing with the gods, or the universe, or however you want to say it. In particular, when Sati wins Shiva's affections, it has the effect of causing him to re-enter the world, which he had withdrawn from, and a lot is made of that fact. This could work as a parallel to Dany causing Drogo to decide to take the Dothraki across the sea to invade Westeros, when they had previously always remained in the Great Grass Sea and were afraid to cross the poison black water of the actual sea. Shiva is not just an ascetic, though. He does have a fierce, warlike side as well, and he's even known to destroy cities on occasion, such as in the story of Shiva as, and forgive my pronunciation here, Tripuranataka, which also gives him a bow and arrow for what it's worth. Now that sounds a little more like Drogo, shooting a bow and arrow, riding horses, destroying cities. Meanwhile, one could even draw loose parallels between the Dothraki and the nomadic horse-centric cultures of the Proto-Indo-Europeans, since being nomadic horsemen was kind of their defining element and the key to their rapid and widespread dispersal. The Huns and the Mongols are more recent and better-known nomadic horse peoples of the Eurasian steppe, who similarly rode their way to empire creation, but the PIE folks did it first. All right, well, let's finish on a high note, shall we? A very high note, in fact, because standing atop the Great Pyramid of Meereen makes Daenerys feel like a god. Dany broke her fast under the persimmon tree that grew in the terrace garden, watching her dragons chase each other around the apex of the Great Pyramid, where the huge bronze harpy once stood. Up here in her garden, Dany sometimes felt like a god, living atop the highest mountain in the world. Do all gods feel so lonely? Some must, surely. Dany then goes on to muse on the various theologies of the world and how the gods must feel. So the Lord of Harmony, well, he must be lonely because he's the only god of the Nathi pantheon, whereas R'hllor is thought of as being eternally at war with an opposing deity, the Great Other, which Dany doesn't think she'd like at all. Which is kind of funny since she'll be taking on the servants of the Great Other, most likely. And then finally she considers the 7 gods of Westeros, who are all supposed to be aspects of one god, which she thinks is just confusing. Have you given Vedic mythology a try, Danny? In any case, the pyramid is by itself specifically a primordial mound symbol since the time of ancient Egypt, and the Great Pyramid of Meereen sits right by the sea, completing the picture. Actually, the picture isn't complete until the primordial mound has something emerging from it, really. Drogon was perched up atop the pyramid, in the place where the huge bronze harpy had stood before she had commanded it to be pulled down. He spread his wings and roared when he spied her. That's our Drogon, the stallion who mounts the pyramid. And doesn't this also seem like foreshadowing of Drogon flying to the pinnacle of the Mother of Mountains? As we were just speaking of, I'll put my toys down now. Drogon will be helping Dany to supplant the old order by doing so, just as he supplanted the harpy statue in Meereen here on top of this pyramid. Man, I love me some Drogon. Now, as it turns out, the Great Pyramid is actually kind of a mythology mashup. So far, we have strong Egyptian vibes, and the pyramid is also doing sort of a Mount Olympus-like thing here, with Dany living high above the world like the Olympian gods. But even more than that, we can see the Norse framework of the universe in evidence here, beginning with this quote. Viserion sensed her disquiet. The white dragon lay coiled around a pear tree, his head resting on his tail. When Dany passed, his eyes came open, two pools of molten gold. His horns were gold as well, and the scales that ran down his back from head to tail. As I mentioned, the Norse Jormungandr is thought of as laying in a world sea that encircles Midgard, and thus Yggdrasil, the cosmic world tree, which serves as the anchor of the 9 realms of the Norse universe. Jormungandr is said to grasp his tail in his mouth, creating the Ouroboros, which stands for time and the infinite. It's very similar to how Kali represents the force of time and the infinite darkness of the ocean of chaos, isn't it? Accordingly, when Jormungandr finally releases his tail, it marks the beginning of the end of time, the beginning of Ragnarok. And that brings us to Viserion, whose eyes are pools of molten gold, implying him as a liquid dragon, and he's very conspicuously creating the Jormungandr Ouroboros around the pear tree. The fact that the tree is at the top of the pyramid seems like an obvious way to tell us that this is in fact a cosmic world tree symbol. And what about the 2 dragons chained up down in the dark beneath the pyramid? After all, Yggdrasil has a serpent/dragon living amongst its roots as well, which would be the Nidhogger serpent, who is trapped in the roots now, but, like Jormungandr, will be set loose to wreak havoc during Ragnarok. Say, didn't someone just set Rhaegal and Viserion loose in time for the Battle of Meereen? Rest in peace, Quentin Martell, the frog who jumped too high. Ribbit. I'm also pleased to say that there's a little Garden of Eden action here on top of the pyramid. That's right, and shout out to my Garden of Eden video, Eve Did Nothing Wrong, and the book I'm writing about the Garden of Eden, which is called Paradise Gained, Sacred Symbolism, Christianity, and Freedom from Dogma, which, by the way, you can join the mailing list in the link below the video. Please do that. Thank you. Anyway, this is actually the continuation of the scene where Viserion is making the Ouroboros around the tree. Viserion's tail lashed sideways, thumping the trunk of the tree so hard that a pair came tumbling down to land at Dany's feet. His wings unfolded, and he half flew, half hopped onto the parapet. He grows, she thought, as he launched himself into the sky. They are all 3 growing. Soon they will be large enough to bear my weight. Then she would fly as Aegon the Conqueror had flown, up and up, until Meereen was so small that she could blot it out with her thumb. So, like I said, it's a serpent offering a beautiful woman a fruit from a cosmic world tree. Sure seems like an echo of Eden to me. I mentioned the pool atop of the pyramid already, but there is in fact a huge garden and all sorts of lush greenery here, so it really does come off like a paradise garden of the gods here on top of the pyramid. Now, when Eve ate the fruit in the Garden of Eden, she gained the knowledge of good and evil, which made her wise and more like a god, in the words of Genesis. And here I think the godlike power attached to Viserion's pear that he knocked off the tree would probably be the power of dragon riding, which is exactly what Dany thinks of in the next couple sentences. The power to fly as Aegon the Conqueror did, high above the world, like a god. Not really sure what else the dragons could have to offer. I mean, that's kind of what they bring to the table. All right, there's one final goddess reference here atop the Pyramid of Meereen, and that's the Greek goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite. And sex. Don't forget sex. Let's not clean things up too much here. If the Great Pyramid is like Olympus, then it makes sense that Dany would be Aphrodite, right? Although I do think George is hinting at Dany's warlike side by having Drogo call her Dan Ares' wife, which is an allusion to Ares, the Greek god of war. So it's kind of like the Kali-Parvati duality, isn't it? Aphrodite and Ares. And of course, Ares is associated with Mars, the Red Wanderer, which is tied to Azor High through means of symbolism. Watch the Bloodstone Compendium, yada, yada, yada. So, Dany has just been notified of Daario's return to the city, and Missandei asks Daenerys what she wishes to wear when he's summoned to meet her atop the pyramid. Starlight and sea foam, Dany thought. A wisp of silk that leaves my left breast bare for Daario's delight. Now, according to the legend of Aphrodite that comes from Hesiod's Theogony, Cronus severed Ouranos' genitals and threw them into the sea. And by the way, Ouranos is the sky god, so picture balls falling from heaven and falling into the sea. That's what we're talking about here. Now, his divine genitals fall into the sea, and they form the godly sea foam. And from the sea foam, and yes, I think that's sort of another sexual illusion. We're supposed to understand what that means. In any case, out of the foam is born Aphrodite, whose name Hesiod interprets as foam-born. Now, there's debate about that etymology these days, but this is the very well-known story about Aphrodite. The thing is that Aphrodite's legend is in part based on the planet Venus, and of course, Aphrodite's Roman equivalent is Venus. And we here at the Mythical Astronomy of Ice and Fire podcast all know very well that the planet Venus appears to we on Earth as the brightest star in the sky, which either appears to rise from the horizon in the morning or set down into the horizon in the evening. It switches back and forth between the morning star and the even star. Again, check out the Bloodstone Compendium episode called Lucifer Means Lightbringer for more on that. Now, what this means is that anyone living near the ocean might see Venus, the morning star, setting into the ocean, i.e. falling into the sea, or rising out of the sea at dawn, which is often how you'll see Aphrodite painted. Thus, starlight and sea foam is a direct reference to both parts of the Aphrodite myth. She's a falling star goddess who is reborn and arises from the sea foam.
Fire!
Once again, it is disappointed post-production LML. Forgot to point out the obvious here. Daenerys having a correlation to Aphrodite, which is the morning star, basically also equates her with Lightbringer, because Lightbringer is synonymous with Lucifer, which is a word for the morning star. Lucifer means Lightbringer. I should have known this. Should have pointed this out. Anyways, yes, calling her Aphrodite is just another way of tying her to the morning star and thus to Lightbringer. But it also puts emphasis on love, the love side of Lightbringer, because of course Azor High is supposed to restore love to the world. Lots of bad things happen during the long night, so I do like that idea that Dany represents the side of Lightbringer that is restoring love to the world, as a mother goddess should. There you go.
Fire!
And just to sort of put a bow on this entire thing, we'll pick up the last quote right where we left off, because when Daario comes to see Dany, we've got some familiar symbolism at play. Bring the gray linen gown with the pearls on the bodice. Oh, and my white lion's pelt. She always felt safer wrapped in Drogo's lion skin. Daenerys received the captain on her terrace, seated on a carved stone bench beneath a pear tree. A half moon floated in the sky above the city, attended by 1,000 stars. Aha, if the full moon is floating in the sky, then the sky must be a sea. And down below it's moon goddess Daenerys, with her trademark lunar pearls. We've seen this symbolic setup before, haven't we? It's the same as at the womb of the world, where the moon's reflection shatters and reforms on the surface of the lake when Dany bathes in it. George actually creates a more specific match to that scene at the womb of the world with the fish-filled pool on top of the Great Pyramid when it says, "Wind ripples chased each other across the surface of the little bathing pool and made the moon's reflection dance and shimmer." As you can see, it's yet more ocean above, ocean below symbolism. Basically, it follows Dany wherever she goes. In fact, there's also a link drawn to the new Dragonstone that Drogon made in the Dothraki Sea, because that Dragonstone also has a fish-filled, spring-fed pool atop of it. The new Dragonstone and the Great Pyramid of Meereen are both primordial mound symbols, of course, and so we have different versions of the same ideas playing out at all of them. We're always going to see the Chaos Sea, dragons and mother goddesses rising from that primordial sea. We're going to see death and rebirth symbolism, and occasionally a fish-filled pond. And as you've seen today, a ton of this is drawn directly from Chaos Conf mythology, Vedic Hindu mythology, and in general, from the very oldest mythology of all mankind, the Mother Goddess. Safe. The word made Danny's eyes fill up with tears. I want to keep you safe. But Sandy was only a child. With her, she felt as if she could be a child too. No one ever kept me safe when I was little. Well, Sir Willem did, but then he died, and Viserys, I want to protect you, but it's so hard. To be strong, I don't always know what I should do. I must know, though, I am all they have. I am the queen, the mother, whispered Missandei. Mother to dragons, Dany shivered. No, mother to us all. Missandei hugged her tighter.